Hello! How's it going, everybody? Welcome to another weekly stream of Broken Crown, where we will predominantly this week be covering the
Broken Minds!
What? Democrat debates and Broken Minds. Yes, the Broken Minds. Because the Democrat debates have been going on for the last week, and the last couple days.
Clearly insane!
Interesting to say the least, right? We're gonna have to, I think, mostly talk about the
interesting, she means a train wreck.
Yeah, it's a train wreck. The Fetterman Oz debate was, of course, the most, which was last night.
It was like David versus Goliath versus basically if Goliath is retarded.
I've also noticed that you can't find that entire debate on YouTube right now. Now, probably in the next couple days, yes, it will be uploaded.
It was probably scrubbed for being a crime against humanity.
I think so. But what is not a crime against humanity, and what I thought we'd start with, is we'd start with some fun stuff. The debates are fun as well. But specifically I want to talk about is that just a couple hours ago... Huh?
Apparently I'm a touch too loud. There you go, should be alright now.
Just a couple hours ago, the jury verdict came in guilty on all counts for Daryl Brooks in the trial of the Christmas parade massacre in Waukesha, Wisconsin, which I have been following for the last 3 weeks, essentially. I wasn't paying too much attention at first because it was mostly the prosecution giving their side. It was hilarious because he decided to represent himself. And for those of you who haven't seen the trial, I'm going to show you some supercuts here. Spoon has seen almost none of it, so this will be a lot of his. You've seen a little bit, mostly from what I've shown you.
Yes.
So, but Spoon for the most part is not familiar with this very interesting specimen that we have here, Daryl Brooks, who will without question now be spending the rest of his life in prison.
Why do you set me up for jokes I can't say on YouTube?
Look, Daryl is just...
The word interesting is not the word I would use for this particular individual.
Oh, he's a monster. He's a disgusting monster who killed 6 people. And the people he killed were it was a child was killed, and then elderly people and women, and he mostly maimed children, women, and the elderly, including some children who, like, oh my god, at one point in the trial, we'll watch some of it. He had no idea of what he was doing. Very early on, within, I think 3 days, he dismissed his public defenders and chose to represent himself because he's a sovereign citizen and believes in this sovereign citizen stuff, which
basically
I don't know.
Religion.
Sort of, but some of it you could again make relative. There are ways to make good arguments about it. You won't win, but there's ways to make decent arguments, which is that if the state is bringing charges against you, who is the state? And you have a right to face your accuser, right? So the state should be present if they're making an accusation against you that you're being tried for in a court of law. Now, that's really silly wordplay, but you could at least have made that argument if you understood how to make the argument. He does not. He mostly got his stuff from it looks like some internet document that he found about the sovereign citizen crap. I'm going to bring you over to if you would bring up over here. Whoops. Hold
on a second.
Sharing my screen over here. I've got some stuff. Thought we'd start with the grounds supercut. One thing that you'll notice about Daryl, if you're not familiar with, and again, this is kind of quick rundown for people who didn't catch any of the trial, is that Daryl has learned through his perusal of the internet a bunch of phraseology and jargon related to the practice of law, but he has no real idea how to use it in a way that makes any sense. So we end up with supercuts like this, where he just makes objections, and of course they get overruled because they don't make any sense. But here's the grounds supercut. Of course, he means grounds with a Z, or no, grounds with a D and an S, but he pronounces it Grounz, not with a D and an S, as you will hear here.
Grounds?
Objection.
Grounds.
Let her get her objection out, Mr.
Browns.
Grounds. Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant. Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
This question is irrelevant.
Sustain. It's not relevant, sir.
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant and vague.
Grounds.
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant. Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
And
Sustained.
inaccurate.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I believe they.
Object, Your Honor, to the
Grounds.
relevance.
Grounds.
Objection irrelevant.
Sounds like he wants
to
coffee.
relevance. Objection. That's
Grounds.
not fair to say, Your Honor. It's
Grounds.
a misstatement of her
Yeah, he
testimony.
wants coffee.
Grounds.
He's got those grounds.
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant, vague.
No,
Grounds.
just everyone's just
Objection.
fatigue
Grounds.
and just
Vague and
tiredness in
irrelevant.
the room.
Grounds.
Just so put up and fed up with this
Vague, Your
dude.
Honor.
Objection.
to-
Grounds.
It's been
When
like this
she
for
may
3
or may
weeks.
not.
Mr. Brooks, hold on. Let her state the objection.
Questions vague as to when she may or may not have indicated the color of the car, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Objection beyond the
Grounds.
scope of his, beyond the scope of his
Grounds.
knowledge and irrelevant.
Grounds.
Objection,
Grounds.
asked and answered.
Grounds.
Her
Asked
face
and
is
answered.
so
Sustained.
fed up.
Next question.
I didn't answer the question.
Just to have you a little bit more taste
Now,
of
do you recommend
this
we
one.
leave?
Oh, this one's awful. I don't know if I want to start with this one. This one's pretty disgusting. This is him mumbling objections while the witness is crying. This is a woman who you're not going to see it, but they're going to show her. I mean, playing clips of people being mowed over and murdered. And listen to this piece of shit. Like, if you think I'm just laughing at, I'm laughing at him in part because of his absurd levels of egotism that and narcissism I've never seen before. Arguably, that it's really he has antisocial personality disorder. He's been diagnosed by a professional. I talked with Ken's counseling couch a couple times in the last 2 weeks about his diagnosis with antisocial personality disorder, and he is a stereotypical case of antisocial personality disorder. It's all about manipulation, about lying. It's about having control over people, and he also is typified by a lack of emotion or remorse for one's behavior, as you're going to see here. And we'll go through a couple of the
talk that is out of my certain range of vocabulary.
right, but this is just
Them
pure
some
evil. Look
smart
at
words that I don't understand.
Oh, you understood. I don't think Daryl understands the
Somewhat.
words he says, though. I'm
Oh,
actually
there's a lot
quite
of
sure
super
he
chats
doesn't.
like within 5 minutes.
Oh, shit. Oh, let's do that real quick before we get to this really depressing video. Gary Thomas for 10 says, hey, y'all, just found your channel and love it. Thanks so much. I watched your video on the start
Woo.
of the Ukraine war. I think Japan is another country with a 19th century mindset, but likes to pretend otherwise. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree
potentially.
with that.
Socially, very much.
Socially,
it's a-
absolutely, yes.
yeah, a very old school mindset.
This is what Saga and Louis said, is that they have a cultural hegemon that they don't seem to understand how much power they wield. Like, their cultural exports is extremely popular with the West. To the point where they can easily take over because our culture right now is weak as shit.
Yeah.
Does it not strike you really weird that the right wing is really quite weebish?
Yeah.
Does that not strike you weird? All the people that say, hey, look, all the right wingers don't like cultural, different cultural varieties. Like, there is more cultural diversification in the right wing than there is in the left by miles.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's because you can have anime that are
They're
just about
shit.
like they're fun. They're about like just
No, our
so it's
culture,
just-
obviously, yeah, the weeping one is called.
Oh, our culture is shit, but like
Yeah.
with so much in modern culture, but like with the anime stuff, you can have stories about just like heroes doing
Yeah.
heroic things. You don't find that in the West anymore. It's got to be
Yeah.
She-Hulk and Guy Ladriel
Except
and
Top
absolute
Gun.
trash. Oh, Top Gun was fine, but that's why Top Gun was so well liked
Yeah.
because people were like, "Oh, thank God, it's something actually enjoyable."
Yeah. Oh my god, there's an actual story of someone that isn't a Mary Sue. My god, why is this popular?
Yeah, right.
I can't fucking figure out why.
Jarnegi for 5 says, so did the man decide to play Phoenix right? Yeah, he basically did. He got the idea that he could play lawyer, and he, I think, amused himself while in front of the families and friends who had lost loved ones, while he was trying to play lawyer. Of course, I think the main reason he was doing this is just to try and drag the trial out as long as possible. Again, if, as I said, this man killed 6 people and he ran over like another 60, causing injury. So one of the women that he brought onto the stand, because he literally doesn't understand why she was not originally called, he thought, oh, because the prosecution's not calling her, it must mean that she's going to be on my side. That's why they're not calling her. This woman watched 3 of her children get run over by his SUV. They have pins in their legs and spine. Some of them might be have permanent disabilities because of this. And he thought, because he didn't understand, because he wasn't paying attention, why, the reason the prosecution didn't call her is, as they explained today in the press conference, is there were people they didn't call because, frankly, once Brooks started defending himself, which is your right, and just making a complete and utter mockery of himself, and the court they figured, you know what, we're not going to call people. They decided that from the beginning they weren't going to call any children to the stand because it's really rough. And then once he started to make it evident to everybody that he's a monster by his own actions in front of the court, then they also decided not to call certain other witnesses who they thought had been really emotionally affected, and that woman was one of them. And he looked at that, and instead of thinking, why wouldn't they call this woman? Maybe it's because 3 of her children were severely maimed. He thought, no, it must be because she's going to be on my side. Obviously not. And it was a really messed up situation. As with this cross-examination, I'm going to play here in a minute. But yeah,
I wanna make a
Jarnecki
joke that I can't say here, and that pisses me off.
should have at least slammed his fist on the table. I don't know if you saw the whole trial, Jarnecki. He did that multiple times, actually. He didn't do the full, palms down fist, but he did slam his fist on the table.
That's
Not-
an,
not
that's an interesting super chat.
Ornu for 20 says, hey, I got my first notification for Aiden video this year with the Grief Police. That's interesting because that video is not it. I'm having troubles getting that video out and seen. It's
Oh, that
down
one, the
something
next
like
one.
I'll get to that in a second. That video is down. I think it said something like 5,000 to 10,000 compared to my average videos recommendations through the YouTube recommendation system.
Stream on
So
Rumble,
YouTube
we
is
can make the joke. Yeah, that's true.
YouTube is actively telling me that they are not updating people about that video. I think because it's about death, but which
that's
is like,
probably why.
it's a sad subject. People don't want to talk about it. But YouTube is just like, yeah, we're not showing people this video. Thanks, Susan. I love it. I really love when I spend a month working on something. You're just like, we don't think people want to see that. I think people wanted to probably know something about the Queen's death, but whatever. I'm glad you got to see it though, Ornu. Speaking of the law, what are you two's thoughts on the inquisitional system? Happy Halloween to everyone too. Oh yeah, happy Halloween. We're getting close to Spooky Day. Inquisitional system. You mean like the Spanish Inquisition?
Or we mean the Dragon Age variety.
um,
Because I'll be honest, that's the first one that came
Spanish
to mind. Because I'm a modern boy.
the Spanish Inquisition, not a fan. It was a way that many people's rights and freedoms were completely stomped on for reasons that made no real sense other than looking for scapegoats within the populace. No, not a fan of that.
Onu said, one of my favorite subjects, I blame the Enlightenment on our lack of culture. It's the death of romantic thought. Most of the culture I know from childhood is just rank superstition. There's an element of truth to that, by the way. And all the tales are pre the Enlightenment. Hell, all the old stories come before the Enlightenment. You don't really have a lot of original shit in the last, 200 years. Except for war.
Yeah, less and less original creations, yeah. DRT is King for 5 says, I'm looking forward to your appearance on Women's Hour on Friday. Yeah, I'll be over there on Friday.
Women's Hour.
Your latest video was also good. I'm glad you got to see it as well. With, oh my god. Why is her name escaping me? Come on.
Because all women look alike in your eyes.
No, my brain's just, it's all involved in this. Oh my god, it's right there in my brain. I can see it in my head, but now it's...
I don't even know who we're talking about here, so I can't help you.
I know you can't.
Yeah, I'm not very good for a lot of things. But yes, it sounds like a version of Loose Women that maybe not as shouty.
No, yeah. They're all really nice. I've talked to them before. In a minute. Why can't... Poe's Law, yeah. Poe, yeah, my brain died for a second, guys. It's because I'm also thinking of Poe as an undead scribe, and I was like, no, it's not that Poe. Hazahoppa for 5 says, irrelevant and vague is legalese for fake and gay. Yeah, true. Poe the person, not Poe as
fake and gay. I like that.
As an undead scribe, who's also a great follow on Twitter. Both of them are. Anywho, not so fun is you can see what a piece of human garbage this guy is, which he was called, by the way, as you did see live, Spoon, while the judge was reading out the verdict. By the third, it was already life in prison, pretty much by the first one. And then by the third one, someone just said, good riddance, you piece of garbage. Or no, go to hell, burn in hell, you piece of garbage, which I completely agree with. I completely agree with. Yeah, the guy who shouted.
Piece of shit.
Did he say piece of shit?
Yeah,
piece of garbage.
I remember it because it was funny.
It was funny. But if you're wondering why someone from the audience called him a piece of shit, told him to burn in hell, here you go.
Yeah.
What does it show?
The car going through and someone
I do want to actually say, like, kind of emotional. I don't do like trigger warnings, but this is really rough to watch.
Is that an accurate depiction of the scene as you saw it that day?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying she already stated she didn't recognize the video.
This characterizes her testimony. Your objections overruled. It is not hearsay.
That's pretty traumatizing.
Oh my god, I know.
Why would you show that in a courtroom?
They have. I mean, they have to show it. The claim is, and here's why they have to show it to her in the courtroom. Daryl Brooks has a whole bunch of legal theories that he's brought up. One is that he is not Daryl Brooks. He doesn't recognize Daryl Brooks. 2 is that he was kidnapped and forced to do it. 3 is that he was honking the horn so that it was the dumb white people should have got out of the way and they should have known better. 4 is I don't know. He's got so many that it wasn't. Yeah, it was him, but it wasn't him. I don't know. There tons of things that don't make sense. But one of the main things is
He's
that
going to jail. Poor little
one
feller.
of he's gonna jail for life.
Yeah, good.
One of the things is that he claims it wasn't him in the car and that he's not Daryl Brooks. Right, it's not him because the picture of Daryl Brooks has when his mugshot has dreadlocks and he doesn't have dreadlocks now, so they're not the same person. It's just absolute insanity, right? So the reasons why they have to show it to her is because they have to identify, was it Daryl Brooks driving the car? Kidnapped by who? He claims it was by like 3 black guys who have never been found. Yeah.
Oh god, I just got a message from someone. Now I have to ridicule them.
Oh, okay.
It's from Audrey.
Have fun.
She's 19, so
Okay.
God bless her.
But let's the disgusting part is this woman obviously she saw this in real life. Now she's being forced to relive her trauma. And listen to this piece of shit, as he was called correctly. He's gonna mumble his objections all the way through this.
There's a figure on the bottom, on the left side of the screen, who appears to be wearing black with long hair. You recognize that person?
Yes.
Can you see any features
Mr.
in
Brooks,
it?
that's argumentative. Your objections noted. It's overruled. You may answer.
Hearsay. Objection for
Not
hearsay.
hearsay. You may answer.
Clear hearsay.
You may answer.
Yes.
Move Exhibit 35 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Why is he wearing a mask?
When I talked to I talked to Ken from Ken's counseling couch about it. One thing that I came to, I think we collectively came to the kind of conclusion to from a psychological perspective, is that he is here pretending that he didn't do nothing, right? He's a good boy. This is being, perpetrated against him by the state, but he knows he did it. So what we'll constantly find is that he is hiding. He is hiding behind a mask. There's one part where he pulls his jacket up over his head. He will, the judge has to send him into the cuck court in the other room because he can't stop just like having giant outbursts. So she sends him to another room where he can hear, what's happening in the courtroom on a headset. He'll throw the headset around. I think I told you, Spoon, the other day, he took all his little boxes. You can see his boxes of evidence around him, and he built a fort and hid behind them.
Yeah,
He is hiding. He's hiding. These are hiding behaviors. All of it is doesn't want to be actually seen by people.
I want
Right?
to tell you a joke.
Because he knows he did it. Yeah?
Yeah, but I'll do it on Discord. Hold on. You're gonna say like,
Oh, it's something you can't
this."
say, I see.
Yeah.
But the whole court has been absolute clown show. I mean, just man, like the other day it was looking like his mother was going to testify. She didn't show up. Then he would have been able to for him to testify, but then he did nothing but argue with the judge all day, and then he got put in cuck court and forfeited his right to testify. It's been a ride.
I'm just saying.
Yep,
Aiden,
that would have happened.
Yeah,
but
that would have happened.
I'm definitely not repeating what that was.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Let's just say it involved a period of history.
That would have happened to that guy in that period of history.
I don't think he would have been around long.
He's just a disgusting human being. I got a couple more clips and then we'll move on.
35
He's from
is
the
received
midterms.
permission to publish. Granted, your objection is noted for the record.
Again, this is 8 seconds long. We're going to turn the audio on for this video.
Objection still. Is the video, who even took the video? Is it relevant?
Sir, it's not an objection, it's a statement. We can ask questions later.
This poor woman, you can see how traumatized she is. And you can see also when she looks at him the hate.
Go ahead.
So,
in her eyes.
Judge, before we begin, I have to step in here and
He's
request that
act like a
Mr. Brooks be
petulant
instructed
child.
to stop
He's done
making
nothing but act
comments
like a
under his
petulant
breath.
child for 3
This
weeks.
witness is very clearly having an emotional and difficult time testifying, and she doesn't need to hear that.
Which is why they didn't call the woman that Daryl called, because it's sickening. That one was really gross. Here's one that's more of a... Here is him subpoenaing the state of Wisconsin.
You know how you said we're going to start with something
Mr. Brooks,
happy and
I'm
funny?
reviewing this
This is not what I had in
for-
mind.
That part wasn't, but it's going to get better. It'll get better.
Completeness. And you have simply put on here, state of Wisconsin plaintiff, that's an entity. You have to name a person, sir.
Indicate the witness's name and address. Mr. Brooks has simply written the word state of Wisconsin plaintiff for the witness name.
Every document that was filed in this matter stated that the state of Wisconsin was the plaintiff, which would lead me to believe that the state of Wisconsin is who's bringing the claim against my client. How could they not be subpoenaed to testify if they're the plaintiff? And under the Sixth Amendment, I have the right to face my accuser. My accuser in this matter is the plaintiff, which is the state of Wisconsin.
The subpoena will be kept on file as part of the court record, but I'm not going to require the state of Wisconsin to testify in this case because they are an entity
That
and you have
woman
not
has a
named a
jawline
person.
that is something else, isn't it?
You don't like Judge Bayonetta? Everyone's simping for her. Judge Bayonetta, though, on the other hand, has, in my mind, in my opinion, and the opinion of many people, acted improperly because she bent over backwards 10 times over and turned herself into a spiral for
That's
this guy.
why I wouldn't simp for her.
The reason why, okay, the reason why is because she was trying to make sure he wouldn't be able to appeal and to make sure that there wouldn't be a mistrial. But, I still think she acted improperly because of just how much leeway she gave him. It got sickening at some point. Like, for example, this, where he was allowed to go on a nearly
Mr. Brooks just made
60-minute long rant. Excuse me, this will not be 60 minutes, but you can get the gist of what it was, where he was allowed to talk for like 52 minutes unimpeded.
Make your statements. What do you want to advise the court today?
I want to first state again for the record that I do not identify by that name, nor do I consent to being called that name.
He doesn't identify as Daryl Brooks. That's been part of his argument.
I'm pro per. I have the right to conduct my defense pro per, free from professional restrictions. Everything I'm doing is off the top of my head. I have full judicial power of the state, or is this military power? Common law court or an admiralty court? The plaintiff in this matter, the state of Wisconsin, it's treason. Be allowed to testify, not to uphold your oath of office. It's also aware that I only had 3 days. My Sixth Amendment right has been basically trampled over to prepare for a trial that the prosecution has been prepared for a whole week. It's safe to say that my speedy trial right has some second degree definitely been violated. I have the right to ask for that. And these are all valid things legally. Rather hanging out from time to time, having a cup of coffee. I move for this case to be dismissed for failure to appear. I'm just asking for your failure to state a claim.
Mr. Brooks, I've given you about 50 minutes to make your various arguments. You've now repeated yourself a number of times, so I'm going to turn to the state to see if they have any response.
Many of the topics that Mr. Brooks has now recited to the court are incomprehensible jargon and cut and paste legal mumbo jumbo.
I love the mumbo jumbo.
Mr.
I
Brooks
love the Minnesota accent. In short, here's my assessment of the entire trial. It's all so tiresome, but it is over. Despite really terrible articles like this from the Washington Post. Wisconsin parade suspect gives tearful opening statement.
Oh my
Wisconsin
God,
man
you
accused
actually
of
wrote that?
Well, Todd Richmond of the Associated Press did.
I hope you go to hell, whoever wrote that. You son of a bitch.
Yeah, I hope you can go along with him, Todd. A Wisconsin man accused of killing 6 people and injuring dozens of others while he allegedly drove.
See it.
Yeah, but you have to say allegedly until they're convicted by a court of their peers.
That's
Drove his
ridiculous.
SUV through a Christmas parade last year, is giving a tearful opening statement as he defends himself at trial.
Look at
Brooks-
the box, by the way.
The what?
Look at the box.
What box?
The jokes in the chat.
Oh god, yeah.
It's horrible, but I don't care.
One thing you might be aware of is the word tacket, as you can see, like as Zero Flux has said in the chat here. The entire time for 3 weeks, Daryl didn't know how to pronounce the word tacit, as in tacit agreement. He kept saying, "Do you have a tacit agreement?" But he kept pronouncing it tacket until this week. The last 2 days, he figured out how to pronounce tacit. And I think on some level we were proud of him for that, although he is a piece of shit and he is going to burn in hell. So at least he managed to learn how to pronounce tacit. After a lunch break, Brooks began his side of the case with a rambling opening statement. At least you can admit to parts of this, the truth here. Brooks told jurors how they hadn't rehearsed anything and would speak from the heart. He hadn't, sorry. However, he didn't lay out his version of what happened. He never did. In all 3 weeks, he never told anybody what the hell happened. He made allusions to what ideas of what happened, but he never actually gave a theory of the case, allude to how he defend himself, or reveal who would testify on his behalf. Brooks called what happened at the parade a tragedy, while reminding jurors that there's 2 sides to every story. What's the other side to this one? You killed 6 people and maimed 60 more. It's easy to look at the magnitude of something like this and form opinions, he said. I think it's easy to disregard a lot of factors. It's easy to forget the other side of the coin. He then started choking back tears and dabbing his eyes with a tissue. He said the entire community is suffering, including his family. Oh, he did this over and over. Over and over. He would talk about how his family is suffering. He didn't get to hold his newborn son because he was in jail. Also, he went at, which something people here might know, is that at one point in the trial, he called back to the stand his baby mama, who he impregnated when she was 15, making him, yes, a registered sex offender, because he was an adult and was not an underage minor when he impregnated this woman, and called her a bad mother.
So that makes the phrase baby mama entirely different.
Yeah. Yes. She is literally a baby mama.
Yeah, that's a good pun, by the way. For all the wrong reasons, but...
Oh, by the way, one of his children, I think it was her child that she had with him when she was 15 is now 15 and also pregnant.
Oh, for God's sake.
Is it 14 no pants, baby? Was it 14?
Oh, for
it's just the whole thing is. But he kept being like, I don't get to hold my newborn baby. You went and talked shit about the woman who you had a child with when she was 15 and called her a bad mother.
So wait, he's like a grandfather at 45?
He's 41 and a grandfather, yes. Or about to be a grandfather. No, I think the baby was born, yeah.
The white community is better for a reason.
No, trust me, let's not pretend like there isn't such a thing as white trash.
Yeah, but that's the exception, not the norm.
Yeah, but look at council. What would you call them?
Stop defending these people.
I'm not defending them. I'm just saying the council.
I'm going to defend the white race.
UK. Yeah, all right.
Otherwise, Jared Taylor's going to be upset with me.
Right. God. Okay. Daryl Samax.
I like the way that the guy's a horrible racist, but he speaks to Japanese people.
He's so racist. Well, he's lived in Japan for years, but there's something about Jared Taylor that that is so funny. Is that when he speaks in English, he talks about the white race. Here's what I think about the white people, and then he will go to speak Japanese and talk about the Hokujin. I've never heard of shit. I had a fucking class.
Also, it's because this is the thing, he has a certain reputation in a white society, but if you take him out of that and you just let him speak to people of other culture, he just seems like a normal dude.
Yeah, true.
I guess
so.
That should really tell you something.
That should be telling. Is it if he was anything else, but white people wouldn't have. I think they'd still have objections to what he's saying. You know what I mean?
But remember when he spoke to the Asian people, and then afterwards they asked him like, "What's
Yeah,
your
the
passion?"
Japanese
Like,
people.
"Oh, yeah," like, "Yeah." The Japanese, they just like, "Oh, he just seems like a normal dude," but it just makes sense.
No, they seemed a little bit confused by it as well. To be fair.
Oh, shush! No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. I've seen the interview you're talking about.
That's because they're listening to a white man speak better Japanese than most people they know.
Is Jared Taylor the king of hill anime meme embodied? Oh god, I think he is furious. Oh
God, yeah, now that you say that, the accent is really similar.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, it is very similar.
Thanks for that. You ruined Jared Taylor for me.
Oh my god. There's been a lot of
I would
words.
love to know what he says about South Africa. Oh my god, he would say
That would be he
based
probably has
shit.
said something about it. There's been a lot of words thrown around out there about the alleged. Of course, he does not say he's Daryl Brooks, so he's representing the alleged. A lot of speculation, a lot of ridicule. Words like demon, words like molester. Brooks has been wearing a surgical mask in court, but removed it during his speech. It's important for you to see me for who I am. No mask for who I am. This is a moment for that. Then you wore the mask for the rest of the damn thing because you were hiding. It's like, look, again, psychologically, I can see what's going on. It's all performative, But Daryl then called for a short break to allow Brooks to gather himself. So of course we get just some interesting framing here. Okay, Washington Post. Now, do you think that they changed after 3 weeks of watching him act the way that we've kind of seen?
Probably not.
See how this web archive works. If not, I have the original article. It's linked. Yeah, this is good.
You're putting a stick.
I just archived this stuff because
I cannot see the word archive without hearing Styx's voice in the back of my head. If I see it, I just see a link in the description, archived, of course. Like that's like imprinted into my brain.
So we had the Washington Post talking about his tearful opening arguments. Man accused of driving car through Waukesha Christmas parade delivers tearful closing arguments.
I hate this person.
This took 3 people to write.
So
3 people had to write this article. Yeah, I don't really care. Just more no tearful closing arguments. Well, guess what? Tearful closing argument. It's just disgusting. Daryl Brooks verdict guilty on all counts in Waukesha Christmas parade attack. And I already said it, guilty on all 76 counts, including 6 counts of first-degree homicide. The sentencing will be later, but it's definitely life. It's gonna get something like 2,000 years in jail, right? And all I have to say is a little bit. I just want to play a couple seconds. Can I play this without? This isn't get a copyright strike. Just didn't want the T-Series part, but
it's your big day.
This part matters.
Incredible
job, Daryl.
I know we had our differences, but today I just want to tell you. Hey, congratulations, it's a celebration. Party all day, I know you've been waiting. Congratulations, it's a celebration. I just want to tell you that I've been.
You're a piece of shit. That's the end of the Daryl Brooks coverage. We'll see how long it gets. It will be life in prison.
That
without the possibility of parole.
Is the reason all of my music is old.
I love PewDiePie.
No, this is nothing against Pewds. I like Pewds as well, but that sound is the sound of all creativity dying.
Pewds on a bridge again. Yeah, always a dangerous thing. Before we get into
dangerous. Oh my god,
it is. Yeah, before we get to the debates, we've got some other.
If you said it now towards this person, everyone would think it's fine.
I know, some Biden and Democrat blunders. Biden's student debt relief plan is temporarily blocked.
I thought he got it passed.
No, it's blocked. Did it pass
a joke,
then? Oh.
Did you not?
I know why.
Do you not see the clip of him saying that he got it passed?
Is this why you thought that he got it passed? Could it have been that Biden thinks he got it passed?
This was one of the big, like Styx pointed out, this is
other
the biggest
piece
gaffe that he's done his entire. Yeah, this is the biggest gaffe of his entire election, of his entire president.
Yeah, very arguably. So, okay, yeah. I signed a law. Let's listen to what he says, right? Here's what Biden said on the 24th.
The other piece, what we're trying to do is, you probably are aware, I've just signed a law that's being challenged by my Republican colleagues, who are the same people who got PPP loans during the for up to close to, in some cases, up to $500,000-$600,000. They
Well,
had
you
no
shut down the
problem with
economy.
that. The individuals
Not
in
you.
Congress got those.
Democrats.
But
And Trump.
what we've provided for is, if you went to school, if you qualify for a Pell Grant, you qualify for you qualify for $20,000 in debt forgiveness. Secondly, if you don't have one of those loans, you just get $10,000 written off. It's passed. I got it passed by a vote or two, and it's in
Did
the.
you? Did you get it passed by a vote or two? No, you didn't.
Okay.
No, you didn't.
Okay. The reason why this is so funny, the reason why he was passing this through the executive is because of the pandemic. So when he said that one point when he was walking through the car showroom and he said the pandemic is over, the aides fucking panicked because the only way they could get it through was because of the pandemic. So if he says the pandemic is over, they can't push the cancellation through. That was the reason why they panicked so freaking much. So with him saying, I got to pass, like, no, you didn't. It was never even brought to the floor. No one signed shit.
No. No, you're trying to push insane shit through using your presidential powers, which is not how this is supposed to work.
But this is the thing. Biden has always been a compulsive liar.
Yes, of course. Even before he was senile. Yeah, that's the thing to keep in mind here, guys. Biden was a compulsive liar before he was senile.
One of the first times when he ran for president in the 1980s is he dropped out because of a lack of integrity. Because he was lying through his teeth constantly. And he still does. Like, this isn't a senile thing or an age thing. This is who he is. This is Biden. Biden is a serial liar. Constantly. Like, his aides say, like, you didn't do any of this shit. You didn't take part of the civil rights. You didn't march with black people. You are a racist, old, crazy white dude. And he's just like, oh, okay, yeah. But he just does anyway.
Like, tapioca. Yeah. Dude, now he does that because he plays up how... I think he does actually play up... One, he is senile. But he also plays up how senile he is.
Yeah, that's also because he's high as a
compulsive
kite.
Or pathological.
Probably both.
They can be overlapping there. But I'd say he's definitely pathological. He seems incapable of telling the truth, which is probably most politicians, to be fair. I was going to say,
he's a politician. That's like a requirement.
Right.
Are you honest? Yes. Can you do a good job? Yes. Will you honestly tell us what you're really up to? Yes. You are not qualified for the job.
Nope. Don't think so. So no, it's
Can you lie through your teeth? Do you have no integrity whatsoever? Congratulations, you're fit to be a public servant.
You are fit to be a public servant. Johnny for 5 says, Aiden Floor Gang confirmed. Yes, I am Floor Gang. I got a bunch of PewDiePie merch. I love Pewds. He's a cool guy. And I really like his merchandise, actually. I like his designs. But anywho, you didn't get that passed. It's been blocked. So let's talk a little bit about Biden's weekly blunders, and on top of that, because he's got a couple of more senior moments going on.
More?
Oh yeah, I got
quite
a few.
Mr. Haney?
Oh, I have mixed opinions about this.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Oh, you going back on the other way? I want to go that way. You can go that way if you want. You can do whatever you want.
You can do whatever you want. It seemed like a child. It's so weird.
Yeah, but do you know what he said?
He said that they can go that way, yeah. And they said, yes, you can.
What did he say afterwards?
So, let's hear it again, okay.
Oh, you going back on the other way?
Wait, try it.
Oh, you going back on the other way? I want to go that way. You can go that way if you want. You can do whatever you want.
Wait, one more time, sorry.
No. You just had it then.
Yeah, okay. What if I want to go that way?
No, after that.
What was it? What are you hearing, Spin, that I'm missing?
Listen carefully. Play the whole clip.
Okay. Let's one more time.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Haney?
Oh, you going back on the other way? I want to go that way. You can go that way if you want. You can do whatever you want. I notice how much freedom I have.
That bit right there.
Oh, I noticed how much freedom I have. Oh, do you think he...
That's a creepy thing to say.
Because they have to fucking control everything he does because he's old. Well, that is a moment of clarity, I think, probably, right?
But that's my point.
Wow, I didn't notice that.
This is the thing.
I didn't notice that.
This is the thing with Biden. Whenever he says something off the cuff, that's when it's really him. When it's scripted, he's dull as a dishwater because it's scripted. and it's
The
totally
thing is-
fake. But when he says something off the cuff, it's coherent.
Sometimes I remember when my grandparents got really, really senile. Sometimes they get angry like that, and they're like, "Oh, so I'm not allowed to do what I want because you do have to take so much control over them." And yeah, then sometimes their adult, cognitive, cogent mind comes back for a second, and they're like, "Oh, right," and they're frustrated because they don't want to be treated like children.
But that's
Maybe
the thing.
that really
I
is
don't
Biden
think,
waking up for a second.
I don't think that was him angry. I think that's him just fed up. I think that's more
Maybe,
just like,
yeah.
can I just go for a walk? Because when he says, what if
I think they're going someplace though.
Yeah,
They're going.
but
to, like,
the thing is, when he just says, what if I
Everyone's
want to go that way? And he says, you can do whatever
Yeah.
you want. No, evidently you can't.
No.
And then to turn the other way and said, I notice how much freedom I have. That tells me like,
Moms
you
are always
are owned by something.
Yeah, I think he recognizes it on some level.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I did a video about this, and I said,
Mm.
I honestly think he doesn't want to be president. I really
No, I
think
don't.
he does.
I don't think he does either.
No, yeah,
because he's
yeah.
not capable.
And I think 2024, he's thinking, there's no way in fuck I'm spending the next 6 years of my life doing this shit. I don't believe for
Yeah.
a second he wants to do that shit.
Yeah.
And the only reason he ran for president is to
Um,
protect his fucking drug addict kid.
Yeah,
be
and
real.
that's that's been hidden now. So, and luckily we're
Smartest
defending
man he knows.
Ukraine with how many? Well, I think we're probably over 100 billion at this point, right?
Yeah.
To Ukraine, it was
Yeah,
80
yeah.
billion a couple months ago. I'm sure we're over 100 by now.
I guarantee you Zelensky's got some of those people by the balls.
Oh, for sure, because I guarantee he's got the evidence about Hunter's collusion.
Yeah, of course.
So Biden calls VP Kamala Harris a great president. That's not all he does, but let's listen to it.
Oh
Moms
my
are always
God,
with
this
us,
is
no
funny.
matter what. I know well, celebrating Diwali about a few days ago. It
Few
was
years, days
also
ago.
Kamala's birthday.
He'll be 85.
She turned 30.
They're laughing because it sounds like a joke because she obviously didn't just turn 30, but whatever. Oh, Drinker and Dang are doing a stream? Yeah, head off if you want to check that out. It'll be fun. I'll catch that later. But yeah, she didn't. Do you think it's a joke then, Spoon? Do you think it's a joke that he said that she turned 30?
If you want to watch Drinker and Dying, I don't blame you. Two
No,
Scottish
I don't
people
know.
drinking people. I would watch that if I was on the stream right now.
Right, exactly. But we got to get through the news, Spoon, and Biden's senility.
To be fair, I think do you
think it's a joke, though?
No,
Do you think that he's
why I'm
him
laughing?
saying why?
We have to get through Biden's senility. That's the daily briefing of every A. It's not even funny. It's legit though, every day.
Lamented Guide for 5 says,
Oh,
"Hey,
God.
Crown Crew, sorry I'm late. Hey, welcome back, Lamented Guide. What's on the menu today? Right now we're
Biden's
looking
senile
at
bullshit.
Biden's senile bullshit. I just called it Biden's blunders. I love alliteration, so I always try to leave alliterative titles to everything. But let's continue with this. Speaking
I've
of which,
noticed you do that.
And happy birthday to a great president. We know your mom's always with you.
what? Happy birthday to the great president. We know your mom's
What the
always
fuck does
with
that
you.
mean?
I don't know. Something I don't know how much we're going to cover, although a little bit, is that, as some of you may know, Boris Johnson stepped down, and
He's a
the
cock
It's the United
Conservatives put in Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister.
who is a WEF.
Yeah,
word.
World Economic Forum loser, whatever. But this part was entertaining. Oh, Kizza for £5 says, "Evening all, the Supreme Emperor has arrived. Hey, welcome, Kizza. And bless the stream. What have I missed? Mostly just the Daryl Brooks coverage. Also, don't forget about the surprise this Friday. Yeah, I'll talk to you more about that later on that, Kizza. I got you, though. So, I do have another stream to be on, though, Kizza, as well. But, Spoon, you understand the cars, right? You like the cars.
I'm familiar with vehicles, yes.
It goes vroom, vroom, and is powered by petrol.
I like the way that you say petrol and not gas. Well done. You've been in England for a sufficient amount of time to correctly...
Yeah, you should talk to Kizza. He's doing a stream about cars, which I will be on post stream, so you should go on with Kizza to talk about cars.
Okay, hold on a second.
We'll get it worked out. I know I talked to you about it twice now, and you've not responded to me, but that's okay.
Me?
Maybe you're having. Yeah, I have. I've sent you messages about it, but that's all right.
Really?
Maybe you're just having Biden. Yeah, maybe you're having Biden moments. Speaking of which, check
you.
out this. Watch this Biden moment as he congratulates Rishi Sunak. Oh, excuse me. Let's see how he pronounces it.
Sinek?
And whether it's the United
Have you not heard this? Oh my
No.
God, listen.
Kingdom, or just today, we've got news that Rashid Sunak is now the prime minister. As my brother would say, go figure.
What does that mean? Rashi Sunak is how he pronounced it. Now look, come on, wait a minute guys, I pronounce shit wrong all the time, but I don't know how you got Rashi Sunak from Rishi Sunak. I'm not sure how you got Rashi Sunak from this. Just saying. And I also don't know what that meant, that go figure remark. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I have no idea.
And the Conservative Party expected to become the prime minister, I think, tomorrow when he goes to see the king. Pretty astounding. A groundbreaking milestone, and it matters. It matters.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Why does it matter? It matters because Rishi is not white, I guess.
Yeah. Back when I was younger, we used to dress him as a help.
Well, they were the help back when he was younger. Here we have, this is the COP26 speeches.
Disabled and non-disabled all around the world, I call on you to commit to concrete actions to stop the destruction of this
Oh, and there. I get this stuff's boring, by the way, but it's the fact that it happens so frequently that makes it an issue,
To
right?
be fair, I would also fall asleep if I was him. So
I agree. I would fall asleep at this as well. So this one I don't have such a problem with. However,
by the way, this was one of the funniest videos that I've ever done that I laughed myself at, because I say in this video, I just say, look, here's Biden dozing off, listening to a clearly flaming homosexual. Because that is a clearly flaming homosexual. And just to say the phrase clearly flaming homosexual is really funny.
Oh, yeah. So that's from the reason why I brought this up is this is from a year ago.
Anybody
I brought
who
this up
like this with kind of inflections and this content is clearly gay.
I bring this up though because here to show that this is a pattern.
Clearly taking dick makes one whistle.
Because here he is this past week, falling asleep during a live interview one-on-one with somebody.
If you listen very carefully, you can hear the drugs fading away.
I hope you all can guess what my favorite part is of this. My favorite quote. It's one word. I don't even know if you can actually call it a word, but it's my favorite part of this video.
I have not made that formal decision, but it's my intention. My intention to run again. And we have time to make that decision.
Dr. Biden is for it. Mr. President. Oh.
Dr. Biden thinks that...
That was my favorite line. Oh, because you can tell that he's like, oh, shit, he fell asleep, you know?
My wife thinks that we're doing something very important. I have not made that formal decision, but it's my intention.
Yeah, he totally fell asleep. Student of History for 5 says, I'm proud to be the first Hindu PM in the UK. As my first act as PM, all the Pakistani migrants are going home. Rishi Sunak, I believe it's Rishi Sunak from a parallel universe. Yes, that's his parallel universe self.
If he actually did that, that would actually be
Rashi
very popular.
Sunak. He would be actually. You know what, Furious Dan and Rob Walker had the hive mind there, and I do agree, and I've said this before.
It's elder abuse.
Yep, this is elder abuse. This man is he's ancient. He absolutely has no idea.
His policies are also elder abuse.
Speaking of which, guess what's back on the table, boys? And I will have private personal freaking complaint about this. Remember last month when Biden said COVID was over?
Some of our friends in Congress say we don't need COVID funding.
We don't.
But they say there's really no reason that the government should be paying for it.
Agreed.
I strongly disagree.
Of course you do.
Strongly disagree. This is a global health emergency.
You said it was over last month.
You said it was over like a month ago.
Yeah.
If we really want to put COVID behind us, we have to keep up the fight together.
Why do you think Why do you think it changed in a month, Spoon? Why do you think it changed in a month? Do you think it was because the science changed? Oh, that sounds like it to me. I'm incredibly frustrated because, as I may have mentioned, well, I know as I've mentioned before, is that on the 4th. Oh man! Oh my God!
Looks
so in a
like
week,
the cove's back on the menu, boys.
In a little bit over a week, I'm going to be going back to the United States for the first time in 3 years, for a friend's wedding. It's very frustrating because when we started to plan for this stuff months ago, because the wedding's of course been planned for months, as you do with weddings, we were going to have. Well, my husband was going to come with me, obviously. Bill, was going to come with me. He can't come because he's not vaccinated and he's not a U.S. citizen. I can come to and fro, as far as I understand, but he can't. Then there's we have all of our friends from the Scandinavian countries. We have friends from Sweden, Norway, and Finland who have, and our Finnish friend in particular, put down 900 euros and has lost all of it because now he can't come because of vaccination crap. We have the people who I think are going to be able to come are some friends from Germany, and one from. Yeah, we have a couple. I just talked to my Serbian friend. He's able to come, which is awesome. But like half the people who were coming to this wedding now can't come because of the new COVID lockdowns, which I thought were over a month ago. But no, now they're all back again. Thanks a lot. Like, it's so incredibly frustrating. We've been planning this for months, and it's not like anything's changing other than there's nothing factually changing other than we're getting close to midterms. That's it.
They're going to pull shit again.
Yes, and speaking of midterms, here's what Hillary Clinton has to say.
Oh God.
Indivisibles. Regarding the
pause
midterms.
This because I'm going to joke a lot about this.
Well, she's talking about the presidential election.
So pause at the ready.
Yeah.
First of all, bitch, you are wide out of your fucking mind with those crazy eyes.
Yeah. So she's talking about the next presidential election, but keep in mind what she's saying is also true of the midterm. That if the Dems don't win anywhere, it's going to be because right-wing extremists have stolen it. Now remember that when there was any suggestions raised that there could have been impropriety done in the 2020 election, you lost all your social media accounts, you were shut down, you were completely silenced and told that you can't have a right to speak because that's a conspiracy theory that is dangerous to our democracy, right? But if you're a Democrat or a left-leaning person, you can claim that any single time that a election doesn't go your way, it's because of election meddling, right?
Yeah, it's really funny how the shenanigans always only benefit the Dems, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean they said it in 2016. They said it for 4 years in 2016, and now
spent $40 million fucking dollars on it.
Not even 2 years out, they're doing it again.
What do you think after they actually did with that money?
With what money?
The Democrats spent $40 million investigating Trump.
Oh,
and they knew it was bullshit.
They just pocketed it.
Yes,
they pocketed it is what they did.
So they will happily steal your fucking money for some bullshit that the entire media said for 4 fucking years it was Russia. Anyone with an ounce of common sense, this is the thing. Look at America's foreign policy right now.
Yeah.
Now look at 4 years when it was Russia.
Yep.
What do you think? Why do you think that was the case? That was to build up in the minds of the people that Russia is your enemy to justify fucking with Russia. This was planned for
up
6
to
years.
Nuclear war. Yes, I agree with you 100%.
Yes.
They have been poking the bear for decades. They knew Russia would eventually get tired of it, and that Russia would likely act when there wasn't someone that they had any reason to be intimidated by in power, that being Joe Biden. I mean, even Obama was significantly more intimidating. Biden. I mean, fair, but Obama had no problem drone striking kids. Okay, you know what I mean? He had some control over the military. Biden has none. Biden's military is, we're gonna have new transgender initiatives and pregnant flight suits.
This is why any idiot who's just say, "Oh look, this is America needs to protect the world from Russia," like, you are a jackass if you believe that crap. I'm sorry, but if you're one of these people that believe your country can never do any bad, you're a gullible fucking moron.
Yeah, true.
They're politicians. They don't give a crap about your ideological founding from 250 fucking years ago. They have agency now, and they will happily drone strike or do all manner of evil shit to get fucking money. You gullible dope.
Yep.
Fucking wake the fuck up.
So here's Hillary, who, remember,
Second.
the election was stolen from her.
Of course it was.
But
I like the
in
fact that
2020,
that's driven her
it is
completely insane,
impossible.
by the way.
It's impossible for an American election to be affected in any way or be cheated or stolen. In 2016, it was stolen. That was impossible in 2020, and it was always impossible for all of human history.
Except for 2020.
Previously to that, except for 2016 and
for some reason.
Yes. But now, yes, it's a possibility again. I don't understand what kind of level of
crap.
Like what kind of hamster wheel Rube Goldberg machine has to be going on in your head for you to be able to function while believing all these contradictory things at the same time.
It's
you have
quite
to just
simple because this woman, her brain was broken by Donald Trump.
No, she knows she knows she's lying. I'm talking about the people who are listening to this and buying it.
Oh, well, those people are nuts.
Yeah. DRT's King for 5 says the Democrats were always and until will be a power party. As such, they've been a force of darkness since the early 19th century. DNC delenda est. Well said. Well said. And I agree.
I'm here to highlight something that is keeping me up at night.
As you read a
you
teleprompter.
You certainly look like you've been kept up at night. Look out, how wide her eyes are. Looking.
You've been partying with Hunter Biden again.
Yeah, she's been trying some of his Parmesan cheese.
Oh,
and I know this group really understands.
Well, they said that he smoked Parmesan because he thought it was crack.
Yeah.
What I'm about to say. I know we're all focused on the 2022 midterm elections, and they are incredibly important.
You're going to get killed, by the way.
But we also have to look ahead, because you know what? Our opponents certainly are. Right-wing extremists already have a plan to literally steal the next presidential election.
Oh,
I thought
shut up, you
that
stupid
elections
bitch.
can't be stolen. You said elections can't be stolen in 2020. You said elections can't be stolen. How does this not drive? You have to. The video that I'm working on right now, the evidence is really clear. People on the left, they think that their cause is so holy that they, and I've got the data on it now, and I'm shocked by that. That they say that I'm empathetic, but when you go and look, it's just evil act after evil act. When you actually go down into the data and look at what they do and what they think and what they actually believe outside of when they're trying to tell other people how to think about them. It was truly, and again, it's not all liberals, it's not all people on the left, but there's a propensity I see within left-leaning people to think that it's kind of like okay to lie and okay to mess around like this and tell half-truths because you think your end goal is so virtuous. And
we have a word for that.
Yes, what is it? It's been
Vosh.
Yes, I know. I'm referring largely to Vosh, but unfortunately, I found a propensity of that within the data within regular people, and that was a very disturbing finding. I'm not happy with what I found, but there have been about 7 to 10 studies published just in the last year on it, which is interesting to me because it's all very recent. Why did that happen? Why all of a sudden is there an interest in looking at callousness, evil, hatred, animus, rage in left-leaning people?
Because that's all that powers them.
Because it's what we're finding. And even though scholarship... I told you this as I got into an argument. I posted a little bit on Twitter, and I got into an argument with some rando who was saying that the reason why that those data existed is because academia is right wing. I'm like, okay, what are you even saying? I know, you're just. Then
academia
she tried to read
right wing.
She tried to read one of the studies. She claimed to have read one of the studies. The study, first of all, it's a study from. It's Jonathan Haidt is a co-author on it. I've read it a couple years ago. I wanted to make a video on it a couple years ago, but Furious Dan, not decades ago, about a decade ago, but Haidt's research is getting more advanced and more complex in this. So there was a Haidt as co-author study from 3 years ago that showed, if I'm going to be really broad about it, it found that there's something called moral circles that people tend to have of what are the things that you care about. And they found that the moral circles for right-leaning people is family, friends, family, friends, nation, and then other humans, and then they kind of less they care about animals somewhat, and then don't really care so much about trees. I'm talking about moral concern. Not that they want to burn trees, but their moral concern with how bad is it to like kill a tree versus to kill a family member, right? Whereas with left-leaning people, they were concerned with like moon rocks and more than
It's
their
not
own
a
families.
euphemism for drugs, is it?
No, literally.
It sounds like it should be.
Like fungi and rocks in outer space and trees, and then animals more than their own family and friends, from a moral concern.
That's kind of disturbing.
Yeah, it's very disturbing. I'm a little bit I'm a little bit not describing it correctly because it was a concern for all life, but this is a zero sum. The way that the instrument is calculated is it's zero sum, which means that you have to pick where would you like to attribute. Where would you like to attribute your moral carrying points? And they say space rocks, and they'll put more in the space rock category than they will for family and friends and romantic partners.
That just tells me they have no friends.
No, they do, but it's like it's this idea of we have to be carrying. They'll say we have to be carrying on all things, and so all things, and that means that family and friends are included in that. It's like, but your prioritization is weird there. If your prioritization is all things, including my family and friends, but also including fungus, then that is a weird categorization. Yes, Hasid, yes, I posted the citation. It'll be in my new video. It's Height's a third author on it, I believe. It's Waits. It's W-A-T-W-A.
I just realized lemon is an anagram for melon.
Huh?
Sorry,
I'll find it real quick.
My mind is
Say
currently
something about this.
broken.
Waits, Height. It is, and then moral circle. This will be the, ideological differences in the expanse of the moral circle. I'll go ahead and post it here in the chat if anyone's interested in this study. There's a Nature article on it that's not the study itself, but it will give you the TLDR of it. Here you go. I'll post that Nature article. This study, when I read it 3 years ago, I was shocked by it. But the research I've read since then is why I'm now doing a video on it, because it's so much worse. I thought that was bad. It's so much worse than this. Or it's so much. What I found since then is so much worse than that article. Because I thought maybe that was aberrant. It's just like one weird finding, but no. Yeah, a lot of the video will be about moral foundations. It's going to be kind of the primary part of it. Anyway,
favorite word.
No. I've also find moral foundations theory to be fascinating. But so a lot of the new video will be about Jonathan Haidt's research. Anyway, that's about like I care more about space rocks than other
if
human
I did my
beings.
own channel, that'll be called that.
Yeah. Let's go back to Hillary Clinton.
And they're not making a secret of it. The right-wing controlled Supreme Court may be poised to rule on giving state legislatures, yes, you heard me that correctly. State legislatures the power to overturn presidential elections.
By the way, they can do that now.
No, they can do that. That's why she's lying, because they can look into their own voting and see like were there problems with it.
I was gonna say, because when
which is what she wants, by the way, if the Democrats lose.
But this is the thing, like I'm a foreigner, and even I know you can legally do this in the Constitution.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says you have to abide by the rules of your vote tally. You can choose your own.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, this was done, I think, in the 60s. Nixon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know why this is surprising, you lying bitch.
Oh, yeah. As brought up by Neon Suspenders. Yeah, essentially it's the 10th Amendment, more or less. I mean, it's sort of, but like, that's more of a states'
they've had the
rights
power
thing.
since the foundation of the Republic, yeah.
Yeah. So, whatever. But it's, again, if you don't vote Democrat, then
By the way, this will make her lie of they've been planning this, stealing it, utterly incorrect.
But that is their whole thing is that if the Democrats lose, we got cheated. If the Republicans lose, they deserve that. And if the Republicans in any way challenge some issue, like what seems to be a serious issue, well then you're terrorists.
You have
These people
to
are
be
just
one stupid fucking bastard.
Yes,
to buy
Furious
this,
Dan.
really.
She did pretty much just describe the Electoral College. You're correct. Because that's always been part of it. She did describe the Electoral College. Yep. Oh, goddamn, dude.
Just think, if that happens, the 2024 presidential election could be decided not by the popular vote, or even by the anachronistic Electoral
Oh, that's salty bitch. Salty bitch. Get over it.
College, but by state legislatures.
Can I just say
Yes,
something
that's
here?
how. Yes, of course.
I just love that Trump ruined this woman's brain, and her
Oh,
entire
yeah.
life goal of being the president will never be
Yeah.
realized, and she is going to
Yeah.
die a miserable failure because that dream was never, ever,
I mean,
ever
she
realized.
is so. Yes, you're right.
It's
Trump ruined her.
beautiful.
Trump
Yes.
destroyed her fucking brain, and I
Yes.
love it.
It's fantastic, and also
Mwah, chef's
literally,
kiss.
Hillary, no one likes you. Even your husband can't fucking stand you. Everyone hates your guts. Like, the only reason people put up with you is because you make money for the Democrats. If that
Yeah.
were to dry up, people would tell you to fuck off, go into the woods, and get eaten by a bear.
Oh, as Rob Walker asked, why do they keep pulling this demon out of the cellar? Is Biden that bad? Yes, and they pull her
Yes.
out because older white women like her for some reason. I don't know.
It's because she comes across like power mommy. That's
Yeah.
like her thing.
Yeah, older white women like her for some reason, and that's
It's because
about
she's
it.
a submissive bitch for money, really.
Yeah.
Many of them Republican controlled.
Oh, you know what her best
Oh,
quality
no.
is?
But there's also good news.
She has no shame.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, she has no shame. That's true. Obviously.
In the face of this very real threat to democracy.
Yeah, very real.
No,
threat.
democracy, our
Indivisible has
democracy.
launched
Ding, ding, ding. I need to get a. I really need to get a bell.
To
I
make
really need to get a
sure
bell.
we're ready to defend democracy in 2024. They've put together a list of critical races in 6 key states and how you can get involved. Will you support Crush the Coup by donating to Indivisible
Oh, give me money.
and state?
This is literally what they did
Crush
in
the
2020.
coup. Yes, it is.
6 key swing states that miraculously at 2:00 in the morning get like
all flipped blue.
several 100,000 ballots, and this is totally normal. It's never happened ever. Like
But it's very normal.
Yeah, but the last like 120 elections were decided by people who win Ohio and Florida, which Trump won handedly, by the way.
Yes, and
Coincidentally, by
all the
way,
bellwethers, all
yes.
the bellwethers, which the bellwethers have been right. What, 95 times out of 100? I'm saying like percentage wise, not
Yeah.
they've not been doing them that long, but you know what I mean.
And
They have
also,
like a 95% accuracy rate or something to that degree.
there were 19 districts that something like all presidents have won to win the presidency. Trump won 18 of them.
Yep.
And Biden somehow wins. No one fucking believes, with a straight fucking mind, that 2020 was normal. No
Yeah.
sane fucker believes this.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm slowly
Well, no
starting
one
to
who's
see...
not lying.
Yeah, but
No.
I'm slowly starting to see more people in the news are starting to... This is something that I've noticed that's very interesting. The people in 2016 ran with a total fake. The people who are skeptical in 2020 all bring up facts and data that no one on the left will fucking touch with a 10-foot pole.
No, they just say it's wrong. Yeah.
But that to me is curious. Is the right-wing skepticism is backed by a lot of data. The left wing is backed
Yes.
by nothing.
Feelings. I really like that Furious Dan. He said, "Is Crush the Coup the DLC for Stop the Steal or the
Yes,
Asylum a knockoff?"
absolutely.
Yes, it is. That's so good. 100% Furious
Can I
Dan.
steal that in a video? That's really good.
That is great. That's great, Dan.
This DLC,
DRT is
yeah.
King for 5 says the Democrats have publicly been like this since the refusal of the Bork to the Supreme Court in the 80s, but they've always been malevolent. I mean, if you believe in that, which seems to be the thing, there's this myth of the great flip where, Republicans were all racist slave owners and then the Democrats, or
Mr.
whatever,
Slaves.
or whatever, or no, the Democrats were the great slave owners and then they flipped to becoming the great liberal ones.
I blame fucking
You
Woodrow
gotta look into
Wilson.
that. Yeah, you gotta look into that more. I'm not saying that I totally buy it, but nor that I think that it's a definitive thing that you should, hang your hat on it. But if you are interested in the great flipping myth, Dinesh D'Souza did do a documentary on it that I think is worth watching. Be critical of it because Dinesh Hollywoodizes things, and
He's a bit sketchy.
yeah, but it's a good documentary no matter what to check out and be skeptical of. But that
He's
does
good
have
for info,
good
though.
information.
I'll give him that.
Yes, it's good information, but just put on your. I'm gonna take things here with a grain of salt. Cap, right?
Just not enough to kill you.
Yeah. Student of History for Two says they liked her because of 90s nostalgia and a First Lady Killery. Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, that's why my friends seemed to like her so much, was she remembered, like, oh, in the 90s when things were good. And it's like, yeah, but this woman's not going to bring that shit back.
Something that I find really funny about the 90s is people have this nostalgic memory of the 90s where it was like an economic boom period or whatever.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, who controls the purse strings in Washington?
Good question.
And who does control the purse strings in Washington? As far as the apparatus goes.
The mainstream apparatus for Washington?
Yes.
I mean, it's a large number. It's donors and PACs.
No, but I mean, as far as the government goes, it's Congress.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you meant electoral,
and who
or in terms of elections.
Who controlled Congress during Bill Clinton's presidency?
Well, the Dems.
The Republicans.
Oh, were the Republicans? Oh, right, you're right. They were in charge during Clinton's.
Fucking killed the Democrats in 1992.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
God, I was 2 years old. Excuse me for forgetting.
But 1994 was his big thing where they took the House and the
was
Senate.
old new, wasn't it?
For the first time in 40 years. And then, oh, look, there suddenly was a great economic boom during Clinton's period. It's like, yeah, because the fucking Congress was controlled by the Republicans, you twat.
There you go.
That's the reason
I hate
why.
that you have more readily available information in your head that makes you more knowledgeable about U.S. political history than I do.
Okay.
Because like basically anything that happened like before like that period for like I know a little bit about it, but the 90s is actually a period I don't know very much about.
Yeah, the reason I know this about this is because I went to go look at drummings, like electoral bombshells, and in the last 100 years. Every single one of them that's been blowouts, except for FDR after, but like, okay, FDR got elected during the fucking Great Depression, so that'd be the reason why. But every other just ass kicking is by a Republican. The first one was Warren G. Harding from Woodrow Wilson, because Woodrow Wilson left the country in a fucking shit show.
Oh yeah, as people have said in the chat, the contract with America. Yes.
Yeah, the contract with America. Yes.
Yeah.
And then it was Nixon. Absolutely killed after LBJ, and then it was Reagan after Carter, and then it was Trump versus Obama. Every time there is a Democrat, the budget goes into a fucking tailspin, and it's always a Republican that's elected to clean up the mess. This crap that the Republicans are the people who don't to be fair, neither party is fiscally responsible. But the idea that the Democrats are the fiscally responsible party, like historically, does not bear out at all. Not even a little
bit. Not even a tiny bit. No,
it's bullshit. Like the worst, most draconian use of the executive is FDR, Wilson, and LBJ. Every time.
And we're talking about not only massive expansions of the amount of government spending, but massive expansions of government power.
Yeah.
Huge expansions of state power that were never intended by the founding fathers whatsoever.
Yeah. But the reason this is so toxic, and I explained this in a video as well, the reason why is because if you promise people Gibbs and you put them on the government's teat, getting them off is politically suicidal. That's the problem with the expansion.
Well, of course it is, because you have people who have
Yeah, but then it's difficult to sell.
What are you supposed to do for those people?
Yeah, but this is the thing. If you try and take them off, it's seen as you are attacking the poor.
Cruel.
Yes.
Yes.
Like you see them right now. This is look, if Republicans take power, they're going to cut Medicare and but this is also what's bloating inflation, you fucking morons.
Oh my God! Oh, the inflation stuff. But you're not allowed to talk about that because it looks terrible for the Democrats, and this of course it's going to look terrible for the Democrats because their modus operandi is just print more money to fund more programs, so people will think that they're more well off when they're not.
You reduce purchasing power.
The paradigm, yes, because it reduces purchasing power. The paradigm ultimately creates a system in which people cannot actually escape from poverty.
Yeah, but that's
because they are stuck on
that.
But because they're stuck on the government tit, and they don't understand. These people think that I need the government money, and they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. I understand it. If they make too much money, then they don't receive their government, stipend, and then they fall way under poverty. They can't afford to live in their own house anymore, their apartment anymore. And if they stay below and don't succeed, then they can stay on the government teat.
Someone asked how to first king be elected. Pistols at dawn.
Hell yeah, I'm down for pistols at dawn.
Yo, DeSantis, how good are you? Well, I used to serve, so probably pretty good.
Yeah, okay, let's go DeSantis versus Joe Biden. I think I'll place my bets.
I want to see Trump try and do that.
I don't want to see
Trump would be great.
I don't want to see Trump versus DeSantis on a pistol
No, Trump
dawn
versus
fight.
Biden.
Oh, sure. Either one.
That'd be great. Mac 10.
Let's finish the Hillary thing.
State legislature candidates. Each of these races is highly competitive.
The fact that she's
and
reading
your
just
dollars
makes it so
could
much
very
worse.
well decide the winners and the winner of the next presidential election.
Basically,
this could not be
she's
more
underscoring the
important
plot
or
of
more
2000 Mules.
Urgent.
Yes, and she's also being pretty clear is that if Democrats don't win, something.
Yeah,
then we're gonna overthrow it. We're gonna say no, it wasn't fair.
This is them
which is what
pre-planning a
you've been
loss.
complaining about. Yes, but it's also saying that we're gonna fight back and we're gonna appeal all this stuff, and they're gonna. She's talking about the general election. I don't know if they're gonna do this in the midterms, but just trust me. If you thought the fortification was bad in 2020, you're gonna see some fortification. Now, the reason why they're gonna have the reason why they're gonna have to do some fortification is because people don't buy this bullshit anymore.
I don't
as I
think
will
they
show
ever
you
did.
here. Some people I think did, but I don't think they do so much now.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the reason why.
Yeah.
It's because petrol is fucking expensive.
Yeah, that's it.
This
The
is the
cost
thing,
of living
people-
is through the roof.
People don't give a flying fuck about your stupid threat to democracy crap when the
democracy,
country is
yeah.
on fire and the person who
Yeah.
is in power has made your life a living hell.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. This makes authoritarianism look badass. Because if you said, "Hey, look, if I put the next guy in power,
What?
I won't ever have to worry about your stupid shit because the guy actually ran it well. Let's just put him in permanently."
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's what makes authoritarians appealing. Is when I ran the show. How about you just put me in permanently and you don't have to worry about this crap ever again? I guarantee you, there's people who will think about that. I'm one of them.
I mean, well, but you and I are when we talk about.
Yeah, we're
I don't
monarchists,
think because monarchy is different because we're talking about a direct line, a direct and very clear and transparent line of authority and
train people for the job.
and specifically accountability.
But Trump is like
So
the
that-
kind of mentality you want in the king. That's true,
Yeah,
though.
I'm just saying that the difference is that when you talk about these democratic systems, they're hydratic in terms of like there's heads of hydras that you have no idea of where one ends and the other one begins. You cut one off, 5 more appear.
Yeah.
With the monarchic system, you have a direct line of accountability, direct line of
There's one guy in
responsibility,
charge.
direct line of power. So that and that goes both ways.
French
A
Revolution.
monarch doesn't want to destroy their own family
Yeah.
unless
They
they're
kind of like that.
insane, which I mean, there can be insane people. Again, this is always
Yeah.
what if there's a crazy monarch? Yeah, it can happen. Okay, but
Yeah. But
it
but
can
that's the
happen in
thing.
any government.
But the
Look,
reason
we're going to
reason
get
I
into a
hate
crazy
that-
person running.
The
for
reason I
government,
hate
right?
that argument is because they
Not-
think, oh look, you have a crazy person. Yeah, the idea that you're gonna go insane and they're gonna destroy the country
Yeah.
while they're going nuts is quite
Yeah.
a rare case. You have regions. If someone goes nuts,
Yeah.
there's the idea that there'll be a rebellion is like the end of the rope, last option. Like, you
But
have
it is-
regions
it
where you
is
have family
there.
members. Yeah, but it's
It
very
is there.
unlikely.
It's there it's there for a reason. As a libertarian, I like that. First of all, I think we should get. I think all societies should be more prepared for that possibility, no matter what societal system it is, no matter what government system it is, for the people to be able to take back their human rights if they are being infringed upon by a totalitarian system. That's why I am a hardcore Second Amendment, I would say, extremist, in that I think everybody should be given a gun, even maybe. Like I'm way on board with the Second Amendment
I think
because
Sticks made
that's
that
how you
argument,
stop
guns should be
tyranny.
mandatory.
Yeah, that's because that's how you stop tyranny. Is if everybody's armed.
Yeah.
At least it does not universally, but it's certainly a step in that direction. So, anyway, so why I said that they're probably freaking out is because, and why Hillary Clinton's freaking out is because here is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is a mixed kind of purple area, I would say.
Also,
It
no,
is-
Roba says that monarchs don't want to destroy their family or the roses. Yeah, I think she means in the sense of their
Oh.
property, not literally
Their-
family members. Some family members
Yes.
they will kill to
Some
consolidate
family
power.
members, yes. Sorry, they're direct.
Do you know
Generally,
what-
they don't want to kill their own children. It has happened in the past.
You know
but,
who's the most draconian for that is women.
Yes,
Women
actually,
will kill
weirdly.
their offspring way faster than men, which is
which is
fucked
bizarre,
up.
and I don't quite understand.
Yeah,
but yes,
because the I looked at Japan's history, not Japan, China's history. China had one female monarch, and she was apparently a very good leader for the arts and quite defying of the gender norm, but she was fucking psychotic.
What was her name?
Her own, I can't remember her name.
Killed her own children.
She killed 2 of her sons, which I thought was like,
it's
God
she,
damn, that's...
Wu Zitang, yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the first person to do that kind of shit. Like that's just wasn't Khashoggi that when Saudi Arabia they were involved with the royal family as well, and then
I'm not familiar with that.
That's the one that Biden keeps saying that was killed. That was in the royal house.
Yeah.
But he's not an American citizen. He has nothing to do with America. Like he was just in America and he got killed by the royal house of Saud apparently. But like as far as the case goes, with they have nothing to do with America. It's like, what the fucking hell are you doing with this? This is to do with the House of Saud. This is none of your business. Shut the fuck up. Like, who the hell are you? If they want to kill each other and they're part of the royal family and there's nothing to do with you, let them.
Well, unfortunately, you do get War of the Roses that involve thousands of people being sacrificed for a family dispute, and that is messed up, and I don't agree with.
Yeah, do you know who also did that? Who also did that for money?
Unfortunately, and guess what? That's what every fucking war is, though. Ultimately, whether it's familial or political,
but you know who also,
are what
cause
death.
That? Well, someone did that recently.
Who?
Yeah, someone did that shit recently.
That being
Cheney.
Oh yeah.
He killed a load of people to get rich off of oil.
Yeah, of course. But that's what I'm saying is that it happens all the time. Is whether it's a political dispute or a personal profiteering or a familial dispute. Historically, people will use things to benefit themselves for whatever reason to get thousands of people killed.
Some of the women in the Nazi concentration camps were like really fucking draconian.
Oh yeah, I have heard that as well.
People seem to understand women when women want to flex power in the way men do. They are way
women can be
worse.
extremely totalitarian.
Yeah, the idea that if a woman were in power, the world would be peaceful. Like you gotta be fucking shitting me.
Well,
like
again,
if you think that, you've never read history.
Yeah, again, Wu Zetian, as I mentioned and who Tyra brought up, she was a monster. If you read the stuff that woman did, it's incomprehensibly evil.
Yeah.
Let's I'm gonna get through these super chats. Let's watch this video. Then I'm gonna go use the restroom. And I've got an article for you to handle while I go use the restroom so we can get this all.
I'm going to say the F word while you're away.
Don't do it. Okay, so Kizzer for 5 pounds says, Aiden, if you know your mythology, he's saying it while he's muted. Aiden, if you know your mythology, cauterize the necks of the heads.
And I'm not muted. This woman is lying. I didn't just say I'm muted.
Okay. Sorry, Kizza, who said for 5 pounds. Aiden, if you know your mythology, you cauterize the necks of the heads of all the heads of the Hydra you cut off. That's true. Harry, a dick shaft. Wow, for $20. Thank you, Harry. Daryl Brooks would have made a good Democrat politician. I agree, actually. Instead, he drove a literal car over hardworking Americans instead of a figurative one that they've been hitting us with since Biden got, quote, elected. Yep, I agree with you. Way, I mean, he's got the IQ of a look. I don't think he's
a hamster.
No, he was found competent. No, he was found competent to stand trial. To be fair, he wasn't found competent to represent himself in trial, which I talked about with Ken the other day.
Oh yeah, Empress Dowager. Yeah.
But that being said, yeah, I think that he probably could be elected to some. I mean, he's brash. He hates white people. You know, he totally.
There is someone like him that is running that is absolutely fucking mad. That is as dumb. I think he's even dumber than AOC. He's called,
really? Who is it?
He's called Mandela Barnes.
The
name quite interesting.
Yeah, not heard of him. Mandela Barnes.
Barnes.
Oh, Barnes. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, acting. If you listen to some of the shit he said, you're like, Jesus fucking Christ, you're actually dumber than AOC.
I'll have to look into him.
He's left as a shit, by the way. Like he's
I'm sure
commie lefty.
I'll check him out. Let me get through this again real quick. Jernigi for 5 says, go full Russian Badger, move all healthcare spending to give every family an Abrams. I agree. Let's do that instead. But Abrams? let's also
that's gonna be very expensive.
Yeah. Well, think about how much the healthcare costs. I think the Abrams might be cheaper. Let's watch Pittsburgh area Trump voters on January 6th. So they've spent now 2 years the media,
Propagandizing
including
the shit out of people.
mostly MSNBC, telling people about how January 6th is literally worse than 9/11. I'm not making it up anymore. I now have seen published articles that from leftists that say it was worse than 9/11, that it was worse than Pearl Harbor. So that's the narrative they want to go with. And so here's MSNBC struggling to understand why their propaganda hasn't worked.
Was at the insurrection and he was photographed breaching one of the restricted areas. Is that okay?
Which area? Because I saw a video where Capitol officers were taking away barriers and unlocking
Opening
doors.
doors.
For people. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
true.
They opened the gates.
So
and
it
let them
shouldn't
in.
be disqualifying for an elected official if they
as long as he
participated in
didn't-
January
he
6th?
He didn't strike anybody. He didn't hurt anybody.
And the only one that died was a protester there, not a Capitol
An
police
unarmed
officer.
female veteran was
That's
shot
the
by
only one that
police.
died.
That's the only one who died.
Wow, these people all know the truth. Your lies didn't work.
By the
You
way,
tried so hard to lie to these people and they didn't buy it. That's why they're freaking out.
what I find so funny about this clip is that the one guy you would think is like the least soft-spoken or is the most soft-spoken and is kind of the most shy
Mhm.
is the most base one in the group.
I know.
That's
I
like,
know.
don't judge a book by its cover because that shy young
I
guy
know.
is kicking the shit out of that woman.
This is amazing, right? I love, like, this woman is flabbergasted because she can't believe that their propaganda didn't work.
That's because it's shit.
A police officer did die.
No,
He died
it was
of
a
heart attack.
stroke.
That's not
on site.
Caused by that. That's because
Right.
he shouldn't have been a police officer. It was.
I mean, they're right. They're completely
I
right.
love how
He
they
didn't
all
die
know
on
this
site.
shit just like off the top
Yep.
of their heads.
Because he died 3 hours later after he went home. I think it was either a stroke or a heart attack. It had nothing to do with
A
him
panel
being
of
there.
chuds sounds like fucking.
Yes, panel
sounds
of
like Mr.
chuds.
Medicare.
Yep.
So what do you make, though, overall of January 6th? I mean,
It's
it
a
was,
joke.
watching that footage, it was pretty disturbing.
No, it
I mean,
wasn't.
there were people throwing...
How'd you feel about the 6 months of the summer of love where they caused billions of dollars worth of, well, around billions, millions and millions of dollars worth of, I think it was
No,
like,
it was 2.4 billion.
was it 2.4 billion
Yeah.
worth in damage?
Think
And
so.
I think it was 30 something people were killed. It's been a while since I've checked up on the information
Yeah.
on that. But hundreds of millions of dollars worth of damage and dozens of people got murdered and killed as a result of
And
the summer of
businesses
love.
destroyed.
One person died
Yeah.
at Jan 6th, and it was a conservative veteran who was shot in the head by the Capitol Police.
Whose life is infinitely worth more than some jacked out fucking junkie who died of a drug overdose.
Just saying. I mean, she's here saying how disturbing it was. It was so scary. It was, and were you not scared by the summer of love where they tried to burn down a courthouse, for example? No, that was fine. Okay.
Again,
Throwing excrement at
I
the
will
wall.
say this over and over again. January 6th is funny as hell because the idea that a bunch of LARPing Trump boys, unarmed, were going to stage a bloodless coup against the most militarized nation on earth is the fucking funniest thing I've ever seen.
Sure is.
Like, anyone who thinks that they were actually going to install Trump as some kind of like Fourth Reich dictator is a fucking idiot. Who you would never
or
take
just
seriously.
proclaim him to be God Emperor.
like,
It'll work, right?
If you just imagine that scenario in your head and you think like, if you honestly think this is gonna happen, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
Like,
neon
I don't
suspenders.
want to
Holy
hear
shit.
anything you have to say about politics because you're a dummy. Like, it's just straight up stupid.
MSNBC attempts deception rolls a 2. The panel of people do not buy your bullshit. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
It was pretty disturbing. I mean, there were people throwing excrement at the walls. And
I didn't see that either, by the way. Never saw that. Someone did take a shit, apparently, on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
Which is
But
based,
that's
by
just,
the way.
That's just based.
Yeah, but also, all there was mud because they were walking through snow.
even if they had thrown shit, guess what? Compare that to, again, the 6 months of the
Congress
summer
is a
of
shit
love.
show anyway.
Right, like, what is unbelievable? Like, you know, billions in property damage, 30 plus people dead.
Ooh, that's really clean.
No mention of that whatsoever. No mention of that whatsoever.
was our, it's the Capitol.
It looked a lot like Antifa's actions to me.
Yep.
Except on a much smaller scale, it looked the same as the Black Lives Matter riots.
That's what I saw, the similarities
A lot
to
less
me.
damage.
Not just one.
A
Burns,
lot less
Kenosha.
damage.
But so it's okay
Waukesha
just because
burns,
one.
Talking about Waukesha now? Yeah.
But so it's
burns.
okay just
Waukesha
because
burns,
one side that you
No,
disagree with.
I'm
it's
saying-
No, just because one side does it, that means you can.
Oh, God, I
So,
hate
but
this
she's.
woman.
guess what? You can't sit here and castigate them. And it's like, so are you feeling really bad about the things that happened? And then they'd be like, no, well, you've been doing that for forever. Like, well, it's not just because one side does it. Oh, fuck yourself. Honestly, fuck yourself, you bitch. Seriously, piss off. Just because one side does it doesn't mean you can do it. No, what she means by that is, well, we can do it, but that doesn't mean you're able to. You're sickening. Ugh.
Antiva infiltrated.
It's good for one, it's good for the other.
Anybody
I
who
don't see it
harms
that way.
anybody who caused property destruction, that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah,
but if you're
on
there
either
making
side.
your voice heard at the people's house, no less,
Yeah.
that's, again, it's a fundamental constitutional right of an American citizen. And people should not be being held political prisoner because of it.
By the way, still being held prisoners 2 years later. 2.5. No. Was it that long? Year and a half? Yeah, a year and a half later, sorry. We're coming up on 2 years. Coming up on 2 years. No.
Misdemeanors. That's East Germany.
That's East Germany.
Tactics.
Yeah, that's what's scary.
It was an actual fiery but mostly peaceful protest. And the other ones that were the opposite.
Was the protest legitimate in your eyes?
Administration, I feel like, is using it as their Reichstag fire.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're using.
She's making fun of the hilarious meme that went around of, this is a fiery but mostly peaceful protest where there's like buildings burning in the background. But that's what she's referencing.
Do you think that President Trump could have quelled the violence that day?
No.
Not him
personally.
I don't think so,
no.
I
don't
think so.
It started while he was still speaking. I was actually there. I was there to see what I thought was going
Well, don't let them know about it, because they'll arrest you too.
to be the last time I ever saw Trump. Little did I know.
So did he tell everybody to go and start rioting?
No.
I didn't think so.
No, and it actually, I stayed for the whole speech, like a ton of people did.
Mm-hmm.
And then we all headed to the Capitol because he said, let's go to the Capitol and peacefully let our voices
keyword.
be heard. And we get to the Capitol and we're like, what the hell's going on? Because it had already happened.
Yeah, so that means the people who did that were not there to hear him say that. So those were other people.
My mom was there doing the exact same thing as that lady, and the other woman who was talking about it, she was there listening on the big field on the screen. Trump gave his speech, and then he said, let's peacefully go to the Capitol. And she had the exact same experience. So she was there with that woman and the other woman doing the exact same thing. So yeah, they were doing it before that. So that's the gist of that. I have an article you sent to me.
Oh God.
It's this one.
It's not the bulwark one, is it?
It's the bulwark one. Okay, I have to go use the restroom real quick. I have to go use the bathroom real quick and grab another drink. So you can take it. Enjoy this article, Spoon. I know that you love it. I know how much you love this. Democrats need to know what time it is.
Okay.
Tell me, are you able to read it? Hang on. Let me
No.
find it. See. Hang on.
Give me 2
on.
seconds and I can pull it up in my own window and I can pull it down.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right, I'll be right back.
Give me a second then. Oh God, I wanted to do a video on this article because this guy. Ada, are you there? No, she's not. The guy who... Let me see if I can find this thing. Hold on a second. It's not very often I want to punch people while reading an article. And the guy who wrote this article, I want to punch this motherfucker's lights out. Because he says one thing in this article that makes me think that is the gayest, most pathetic thing I've ever read in an article. And the fact that you're a male who said that is fucking embarrassing as shit. So give me a second. Because I have not had this prepared, and God, this man is fucking cringe as shit. I was just thinking about what he said is pissing me off. Thanks, Aiden. Ah, for fuck's sake. No, I won't say the F word. Even though I really fucking want to. Blame Aiden. Now, the one time the stupid thing doesn't want to work, it's just say game words. No, I won't say game words. I'll be nice, because if she gets back and the first thing she's gonna ask is, "Spoon, did you say game words?" By the way, lie and say I did because it'll be funnier. If she does ask. I won't throw you under the bus, I'll say nothing. I'll just say I may have, and let's just see if she buys it. Why doesn't this thing want to work? Oh, there we go. Now it shows up. Ass. There we go. The reason why she does not want to debate Carrie Lake is because Carrie Lake would kick the shit out of her, and everybody fucking knows this. The F word is fork. Yeah. Yeah, wait till she gets back then and reads it, for God's sakes. Guys, you guys would make terrible lies, by the way. Let's see, the stakes in Arizona's governor race could not be higher. Yes, I agreed, but Carrie Lake is going to win, by the way. I think she's ahead by at 2 points now. Actually, how? Let's see real clipaholics. Let's see. How much is she ahead by? Latest polls. Let's see top governor race. Let's see Arizona. She's ahead by 3.2 in the polling. Oh my gosh, she's gonna fucking kill. 3.2 last time she was up by 1.2. She's up by 2 more points. God damn, she's gonna. Oh, she's been up by 4. This is gonna be fun. She's gonna kick the shite out of this woman. Let's see, the stakes in Arizona governor race could not be higher. The Republican nominee Carrie Lake is the most zealous election denier this side of the South Florida. Sigmaringen, I'm assuming that's German. She has indicated she would do everything in her power to tip the scales for Donald Trump. Yeah, because Hillary Clinton will not do that for the Democrats at all in the swing state of 2024, which is going to go red, by the way. She's a talented political performer. Yeah, because she was on TV before. Perhaps the most talented in the entire party. Her rise has been foreseeable for at least a year. Woo. So would you expect the Democrats would have had a plan for that? No, because Democrats' entire plan is deny, 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 and never admit the truth, which is they suck and everything they stand for is a complete shit show. That they would be.
Do you have your own? You have your own screen up, or should I?
No, I have mine one up.
Okay, cool.
It's very crystal clear. So you would have expected Democrats to have had a plan for that. Hell no. They would be deploying their best and brightest to figure out how to deal with the clear and present danger. If they had the best and the brightest, that would be the thing in charge of the presidency right now and not Biden. So they don't have a best and brightest.
Malarkey.
Who is the smartest Democrat? Ask the chat right now. Who is the smartest Democrat you can think of, honestly?
Democrat?
That can be president. Don't say Obama. Seriously.
I would have said, what's her name? Mommy Alaska, but she switched.
Liz Cheney?
No. What's her name? The one that Tim Pool loves. Her name's escaping me.
Oh,
right
Tulsi
now.
Gabbard.
Gabbard.
Yeah, but she's no longer a Democrat.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. I find her very, very sketchy.
Don't trust her. Don't trust.
Yeah, I agree with
now,
Sticks.
look. If she can prove herself, then it's cool. Then we're copacetic. But until she can prove that it's not a grift, I don't trust her. So
Yeah, I don't trust her for shit. She is very attractive, though.
She is that.
That is her saving grace. That she is like, damn. At least as far as politics goes. But
Is she Alaska? Is she Alaska or Hawaii? She's one of the.
She's
is
Hawaiian.
She Hawaii? Right. She's Hawaii.
Yeah, that's when you said Alaska. I just went.
Yeah, who's Alaska?
Sarah Palin.
Palin. No, yeah.
Why
Palin
do I
wasn't
know
too
this?
bad looking back in her day. Palin wasn't too bad looking back in her day.
Yeah.
No, I mean I don't know who's currently.
Newsom is not going to be the president ever. Newsom is a fucking retard.
Not in a quadrillion years.
Yeah, he's way too
He's
stupid.
an embarrassment. Yeah,
his state,
his own state can't stand him anymore.
Yeah, his state is a fucking joke. I actually spoke with Stanton L is a friend of mine. He's in California, and he said that someone said to him, "I'm not into politics, but I have a lot more money in my pocket when the last guy was in charge." So when even people not paying attention to
everybody
politics,
not into politics can figure that out. That's the thing that the Democrats are dreading, is that even people who don't pay attention to politics are looking at their pockets and turning them inside out and going, "Where'd all my money go?" And they can maybe make the correlation. maybe make the correlation there that something changed in the last 2 years.
Newsom sucks because the only way Newsom could get the nomination is the fact that everyone else is probably worse. That fucking tells you something. Like if you were to put Newsom
is detestable.
Despicable, yeah.
Like, yeah, the only way that Newsom would get in it's because there is no other. And
Yeah,
who
there
else
is
would
no
it be? What other?
Kamala Harris.
I mean, Kamala Harris? Are you? She came last place.
She is literally, if you look at polls, she is the second most popular candidate to get the damn nomination. I don't know how she failed the first fucking time.
She's a brown woman. That's it, and that's all that Democrats ultimately care about.
Yeah,
That
so was
Democrat
Tulsi Gabbard,
voters,
though.
she
Tulsi's a good
betrayed
kind of
certain
brown.
things. Yeah, she didn't stick by just running the Democrat line narrative, because now Biden's saying some stuff about how trans rights for kids, we got to make sure that
Which is
12-year-olds
fucked
can
up.
get. Yeah, good job at supporting that, Biden, because that's the thing that's one of the most contentious issues in the United States and all over the world.
It's
Like,
also
that's just,
really pissing off moms.
yes, which white
The
women
one
are
thing
actually the base.
one thing
are
is,
your base.
yes, and now you're making white women go towards the Republicans. Well done.
Hey, I won't complain. They're just showing their hand. They're showing what their ultimate goals really are. It's the
My
Whig,
mind is within the
I
American
told you
political
earlier.
machine. Yeah,
It's the Whig interpretation
The
of
Whig
history,
history,
that
yeah.
we must be progressing forward, always, 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 and always the future will be better. That's
Our only
nonsense.
progress is absolute fucking degeneracy. That's the last step, and let's not
as
go
I
with
mentioned,
that.
and as I mentioned to you earlier, if you were a Roman citizen during the Pax Romana, you might have also believed in what didn't exist then, but that same sort of myth of the Whig interpretation of history that, well, we're progressing forward until, of course, the Dark Ages hit you. You know what I mean? And the Roman Empire crumbles. So the idea that
We've
things
been in the
will always
Pax.
progress.
We've been in the Pax Americana for the last century, and it's been a shit show.
Well, I think it's coming to a close as well.
yeah,
but
that's
people have
true.
been saying that for decades, so who knows?
Maybe a hunter will be made a woman to get clean.
I
Oh
wouldn't
god,
even
that
doubt
wouldn't
it.
surprise me. Yeah.
No, he likes his dick way too much.
Oh god, yeah, that's true.
He's taken enough pictures of it.
He's obsessed with his own cock,
I know, it's so weird.
which is just very bizarre. He's very proud of it as well. I mean, if you look yourself up to see you fuck, like that's a level of
It's
ego
so
that
many-
I
yeah.
cannot understand.
It's so much ego, and it's he's very into that.
That's the one thing I've noticed about politicians. Their ego is so overwhelming. Like, even I am looking going like, Jesus fucking Christ, calm the fuck down. Who the hell do you think you are, the Messiah? Like, most of you are unimpressive shitheads. Like, if I'm the one checking out your ego because it's too badly, that's really fucking saying something.
Well, ego can look good sometimes if you have confidence, but not egotism. And a little bit of
Yeah,
egotism is involved in confidence. Like Trump is
Egotistical
both
as
egotistical
shit.
and he's very egotistical, but he's confident and he has reason to be confident.
Yeah, Trump can
Because
actually
he-
back up his shit. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Like when Trump
Most
says,
people
like,
are career
I am.
politicians.
But the thing is, when Trump embellishes now, it looks quite serious. That's the thing. Like, if you look at his metric versus what it is now, like, I had the best economy. I had the
best-
greatest
but
40 years.
he
Like,
did.
yeah, now it's actually true.
But he
yeah.
did.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, God, like that's the thing. People are looking in their pockets and going, I have less money now than I did 2 years ago.
Give me back
So,
Orange Man. Give me back mean tweets.
yeah,
And
it's never
also,
gonna
Biden
happen.
is so
Well,
fucking
we'll
boring.
see.
When you look at Trump,
Elon's-
it's like, man, I could really go for some mean tweets right now. I could really go for
Elon's
like, you know,
going
$2
through-
petrol instead of $5.20 that I'm paying now.
And Elon looks like he's going through with the buying of Twitter, so we'll see if the Orange
He
Man's
says he
back.
wants to have it by Friday.
We'll see.
Dear Elon, do the South African thing and make shit happen. Because you know that's just
You
some
wanna
things that
continue?
white people do.
Do you want to continue to read this awful article?
I'm only going to read till that bit that pisses me off.
Okay, read to the bit that pisses you off, and then we'll move ahead.
Because
I want to get to
my-
the debates.
Oh, God, yeah. It's the Democratic nominee for governor in Arizona, Katie Hobbs, has been the dog's breakfast served in a dumpster fire. That's the only thing he says in this entire article that is remotely true. She's
Yeah.
turning over staff after getting sued by a past employee for discrimination.
Yep.
She's ducking debates and hiding from the press, so she's pulling a Biden, basically. She's proven incapable of rhetorically taking the fight to her opponent, despite the extensive hit list to choose from. There aren't any... By the way, let me just point this out. The only reason why you avoid hitting your opponent with so-called an extensive list is because, A, they're bullshit and they won't stick.
Yeah.
Or two, your opponent's rhetorical comeback is going to hit harder than you.
Yeah.
And that is evidently the case with this.
Yeah.
The Croatian Prime Minister? Prime Minister?
I don't know anything about. But
Who's
kids
the
are for
Croatian Prime
£5.
Minister?
Yeah, aid and spin if you want a tasty. Look up Croatian Prime Minister. Let's see. Let's look her up and rank
I
her
wanna look
out
up,
of
yeah.
10. Let's look her up. All right, let's see. Croatian Prime Minister. Oh, I think I have seen her, but let me see. Like this man? I see a guy, Andrej Plenković.
If I type in Croatian Prime Minister, I don't even get an American.
Oh, Kolinda Grabar.
I get
Kitarović.
a guy. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think he
Are you
means.
trying to say something?
I think he means Kolinda Grabar Kitarović. I'll send her.
Give me the name.
I sent you the Wikipedia page. Yeah, she's pretty cute.
She looks like a guy.
What? I don't think she looks like a guy.
Yes, she does.
Nah.
That looks like a. That's not an attractive woman.
I think she's alright. Like, I think she's pretty cute.
No. Italy's prime minister is more attractive than her.
Okay, hang on. Maybe that's not the best picture. Try this one.
You know the chat's gonna like show it on pet. It's like
Yeah.
fucking hell.
Put it on. Just bring it up. Try that picture.
No.
No, not your. All right.
Not at all.
All right. Not his speed. Cause
No. Not even remotely. This woman really? This woman tickles your fancy? Looks boring in bed.
There's a picture of her in a bikini. Oh.
They just. Tulsi looks better in a bikini than this one, I guarantee you.
All right. Oh, there is a picture of her in a bikini. Oh, she's stacked though, dude. I don't know. Reevaluate.
Nah.
Yeah, put that picture up there
No,
for a
it's very-
second.
Really?
Put that picture up for a second, yeah, so people can see what Kiz is talking about.
Okay, can I be honest?
This article is from BBC Pigeon, by the way.
BBC Pigeon?
You're not aware of that?
No.
You don't see the article is called Croatia President, Why People Day Confuse
that
Kolinda
one, okay,
Grabar
yeah.
Kitarović with Fashion Model? Oh, is that not her? Oh, it's a fashion. That's not her then. Okay. Fuck you, BBC Pigeon. You fucked me up.
Okay.
She's still. I do see some pictures of her in a bikini, and she does.
Okay,
seem to be
now here's the thing. I'm going to
Mhm.
ruin all of this for you.
Okay.
I'll ruin this for all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that woman's face?
That's not her, by the way, guys. That's a fucking model from the
Yeah,
BBC
okay.
Pigeon article.
Okay. Look at the woman's face on the left.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, picture Michelle Obama.
Oh, she does have a bit of Michelle Obama face. I see.
That is a bleached version of Michelle Obama. That looks exactly the same person.
Yeah, I got trolled by BBC Pigeon. Did you get to the part in the article you wanted to get to?
No, because we were distracted by
Okay.
some average-looking bitch.
All right, let's go back to that. And
Tulsi's better
ignore-
looking than this woman.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think. Is there any kind of is there any politician that I think is attractive? Lauren Boebert is attractive.
Yeah.
And Lauren Boebert actually has a like attractive figure. She's also tiny. She's like 5'4", isn't she?
Probably.
Yeah, she's tiny. Also, I like shorter girls. Like girls are
I
like
know.
5'4" and 5'3". Like, oh, you're adorable.
I know. Where are you in the article?
Let's see. Here we go. She's proven capable. Yeah, the liberal columnist for the local paper and co-chair of Biden's campaign in Arizona has ripped her campaign. I wonder why. And the more prominent popular Democrats who might aid her are MIA, because they're shit. By the way.
Yep.
And so is she.
Yep.
Tulsi has a fair bit of foundation. Yeah, but so is everybody woman these days. What else is new? Now, I want to be clear, this article is not a pre-mortem for Hobbes. Yes, it is, by the way. Who
Yeah, it
could
should
still
be.
win? No, she won't.
No.
I looked
Most
at
definitely not.
I looked at
Most
the
definitely
polls
not.
right now. Kerry is ahead by over 3 points. A Republican, over 3 points in the midterm? No. A Hollywood fetish? What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't like hairy women. When I called a team to talk about the story, they pushed back aggressively, stating that Hobbes is leading in fundraising ads on the air and in the polls. No, she's not, by the way. That's actually fucking untrue. Pointing to private data showing their candidate in the lead. That says a lot, by the way. If you have to look at private data, then that tells me you ain't looking at shit. Vegas ahead by 1 point. She's now ahead by over 3. A strategist for Democratic Super PAC in the state went further, arguing that Lake's refusal to say she will accept the election result might do her in. No fucking won't. I want to believe that a candidate's refusal to say she will accept election results would be disqualifying for voters, but I'm not sure the evidence is there to support that belief. Wow, for one thing, you fuckers look at evidence. Here's hoping that is so, no, and that Hobbes will eke out in the bluing Arizona in spite of her campaign. It's not turning blue, by the way.
No,
but here's the
definitely
deal.
not.
Bad candidates win and good candidates lose all the time. I agree, 2020.
That is true. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, 2020 is a
That
good
is true.
example. Is a goblin chase like, oh, for God's sakes, is the entire chat full of men who fucking want Arizonian women? Okay, well, here's the thing. If you guys all want a woman that is over 6 foot, break your fucking legs. I'll take...
What the fuck? Spoon is being very weird. He does not support big, tall mommies. I think we need to fight back against. Look, you like the short stacks. Some men like tall ladies.
Yes,
I'm perfectly happy
fucking
being
weird
right
for that. I like my girls like height of like who can like if they were to hug me, their face would be in my chest.
I mean, I like
That's
that
like 5'5" region for me.
As a 5'7" woman, my husband's like 6 foot, so Bill's 6 foot, so I'm happy with that. But let's move on. Let's get. I'm gonna spin through it. Campaigns aren't a contest like chess or tennis, where the more talented competitor always wins, as long as their opponent isn't using an illegal anal vibrator.
I don't know what the fuck that means, and I don't want to click on that.
It's
link.
about it's about the chess. The recent chess game where they say that the guy had like a vibrator in his butt that let him know stuff about what his opponent was doing. In politics, there are tons of externalities, demographic factors, and global trends that are out of the hands of the campaigns themselves. All the candidates and their campaigns can do is maximize their position within a chaotic and unpredictable environment. This race is no different. So rather than write an obit or a hashtag takedown, I want to use the Arizona governor's race as a lesson, a beseechment, and a warning to national Democrats bearing the next 2 weeks of this campaign and coming presidential election cycle in mind.
Basically, this means that you were going to get killed. That's all this means.
Yes, this is prepare your anus. Hobbes' potential vulnerabilities against Kari Lake weren't a big secret. As Secretary of State, Hobbes proved to be an able manager amid the insane Chinese bamboo ballot cyber ninja pillow meth head crisis of 2020.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't know either. This role earned her some national buzz and notoriety from frequent hits on cable news discussing the madness, including one from a handsome, if greasy-haired bulwark writer.
Okay, stop
but
there.
Despite
that's the bit that just pissed me off. Like, what kind of a pathetic loser says that in the fucking article?
Is he talking about himself?
Yes.
Okay, of course. That he's
the most pathetic,
backwards.
Gayest thing I've ever fucking. You're trying to write a
backhanded
news piece
compliment,
and you just include yourself.
It's
I
really
want to say
weird.
the F word so fucking badly because I cannot think of a better word to describe that shithead.
True.
Why would you say this? Like if a woman said that, I would berate her for being attention-seeking whore.
Because he's got a huge he's got both a chip on his shoulder and a huge ego.
And he's
problem,
not
as many
good-looking
people
either.
do.
He's average.
Well,
at best.
that's why he has a handsome, if greasy haired. But that's
I am better looking
these
than him
people
by a
have-
fucking mile.
Despite her growing profile, well, that's not hard to do, by the way, Spoon. Hobbes never wowed with her that someone
What, for
feels
me
like
or
I
him?
am you. Most men aren't as attractive as you, and you know that, and that's why you do have a big ego. So,
Yeah, I just wanted to troll just because it's funny that way.
God damn it. She got waylaid by
Thanks, by the
scandal
way.
in the Secretary of State's office. Oh, you know it. Come on. Early on in the primary, multiple friends in Arizona politics started whispering to me that Hobbs wasn't up for the intense challenges that a late campaign would pose.
No
But
shit.
because of the Democrats' weak bench and a general hesitancy to challenge the hashtag resistance darling, Hobbs waltzed it to the nomination. The result has been the type of uneven campaign that everyone paying attention expected.
Beautiful.
One Arizona ally of Hobbs described her campaign as insipid and said that having to perform in front of the bright lights like this is uncomfortable for her and not her wheelhouse. We watched it, I think, last week where she just went,
Yeah, she's basically broken speak and spell.
She has no capacity to speak. She has
She's
no
like
charisma
50 as
whatsoever.
well.
I know. I have one clip of her too. Nobody that I spoke with seemed to offer these critiques from a place of malice. Hobbs, a former social worker, has not engendered personal ill will. All these folks who were down on her campaign, want her to succeed, and are horrified by what will happen if she loses. That's the thing always that if we lose, it's the end of our democracy.
Good.
By that means our oligarch.
democracy.
No, it means their oligarchical power.
Yeah, I know.
That's what it means.
That's what I'm saying. I'm glad if that would
Mhm.
end because you suck.
Precisely.
Like,
But
literally
they
everything your party does is shit. There's nothing redeeming about the Democratic Party at all.
Yeah.
It needs to die because it's useless.
Well, unless they can do major reform, but that's unlikely.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Like, when the other party is better than you in every single way, you're not providing a balance. You're just an annoying prick.
Yeah.
Like, I can understand the balance of power in the sense that you want one party to not have all the power. But the thing is, this only works if you provide a balance that isn't completely insane.
Yeah.
It's like this is in the UK. Like, you have one party that's shit and then one party that's worse. You're not a balance. You're just basically tipped over the edge.
Yeah.
So these people do not provide a balance because if they get power, they go apeshit with it and do fuck up shit. So you're not a balance. You're just an asshole.
Pretty much. There's a temptation to dismiss these observations as navel-gazing from a political class that treats politics like a figure skating competition rather than a serious contest about who will best serve the state's
That's what they're
constituents.
currently doing.
Yeah, I know. And I'm sympathetic to that critique.
No, you're not.
Deafness in television interviews should not be the most important matter in determining who governs a state.
Yeah.
Oh,
Spoken like
look,
a Biden voter.
we're about to have a consistent and persistent theme here. You don't need to elect people who can speak, just elect people who say in text, allegedly, that they believe in things that you believe in and can read a teleprompter. But given the stakes, it's important to assess campaigns as they exist rather than as we wish they might exist. And it's hard to avoid the reality that Hobbs' weakness as a candidate is having a tangible impact on the campaign. The local media environment has been brutal around Hobbs' refusal to debate.
Good.
You can't tell me that letting local anchors rant about the never-ending saga of these candidate-ducking debates is a net plus.
Agreed.
Plus, no, because it's not, because she won't debate. And if you can switch back over to my screen for a minute.
All right.
Because I'll finish reading this out before we get to the thingy.
Stand for democracy. Get fucked.
Yeah.
Fuck for democracy.
Because I have
a teacher that says it, by the way, just F democracy. Probably would say actually.
Oh, but people think you're a communist then.
Allowed.
Let me know when you've switched to my screen.
Communism is closer to democracy than it is the monarchy, by the way.
Yes, within the stages of within the systems of government, yes.
Oh God, this is cringe.
Okay, so here just is another example since we watched it last week. But Katie Hobbs is just asked if you want to force children to be vaccinated for COVID in order to attend school. Here's her response. And this is why people think she can't talk. We watched another clip of her last week going, Here's her response to this question. Check this, guys.
Would you allow the COVID vaccine to go on the vaccine schedule for children to attend school?
Is that...
Sorry, so the CDC is sort of moving toward adding the COVID vaccine to the recommendation for school vaccines. It's up to the states to actually decide what's on that list in their state. So, would your Department of Health Services put the COVID vaccine on the list of required vaccines for children in school?
That is not something I have contemplated. So
I haven't even thought about it.
Yeah.
Would you allow...
So just, I don't know. Didn't think about it. This is why this is why she's losing, okay?
Yeah, because
she's an idiot. Yes, she's an absolute moron. She has no idea. I didn't think about that one.
By the way, have you noticed all the Democratic candidates can't fucking talk? They're all utterly incompetent people. Like, every Democrat is, like, not human. Like, have you been in front of a camera? Like, have you ever spoken to regular people?
They've probably been in front of cameras, but I don't think they've spoken to regular people. I do think that might be part of the problem.
All of them are just shit.
Yeah. Right, I think you're probably correct there, Troll with a Purpose. She hasn't been briefed by the CDC yet as to how she's supposed to respond. That's probably correct. There's some evidence for this in this week's episode of the focus group for Bulwark members only and worth every penny. No, it's not. We talked to Arizona voters who had supported Trump in 2016 and another candidate in 2020. The reviews of Hobbs were atrocious. Quote, I don't think she will be the strongest governor, said one voter. Multiple voters. That's atrocious? That's a mild criticism. Multiple voters criticized her for not being willing to debate Lake. Yeah, that is a big criticism. She's saying she's not able to debate. And look, internet debates are one thing, but this is a required part of being a politician. And while most of these swing voters were still leaning towards Hobbs, two had swung back to the Republican side to support Lake. One of them specifically cited the debates. Here's what he said. The main reason is, some of you guys have good justifications of picking Hobbs, but I keep going back to Hobbs not debating Carrie Lake. I think that's a big part of politics, and if she's seasoned or professional politician, she should know that debating is the issue. But I think the reason that she wasn't doing it is because she's being on the safe side, which means, obviously, he knows that she can't debate. Woof.
Yeah, because she's an idiot.
Here's the thing. Yeah. If the fate of democracy rested on an arm wrestling competition and the semi-fascists were putting up the rock, I wouldn't suggest that Democrats run an incredibly gifted speaker who knows a lot about public policy.
But she doesn't.
I'd tell them to go get Brock Lesnar. No, that's what absolute nonsense. These people are not saying have her wrestle someone. It's have them debate. She can't debate because she can't speak. Because she doesn't have any idea what she believes in. She's just repeating some lines in text.
Are you also trying to say that The Rock is a semi-fascist?
Yes, I guess so. But, I mean, it's always this thing, is that everyone's a fascist who doesn't agree with me. And the only reason we're losing is because there's fascists. The fascists are wrestling us too hard.
That's the reason why you're losing. You're literally just calling your opponents fascists, and it's old and boring, and no one cares.
And saying, and the implication here is that if they're losing, it's because they're being physically assaulted, whereas they're just trying to speak while admitting that they can't speak.
Verbally assaulted, but that's mostly done by themselves.
Again, while admitting they can't speak.
Yeah, they're
maximizing the.
This is why I find so funny is these people can't talk.
Oh god, this article's so long.
And then they go, "Oh, why is someone else kicking my ass?" It's because you suck and you can't talk. It's not rocket science.
Yes. It is not rocket surgery. Where's the part in this that you said was insane?
Is it? It was him complimenting his own appearance.
Oh, okay, that was it. All right, let's just finish this off, and then we'll move on to debates.
Oh, the rest of it's just. Was there anything else particularly stupid? I mean, as soon as they mentioned the fascist thing, I just turn off. If I read any article and I see the word fascist, like I instantly just glaze.
Yeah, same. Same. Oh, I have one last thing about that. One last thing about that before we get into debates about the fascist thing, just because it is related. And it's related to this. If you care about inflation, you're literally Hitler.
It's all the time.
Let's listen to her. Yes. Listen to this. Speaking of fascism.
Democracy on the ballot. It's not just a slogan. You know, I mean, we're talking about.
Yes, it is. It is just a slogan.
About women literally losing agency over themselves.
No. Your ability to kill a baby is not agency over yourself. It's over someone else's body, but I digress.
Trump has said, you know where he's going to challenge the election? Already in advance, he says he's going to do it. Philly. That's a dog whistle, right? I mean, it's not even being hidden. At this point, it's just fascism in the open. And what scares me is that I'm not sure everybody...
So here's the fascism in the open. Trump has given a series of in-person meetings and conference calls to discuss laying the groundwork to challenge the 2022 midterm election results, which we've just seen people saying that they're also going to challenge the 2022 Hillary Clinton going to challenge election results.
Said she's going to do the same thing.
So what's the problem? Is it fascism when Hillary does it? Apparently not.
No.
Clearly not, I guess. Yeah.
Minds. You know, I think there are some people who will just sit back and let it happen, thinking it won't be that bad. And that to me is almost more dangerous than the radicals.
Bitch, who the fuck is doing your hair? Your hair, like...
I just want to be clear, though, about what's happening here.
I have no idea what the hell is happening, by the way. This woman is just like a retard.
These are mainstream Democrats, and this is the case almost every single day, where they say people on the right are evil, they are Nazis, they're going to kill you. The only thing you can do is kill them first, essentially. They won't say it in so many words. They'll call that... I mean, that is a dog whistle, but they are dog whistling. Yeah, and correct, Riley Robo. Dog whistles are heard by dogs. Then why are all these people hearing the dog whistles? They're the only ones hearing them. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, because they're all
Apparently
whistling it.
Because there is no dog whistle except for to them.
Yeah.
Kizifer5 says, I gladly employ Brock Lesnar to smash the comments and take them to Suplex City off the Grand Canyon. Any objections? Nah, I'm cool with that one.
Cool with that.
Very cool. Suplex them off the Grand Canyon. Very cool. In Minecraft, of course, but yes.
I mean, I'm not calling, I'm not going to say that, the GOP are Nazis at this point or whatever, but it certainly sounds very familiar.
So you are.
How does this sound very familiar?
They're specifically supposed to be talking about inflation in this, but listen to the whole thing. Sorry, I'll stop pausing. Let's just listen to the whole thing.
Here's the thing. I understand the inflation argument. It's just that in the inflation argument, it was the stupid Democrats. Oh no, it was a Republican actually. It was Hoover who was really interventionist, bizarrely in the economy, which caused all the fuck ups, which allowed FDR to take power, and then he did the exact same shit as fucking Hoover did, which should tell you that Democrats don't have any fucking principles whatsoever. And that is what caused the hyperinflation in Weimar Germany, because all of the German economy was propped up by American money, and when that hit the fucking fan, that's when shit went into a tailspin. So, yeah. It's like your own self-inflicted fuck-up is going to result in this shit. And also, Hitler did not have an economic policy that he could run on, whereas Trump actually did. So the idea that this is somehow like Hitler is really, really stupid.
It's because they have nothing else to go on. They just say Hitler Nazi, Hitler Nazi. By the way, Minnesota Fats for boring. 5. I know it is. It's so tiresome. Minnesota Fats for 5 says, remember the 5th of May 2020 boss. 150 hospitalized, White House chapel burned, Trump forced into the bunker, and they laughed about it. Let's not forget that. Not forget that. That was not considered the Capitol being razed, even though they actually burned shit to the ground. That was fine. These people, if they had... Their only consistency is that they have no consistency. They flip-flop on everything. They are... You have to, again, understand from their perspective is that they think they're fighting some great evil. And because they think they're fighting some great evil, they will do evil in pursuit of it.
I wouldn't
and
mind
think that
if
there's
Trump
something wrong with doing evil.
I have no problem if Trump got into power and went fucking dog-zo on these people. I really don't give a fucking crap if he just went like, I'm just going to bring all the power of the state into your life and make your life a living hell. I'm going to become the embodiment of what you think I actually am. People
No, I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I do though, because it'll be funny.
No, it's not funny. I don't want people to be persecuted. Spoon. I don't want people to suffer. These people want others to suffer while patting themselves on the back.
You don't want Trump to hold
listen
the
to
FBI to account?
I
Really?
should be held to account and go to prison. They shouldn't be persecuted. No, because that's what they want to do to us, and that is the difference that again we need to make sure that we maintain.
Yeah,
These people, they want to hurt us.
person.
They don't just want to hurt us. They enjoy watching us suffer. That's what a lot of this COVID stuff has been about. It's about watching people suffer and taking a joy in the suffering of others. And the reason why we are different is because we are different. We are more moral than they are. And the funny thing is that they think that they hold moral high ground every single time. I've seen it in the research. They think they are the arbiters of morality. I do not think that you can beat immoral people by being as immoral as they are.
No,
at least
Pinochet.
No, we fundamentally disagree with this there. No, and I'm watching more people. I am watching more and more people around me say, no, it's okay for the left to be immoral because sometimes political persecution is justified. And I'm seeing shit like that. No, it's not. Political persecution is never justified.
Except
So
when these
no,
people
and
are
I'm
openly saying
sorry,
they
you're
want to
not.
kill
You're
you.
no, I'm a libertarian. You're not gonna get me to fall into this shit. I'm also a bitch. Okay, like I mean, literally and metaphorically. I don't want to. I can't ascribe to violation of people's human.
That's
Just because they do it to us.
That's the difference. Is you think these people are humans? I don't. I
They
consider
are
them
humans.
psychopathic. They openly say they want to kill you. I don't
I
want
know,
to share
I know.
space with these people.
I know that they say they want. I know that it's not about optics, Dread. It has nothing to do with optics. I know these people want to kill me, but I would have to.
Why the hell would I be around someone who says they want to kill me?
I don't want to be around them.
You're saying like this to me is
No,
just
but
like on
this
a
is-
fundamental survival level. If someone is like sharpening a knife and is like, I want to kill you with the first second chance I get, my instinct is going to tell me I need to get rid of that person because
Yeah,
they're
you
openly saying
defend.
they
You
want to kill
defend
me.
yourself. You defend yourself when your rights and when you are being attacked by others. But you don't make the first blow. You turn the other cheek.
No,
I do
fuck
think
that. I
that's.
go with the Russian defense.
I'm a Christ cuck. Sorry, I don't think you hurt people.
Yeah, no, I disagree. If someone is openly saying they're going to kill me, that to me is fair game. If I get to kick
If
the shit
someone
out
is
of you.
saying openly they're gonna kill you, it's different. But because that's a threat.
These
But-
people openly locked you in your house, told you
Yeah.
that you have to get this
True.
fucking thing to get a job. They lied and took your tax
True.
money and wrecked the entire fucking economy. And you're perturbed that I slightly want to do some harm to these people? Like, fucking really? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
If I had my way, I'd throw these people out the fucking window with a rope. And they totally deserve it. And no one in the chat is going to disagree with me on that shit. These people should be held to trial for like crimes against humanity. Fuck off.
I don't disagree with you on that. I'd like to be them to held to trial, but there's no fair courts. So and that's not with this kind of level of stuff. There's no fair courts. And look. Okay, I'll just say. Okay, I'll end this before we get back into this. I'll end this with this. I fundamentally do not like the fact that inevitably it's going to have to come to violence. Unfortunately, because I don't see any other way out of it. I wish with every fiber of my being that was not the case, but. The people on the left have forced it into this position because they want to kill us. They're open about wanting to kill us. So what can you do when you're living, again, as someone who stands by the non-aggression principle as being the primary way that you determine how you should behave in terms of aggression, and the other side is saying, we are going to kill you, we are going to actively cause harm to you and your family, we're going to take your children away, then they have violated the NAP, and all you can do is react in kind. I don't want to see things devolve into that way. But when you have one side of people one side of the political aisle who says openly that they want to cause permanent, if not deadly, harm to you and your family, I don't know how else you react.
Problem. It's
I know.
It's
I just
there's
you gotta
that.
walk. It's just I don't like violence. I would like to find a peaceful solution. Peaceful divorce would be preferable, but I don't know if that's possible. Kids for £5 says, aid in your position is why we're in this mess. Yes, I know. You don't reason with evil, you take it straight away, rip and tear until it's done. Yeah, well.
He's not wrong. That's the thing. I
No,
know.
I know.
You're the pacifist of can we find a non-violent solution? If you were dealing with humans, yes. But you're not dealing with humans. These people are psychotic. These people want to feed fucking hormones to like prepubescent children. That's demonic. That's not someone I want to share a society with. That's someone I like to.
I'm a woman, okay? I'm a woman, all right. I'm trying to find a non-violent solution. I don't know if but this shit in particular is so sickening.
Gay.
Yeah, true. This shit is so sickening. And they remember that they do this stuff right here. Joy Reid is doing this to get her audience to want to kill Republicans. That's just and conservatives. That's true. She wants her audience to think that and Matthew Dowd, the bald guy talking here, to think that people who vote against them are literal evil. Are literally evil and need to be killed. That's why they say stuff like this. Don't get that part twisted.
Bitch,
they
the only
are
person
saying this stuff to cause. I'm trying to avoid violence. Joy Reid says stuff like this to cause violence, and that's the problem.
To what happened in Germany, which is a bunch of citizens. Adolf Hitler gets a third of the vote. Nobody thought it could happen there. They kind of went along.
A third. He got 51%. You historical idiot.
Because they said he was going to solve the economy and fix inflation.
Yeah, that's right.
You can hear those sort of.
Do you have what? When do you want to talk about inflation in Weimar Germany, which was instituted after the Treaty of Versailles, where people had to literally bring in wheelbarrows full of Deutschmarks to be able to buy bread? Yeah, inflation was terrible.
They were constantly spending money.
But because they had to spend basically all of their profits as a country to pay back for World War One.
Yep. And also they
it
spend
drove people
lavishly on
insane.
a welfare state with people because they were trying to take care of the soldiers who were wrecked in war.
Wait, what am I wrong about Patricius? Patricius is German. What he did not win 51% of the.
They were the most popular party in the Reich at one point.
Patricius he did win 51% of the vote though, in the vote that was conducted.
Yeah, no, that is true. The Nazis did hold a lot of power in the Reich. Like, that is true. I know, Patricia, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not.
That is historically
maybe
accurate.
yeah. I know that one for sure.
No,
yeah.
no, Patricia's wrong. That is Hitler's position. He took power after the Reichstag burned. Yes.
Right. Yes. Oh, it was. I thought it was 51%. It was 51%. I think when you counted for other factors. Huh?
No, Aiden, you mean the Nazi Party, not Hitler
Nazi
specifically.
Party. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. Hitler won by 44% in the 1933 federal election. Is that Patricia's? I get a book. That was after the takeover. Yeah, which book though? I have data on this somewhere.
After the
that
takeover,
it was
what do you mean?
51%.
When he was
Yeah.
made chancellor, what are you trying to say?
That's something else. Yeah.
I'm wondering what point in history is Patricia talking about.
I trust Patricius. He's German. I'm sure that he knows what he's talking about. So that's why.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what time period.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that all three of us right now are talking different periods.
Yes, he was put into power by the president.
Yes. But I get the impression you were talking about the Nazi Party, not Hitler.
Yes. That I said Hitler, but as a sorry, I should have said that it was the Nazi Party.
Yeah.
Sorry. That was I did misspeak there. It was the Nazi Party. He was put into power by the yes. You are correct on that one. I did misspeak there. Thank you.
Yeah, but a troll with purpose, only 44% in the multi-party system. But I think there were 4 other parties.
There are 2 other main ones.
Yeah. There's the
yes.
The right and the center.
Well, the party had power and put Hitler into power. Yes. National Socialist Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's I will review that, Patricius, because I'm sure you're correct, and I'm not generally not totally ignorant about these things, but I haven't looked at this in a while, so maybe I did misspeak, and I am sorry if I misspoke. They got a minority government.
I could swear there was at one point where the Nazi was the dominant party.
I have data on this though. Hang on. No. I'm not going down this road. Hang on, because it'll take me.
No, but
like a couple minutes.
they were right, but they seized power by the happening of the Reichstag. Like, that is true. It was it not a Dutch national who burned down the Reichstag?
I have it here in my document.
No, he was set into office by the president, because I remember, because they thought they could control him. Because Hindenburg was dying.
I don't want to go off because we're gonna lose people if we start going to 51.
Yeah, and they were the last.
I remember that. I remember that 51% number. So I have that for some reason in my head. I have for some reason. It must have been something that I read because I have it written down too. So it must have been. Yeah, here we go.
Do pardon us while we look into historical trends of Nazi elections.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and Hitler was asking to be chancellor. Yes, and then the Reichstag burned, and then he assumed power.
Yes, it was under the proportional system. 51% voted for the Social Democratic candidates, and 49% voted for the Nationalist Party. Then, ideally, 51% representatives. To yeah, okay. That's proportional. It's not. Where am I getting this from then? Where did I get this from? It's from some book that I wouldn't have come up with this out of my head. So I read this in some book that I'll have to now go find. It might be incorrect then. But it's in my notes because it was from some book that I read, which would not have been like a Nazi book or something. It would have been like some historical book. Oh well, let's just we'll move on. I'm not sure where it comes from, but Patricius is correct that it was for the party. It was not for Hitler himself, and then he was put into place.
Yeah, he was.
That is true. Yeah. Yes, that is true. So I'm sorry, I was being was truncating the details on Hitler, right? Let's and now I feel like a ding dong for not being correct on that. But let's finish this and then let's watch these some of whatever debates we can get through, which is probably not going to be probably just the one. Even though I wanted to watch more, but whatever. All right, let's do this.
Sorts of things, and then lo and behold, a few years later they lost their democracy, and they're all like, "How'd that happen here?" That's my worry. That is my worry. If obviously the price of a hamburger, the price of milk, the price of gas is concerning, but that is a short-term problem. The loss of a democracy will decimate everyone's freedom. I think this is we shouldn't try to be saying you need to adopt our culture or whatever it happens to be. That is the white nationalist. It should be we stand for democracy. No. If you're
going to come to the United States, if you're coming to, first of all, like, yeah, if you're coming to the United States, what the hell is this? Gas is up. Don't adopt our culture. It's schizophrenic, right?
I don't even know what the hell that means.
I want to go back because I want to go back because everything he just said was a big schizophrenic mess of buzzwords. Let's go back. All right.
Those sorts of things. And then, lo and behold, a few years later, they lost their democracy, and they're all like, "How'd that happen here?" That's my worry. That is my worry. If obviously the price of a hamburger, the price of milk, the price of gas is concerning, but that is a short-term problem. The loss of a democracy will decimate everyone's freedom.
Well, you idiot! If you have a screwed up economy, that is how you could probably get people to want to overthrow their democracy. It's not what's going to happen, but
yeah. Also, just by the way, Weimar Germany
was not. I can't afford my hamburger as easily. Yeah. People were starving. You asshole.
Weimar Germany was a brand new democracy that just took place after a couple of years after the dissolution of the Kaiser.
Getting rid of the Kaiser.
It was against their fucking will because it was the First World War, and because of fucking Woodrow Wilson decided to screw this up, right? This is not the Americas where you've had your country for like 250 fucking years. You fucking moron. Like, if you were nowhere near as in a precarious position internationally or economically as was Weimar fucking Germany. You also had the precedent of your country was being shit on by the entire world.
The whole Western world was shitting on Germany.
Held you responsible for the fucking war. You are in no way related to Nazi Germany or the rise of the Third Reich. In any capacity, you're a hyperbolic shithead who knows fucking nothing about historical precedents in any way.
Yeah.
So the fact that he thinks like, oh look, the price of petrol is somehow going to kill them all. It'll kill the Democrats, rightfully so, and you need to fuck off and never take power ever again because clearly you suck as a party. That's the thing they're worried about. Yeah. They're worried about being made utterly redundant. And honestly, I think that's a fair worry because by the looks of it, they should be.
For them, it is a fair worry.
Yeah.
Also, 9 more likes to get to the sex funny sex number on the likes on this chat. And also, if you are enjoying the stream, be sure to give it a like because it does help. All right, let's go back because what the fuck was he saying? Okay. A lot of word salad here.
Yeah, I know way more about.
I think this is we shouldn't try to be saying you need to adopt our culture or whatever it happens to be. That is the white nationalist. It should.
But
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
I don't know what he's talking about. What does it have to do with inflation? Where did this come from?
I can understand that in a different context, but it has no bearing here. Like
it is. It's totally. It's out of left field. I have no idea what he's talking about. Bizarre.
We stand for democracy. We stand for the Constitution and the dignity of all. No, that's what we stand for. And if you're with us, join us.
That's exactly right. And then
I don't know what you stand for because it was really confusing what you just said. Also, we hit 69 likes. Nice. I have no idea. Speaking of, I don't know what he just said. The problem with this video, guys, is that it's not on YouTube. This is as I looked just as much as 3 hours ago. before we started, or when we started the stream, and I could not find it. I can find it on the local news channel's website. But for whatever reason, the full debate is not being shown on YouTube. I find that interesting. This is the Oz versus Fetterman debate in Pennsylvania. Ooh, I'm not gonna do that. There's no good way for me to make this look better, I don't think. Hang on. Can I stop some scripts?
You want to know how to make that look better?
Video. Yeah.
Can you censor Fetterman's face?
No, I can't.
Okay.
So
well,
instead,
that's
great. I'm gonna turn the captions on, and
apparently this was
small
extremely
borough.
painful.
Good night, everybody.
It is. Oh my god, I already started with it. Hang on. Can I? Okay.
How long?
All
is
right,
this?
here we go. What?
I'm just confused. That guy looks
let's.
so fucking 90s.
I wish I could make this go faster, but I can't.
No, you can't.
I can make it go faster like on YouTube. But let's just watch. Yeah, this is unbelievable, guys. And again, this is the should I start with the defense of this, because I've got the defense articles. Basically, I'll give you the TLDR. If you find any problem, I'll just put it here on the screen right now. I have this article
good
here
night,
from
everybody.
right. We're gonna get there in a second. Smart ass cripple the GOP's ableist targeting of John Fetterman. So if you have any issue with what he said, dog whistle racist messaging is alive and well when you see it strutting around with its shameless glory in these Law and Order television campaign commercials. Whatever, like, if you have anything negative to say about John Fetterman, picture it here, you are ableist. If you don't know, John Fetterman suffered from a stroke, right? When did he have it? In May. He had a stroke in May. As a result of his stroke, Fetterman has lingering communication disabilities. In order to understand what others around him in public are saying, he uses a closed captioning system. He's okay. I want to see where Dr. Oz, Mehmet Oz, is being ableist towards him. Basically, what is happening is that if you have any issue with this guy's speech, you hate disabled people and you are evil. That's the way we've already went through how Hobbes can't speak, right? She doesn't have any stroke, supposedly. I'm going to play this. Tell me when you want to pause, because unfortunately we can't do this to watch together because it's not on YouTube. How curious this debate is not on YouTube.
Dennis Owens, WHTM political reporter and anchor here in Harrisburg, along with Lisa Sylvester from WPXI in Pittsburgh, will moderate tonight's debate. We want to welcome our viewers watching tonight from across the country on News Nation. Voters can watch this debate in all 67 Pennsylvania counties on 9 television stations serving the Commonwealth. Before we get started, let's go over tonight's rules. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Oz, you will have 60 seconds to answer each question. If there's a follow-up question or rebuttal, you will have up to 30 seconds. Each candidate will also have 90 seconds for a closing statement. When your time is up,
and I'm calling
it
that as a Pittsburghian. Yen's gonna go.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Dennis and Lisa.
Yen's gonna watch the debate.
Thank you, Leland. Good evening, candidates who moments ago just met for the first time. We're happy to have you here. Welcome to our audience watching at home, on air,
Can't be rude to
online,
me.
and on News Nation. And we encourage everyone who is watching tonight to share your thoughts on social media. Remember to use the hashtag PA Senate debate.
And you may notice these large monitors that are behind us. This is part of our closed captioning system. It was requested by John Fetterman to help him process the questions that we are asking him tonight, and approved by both campaigns, and both candidates can see the monitors.
One of the screens will show only the questions being asked tonight. The second screen will caption the question.
Why is it doing that? So weird. This happens to me all the time, like where I press pause and it. You have no capacity to do that. I don't know why it does it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because it only works if you press by the bar not on the screen.
Oh, that's weird.
I've noticed the watch together also does the same thing.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. I just find this entire thing to be very fake. I know it's for television, but the way they talk is so prepped. It sounds unusual.
Yeah.
It sounds like a stage. Like, this isn't how humans talk.
No, it's not, but we'll get into how humans don't talk here in just a second.
Questions and responses from the mid-odds. We have live, experienced captioners in studio to ensure we are as accurate as possible in what's sure to be a fast-paced program.
And just to note, for those of you using closed captioning at home, the captions you see are not tied to the captions that the candidates will see here tonight.
Thank you, Lisa. With that, let's get started. Mr. Fetterman, we're going to begin with you. Your political experience includes serving as the mayor of Braddock, a small borough near Pittsburgh, and one term as lieutenant governor. You're running for a seat that could decide the balance of power in Washington. What qualifies you to be a U.S. senator? You have
Ask him
60
if he even knows how to
seconds.
write up a table.
Hi, good night, everybody. I'm running to serve Pennsylvania. He's running.
I mean,
Literally the first sentence in your mouth.
okay, look, so like, the reason why I think this video is not on YouTube is because there's too many, everything you find when you look it up is just, like, that kind of clip. Hi, good night, everybody. Like, it's, again, this guy did have a stroke in May, but...
He also had one during the debate.
Yeah. Hello, good night, everybody. All right. And then just clap, and I guess we should head out, man, you know? Just right out of the gate, we've got some issues, all right?
To use Pennsylvania. Here's a man that spent more than $20 million of his own money to try to buy that seat. I'm also having to talk about something called the Oz during.
Yeah.
So he can't spend his own money funding his campaign, but if he gets other rich people to do it for him, that's
that's
totally
fine.
legit.
Well, again, that's how that's how a lot of Democrats like to say, if I get, you know, tons of people of Democrat super PACs to donate to me, then it's fine if I spend billions of dollars.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But when, in
Millions of dollars.
2020, when you had Michael Bloomberg do it, that was totally problematic. That was
Right, of course. This is just all fucking.
Jeez, you people are so full of shit. It's not even fun.
Yeah, of course they're full of shit. Yeah, it's
Like,
fine when we do it.
hypocrisy is just so blatantly obvious. Like, how the hell do you not see how full of shit you fuckheads are?
I do have to say, before we get into this, I do kind of feel bad for this guy because he clearly can't talk. Like, he's clearly got cognitive issues. But the reality is that because he's got cognitive issues, he shouldn't be running. He shouldn't be running.
Aiden, I'm gonna be honest here. If cognitive issues is a disqualify for running for office, half the Democratic Party would be gone.
Well, yeah, obviously. But I'm saying, like, he
And that's
clearly
not
has
even a joke.
He clearly has severe cognitive issues, which
So
means he
does
shouldn't be
Biden.
running for Senate. I know, which
And
means he
he's
shouldn't be
president.
running for Senate. I know what I'm saying, but he should not be
Supposedly.
running for Senate. The thing that's ridiculous is now we see this with Katie Hobbs, with this guy's name again, Fetterman, of that, oh, look, it's okay if you have to actually be very sensitive to the fact that all of our candidates can't even string a sentence together.
Well, that's the healthcare one in charge is a fucking transgender. That thing's boyfriend is like a fucking maniac.
And this is
Kamala
ridiculous.
Harris is stupid as shit. Biden
that if
can't
you
fucking
don't-
talk.
yes, that if you
AOC
don't
is the most
vote for
popular
people who
person
are
in the
dumber than
Democratic Party.
rocks.
She's
that if you don't-
clearly
Yeah.
retarded. And this was like, what? Every one of their party members that is in any way popular is either psychotic or fucking dumb as a box of donuts.
I mean, like, but they're telling you that if you don't vote, and I can understand the Democrat compassion stuff. They're running on this as they're saying, please vote for disabled people, which is like, wait, what? Please vote for people who are mentally disabled because you're the compassionate party, right? So
you did it
want
in
to vote for the
2020.
disabled person. So vote for the disabled person. I mean, it's really a bizarre strategy, but let's see if it works for them, Cotton. I don't know.
Hoka looks like
This
a demon, by the
debate.
way.
And let's also talk about the elephant in the room. I had a stroke. He's never let me forget that. And
You haven't let us
I
forget
might
that
miss
in
some
the first
words
minute.
during this debate, mush two words together, but it knocked me down, but I'm going to keep coming back up. And this campaign is all about, to me, is about fighting for everyone in Pennsylvania that ever got knocked down. that
gonna
needs to
try to
get
kinda
back
go through
up
this debate
and
and not
fighting
pause
for
in
all
case we-
forgotten communities all across
so we can get through
Pennsylvania
it.
that also got knocked down that needs to get back up.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Keep it
Fetterman.
back
Mr.
up.
Oz, you are a doctor, a businessman, and television personality. But this is your first run for elected office. What qualifies you to be a U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania? You have 60 seconds.
I'm running for the U.S. Senate because Washington keeps getting it wrong with extreme positions. I want to bring civility, balance, all the things that you want to see because you've been telling it to me on the campaign trail. And by doing that, we can bring us together in a way that has not been done of late. Democrats, Republicans,
Look, I don't like Dr.
talking
Oz,
to
by
each
the way,
other.
either. This is all
John
platitudes.
Fetterman
It's
takes
not-
everything
he's not
to an
saying shit,
extreme, and those
but-
extreme positions hurt us all.
I mean, it's
Let's
like,
take
do
crime
you
as an
vote for
example
the
because it's been such a big
person who-
problem.
It's plastic.
literally
Maureen
has brain
Faulkner
damage?
accompanied me today to the
Or
studio.
this
You know that her husband was a police
neocon.
officer in Philadelphia, was brutally murdered. John Fetterman, during this crime wave, has been trying to get as many murderers convicted and sentenced to life in prison out of jail as possible, including people who are similar to the man who murdered her husband. He does it without with the rest of the parole board agreeing. He's doing it without the families on board. These radical positions extend beyond crime to wanting to legalize
And this
all
is a
drugs, to
consistency
open the
across
border,
Democrats. They're
to
trying to get people out
raising
of
our
prison.
taxes.
He's not wrong.
I
Because-
want Washington
Yes.
to be civil
They want
again.
they want
We need it to
felons to
be
vote.
less radical.
Felons
John
can't vote, by
Fetterman,
the way.
unfortunately,
Okay.
would bring that.
Mr. Oz, thank you. Lisa.
All right, gentlemen, on to the economy. Pennsylvanians are struggling to put food on the table and gas in their cars. Our Next Star Emerson College The Hill poll shows the economy and inflation are the biggest concerns for voters. 39% of them listed
Who's
that
responsible
as
for
the
that?
top issue. Beginning
Democrat
with you,
Party.
Mr. Oz. You have blamed President Biden and reckless Democratic spending for the
Yep.
inflation crisis.
Not wrong.
But voters would like to hear your specific plan to cut spending. Please explain in 60 seconds.
Well, if you ask the U.S. government, they'll tell you they have 4% waste and fraud. Now, I've traveled over the Commonwealth and spoken to countless people. There was a lady in Beaver County at a county fair who told me with fear in her heart that she wanted to provide food for her son's highly nutritious chicken she wanted. She couldn't afford it anymore.
Yeah.
That's a big problem. If we've got 4% waste and fraud, we ought to be able to take care of that. John Fetterman's, however, response continually is to raise taxes. He raised taxes as mayor. He tried to raise taxes as lieutenant governor, 46%. That's a big tax rate. He supported Joe Biden's recent tax rate increase, and he's done that without paying his own taxes 67 times.
Whoa.
I'll say that again. He hasn't paid his own taxes 67 times, but he's
Yeah,
raising
true,
mine
but-
and yours. Those are radical positions. They're extreme. They're out of touch with the values of Pennsylvanians. And I can make the difficult decisions, as you do in the operating room as a surgeon. I'll make them cutting our budget as well
That's
to
the
make
thing,
sure we
though.
don't have to raise
They are
taxes on a
difficult
population
decisions,
already desperately
cuts.
in pain from the high
Funding
inflation
cuts.
rate.
Mr. Fetterman, I will allow a 15-second rebuttal. He has specifically said you have not paid your taxes
want me to
and
stop
that
it?
you want to
Yeah.
raise taxes on Americans. How do you?
The thing is,
Press
I don't.
spacebar.
This
Goes-
is
scrolls
this
down.
is this is such a loaded question because the idea is like, what is your plan for stopping? Well, you need to have a majority of people on board to stop the spending. So you as one
Yeah.
single person can't
Yeah,
do
yeah.
shit. So that's a really
No.
stupid question.
Yes, but I mean, like she is asking them, what are you going to do if you get to the Senate? What are you going to do?
Not
to
vote on more
reduce-
spending. That's like the best. That's the only thing
Not
you can
vote
do.
on more spending is the only thing you can do. Yes,
Yeah.
because the federal you can't do anything. Well, as a senator, you can vote in the Senate against spending
Yes.
bills,
Yeah,
but that's about what you can do.
Yeah, but that's
That's
the
it.
thing. You as an individual can't do anything. Like
No,
you're,
not as a
you're a
senator.
senator. Like if you're a governor, you can maybe do something because that's involved with the
Yes.
state. But the senator, you're just a
Right.
representative. You can't do shit.
Yes. Yeah, let's be clear about that too. Yeah, you're completely correct. Is that as a senator, there's not much you can do except for vote against spending bills at the federal level. But
Yeah, but that's like such a stupid
but which
question
you
to
should,
ask.
but
then.
you still are going. But you're still going to no. You still want to know that the person that you're going to elect as a senator from your state is not going to vote for increased spending from the federal government when you're in a recession.
Yeah, no,
and
I
when
know.
everything.
And I know that,
still.
but the point I'm trying to make is the question is really poorly framed for what your job is in the Senate. Like this is the question you
I
ask like a
agree. I
governor,
agree.
maybe, but like
Yeah,
as
I
a-
agree.
as a senator, like what the fuck? No.
Still, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
respond?
Absolutely. The Oz rule, of
Sorry
course,
for the
he's lying.
scrolling.
It was
That works.
helping two students 17 years ago to help them buy their own homes. They didn't pay the bills, and it got her paid. And it has never been an issue in any of the campaign before. It was all about nonprofit.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fetterman. Continuing with you, Mr. Fetterman, your opponent has criticized Democratic spending, as you heard. Has the Biden administration overspent? And if so, where do you think spending should be cut? You have 60 seconds.
No, here's what I think we have to fight about inflation here right now. That's what we need to fight about inflation. Right now, because it's a tax on working families.
Yeah, how?
And Dr. Oz can't possibly understand what that is like.
What?
He has 10 gigantic mansions. We must push back against corporate greed. We must make sure that we're also pushing back against price gouging as well too.
How will you do anything?
We also be able to make more in Pennsylvania and make more in America. When he had a choice to make his merchandise.
Real quick, this is the data that was the left consistently, they hate the rich, and they don't have, and when you ask them, what do you want to do? There's like, just give me the money. I just deserve the money. Rich people don't deserve the money. I deserve it. It is greed. It is envy. And we found it specifically. I have 10 different studies conducted in the last 2 years that show it is pure greed and avarice. It is not a desire to redistribute the wealth to the poorer people. It is, I want the money. I deserve it. This is the exact same thing. It is, I'm angry that he has more money than me, which I guarantee. Like,
envy is what drives the left.
It is. There's a lot of evidence on this now. That's what he's saying directly. First of all, not answering the question, how would he fix it? Just, isn't it unfair that Dr. Oz has more money than you do? That's not an answer to the question.
Inflation, by the way.
Nope.
Like, nothing he just said is in any way related to it. The second he said, like, corporate greed. Dude, corporations have fuck all to do with inflation. Inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. The too much money is not because corporations have too much money. It's because you put too much fucking hard currency in the fucking economy, you twat.
They printed billions of dollars in the last... More money that's ever been printed, I think, in the entire history of the U.S. government.
In the last, like, 2 years.
In the last 2 years.
Yes.
So, that's the fucking problem. It's not that Dr. Oz has more now worthless money than you do. God damn.
The Oz label is on. He made it all in China. Who can you believe that can fight against inflation and pushing back against corporate greed, or somebody that is choosing working in China versus over
China's your ally
American
on the left.
workers.
You don't want to do that.
All right, I will allow a 15-second rebuttal to his comments that you have been making things in China. Mr. Oz.
I've been trying to talk about policy issues with the people of Pennsylvania. As a doctor, I listen to their ideas and I want to talk about them. When John Fetterman brings up houses, the irony is he didn't pay for his own house. He got it for $1 from his sister.
Ooh.
And he hasn't been able to earn a living on his own. He's lived off his parents. So this is not a topic that we should be debating on the stage. We should be talking about crime and inflation, the issues that are hurting Pennsylvanians that they're talking about at their kitchen table.
No, that's it. He got his Pennsylvania house from his own inlays from $1.
Mr. Fetterman, we have to continue on. We'll continue on with a question, a follow-up question to you, Mr. Oz. This one is just for you. You tweeted in August that you will never stop fighting to lower gas prices for Pennsylvanians. Does that include supporting a suspension of the federal gas tax? You have 30 seconds.
Yes. I'm supportive of reducing taxes, but we want to be thoughtful about the long-term game plan to get gas taxes down and, frankly, all energy prices down. I have gone around the Commonwealth. I've witnessed people say, I'm not going on vacation this year because I can't afford to pay to take my trailer to the campground. They can't even get there. What we have to do is ensure that we don't have increased inflation, and the best way to do that is reduce gas prices. John Fetterman has gone after the energy industry, called it a stain on Pennsylvania, and argued we have to ban fracking. That is disconnected from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Oz. We will get to the issue of fracking later on in this discussion. But meantime, turning back to you, Mr. Fetterman, for a follow-up. In an op-ed for the Wilkes-Barre Times Leader, you wrote, quote, "It is time we crack down on the big price gouging corporations that are making record profits while jacking up prices for all of us." How do you plan to do this, sir? You mentioned going after price gouging corporations. How do you plan to do this? You have 30 seconds.
Okay, stop. Exactly. We have to keep pushing back on that. And he would never make that choice to fight for America.
What is happening?
Families.
I can't. I can't. It's the website. I can't do any. It's doing that. I'm sorry. I don't know. Okay.
In an op-ed.
Okay. It's doing that. Sorry.
Being autistic now.
Yeah. Go ahead. What do you have to say? Sorry.
There's no way you can answer this question because what you just answered isn't real.
Yeah.
There's no fucking price gouging, you morons. They're just dealing with inflation and the increasing cost of energy.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
also you kill businesses
Well, and
during
maybe
the
energy
fucking
wouldn't.
coof.
Yeah, maybe energy wouldn't cost so much if you hadn't shut down.
Hey, look, we killed all
Keystone
the small
XL.
businesses, and then suddenly the big corporations are getting more money. Yeah, I wonder where they're getting all that competition from. You fucking
Why would that
retard.
happen? I know. Sorry, I don't know why, but guys, I don't know why that's happening. I don't know if you guys could see me. I'm pressing pause, and it's immediately unpausing. I don't know why. It's how it's.
See, this is how you know these people have no fucking idea what the hell they're actually doing. Because if I was on the debate and someone asked me that, we would just say that, why are you asking me this? This doesn't make any sense. There's no price gouging. There hasn't been price gouging. These people are responding to the inflation rise and the cost of energy going up.
Yes.
And also, you killed all the small businesses during the coof. And now all these other places that have no more competition because they've been put out of business, it goes to the big corporations.
All big corporations made bank during COVID.
Yeah, because they weren't shut down. I wonder why.
Because they didn't shut down. No, Amazon made bank. Microsoft, Google, they all did perfectly fine.
Amazon doubled their net worth in a year.
Yes. It was mom and pop that got
insane.
shut down. Yes. I see now where the problem is.
For the Wilkes-Barre Times leader, you wrote, quote, "It is time we crack down on the big price gouging corporations that are making record profits while jacking up prices for all of us." How do you plan to do this, sir? You mentioned going after price gouging corporations. How do you plan to do this? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. We have to keep pushing back on that. And he would never make that choice to
True.
fight for families here in Pennsylvania. You know, he has never met an oil company that he doesn't swipe right about. You know, he has never been able to stand up for working families.
Yeah, it's a Tinder joke. I don't. He's so disjointed. I guess you can just say that again. If we point out how he's disjointed, it's us being ableist because he had a stroke. But if the guy can't speak, he shouldn't be in the Senate.
By the way,
Sorry.
dude, your wife hates you and wants to exploit your stupidity for her own gain.
Yeah, probably.
Like, your wife is a horrible bitch.
All across Pennsylvania, you know, we must push back. Inflation has hurt Americans.
I see what you said. Nutty Salt says he feels bad for the guy struck him hard. Yeah, but he's not stopped running. And he's talking shit about Dr. Oz here. He should have pulled out if the stroke was.
Yeah, and if he gets into office, he's going to do more damage than his brain
Yes, he was selected. He won the primary after he had the stroke. So months ago. Like right after he had the stroke. Right? So, yeah. This is the Democrats choosing who they want. They want someone who so you can say things like that. Not coming after you, Nutty Salts, or anything. But they want people that you feel sorry for. They're hoping for pity votes, and that's really pathetic, and it's really disgusting.
No,
and Pennsylvania's families, and it has given the oil companies record profits.
Same thing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fetterman. Turning to the next issue, Dennis.
The minimum wage in Pennsylvania and at the national level.
The most impressive people in this are honestly the fucking people asking the questions that they don't just flat out go, "What the fuck are we listening to?"
I mean, he starts out
like, God
horribly.
damn, it's impressive.
There's some other really interesting parts of this. That's why I wanted to watch.
I wonder, do you think that if there were commercial breaks or afterwards they just were like, "What the fuck did we just witness? Jesus Christ, that was a shit show."
Considering again that this video is not on YouTube, I think there's a reason why it's being suppressed. Yeah.
Yeah, because
currently sits at $7.25 an hour and has not been increased since 2009. Each of our neighboring
look at my home state. Even doing better than PA, that's not good. My home state's a shithole. Self-admittedly. Dude, your home country's a shithole and you know it. We gotta be clear. This is why you and I get along, Spoon. We both come from places that have been fucked around with.
Yeah, but there's a difference between my country and your country.
Well, what's that?
is the demographic running it.
That is probably true.
Yeah, and also
States has raised minimum wages.
This is also why I became a monarchist. Someone in my chat said, or one of my videos, said they didn't understand why I was a monarchist, and then they watched my video about South Africa and they went, "Oh, okay, and this makes sense." And they're like, "Yeah," because like, no.
Well, if I ever made a video about like a proper video about West Virginia, it might also explain my monarchist positions maybe better to people.
Yeah, there we go.
I conducted a huge amount of research on West Virginia.
By the way,
ago.
Dr. Oz would have made a fantastic politician in the 90s.
Yeah, probably.
Because he
I don't
definitely
like
has
him,
that
by
like
the way.
cliche. Yeah, he definitely got that like cliched plastic style. That's very reminiscent of like you are just a politician, but he's at least saying the right things, which is way more than you can say for Fetterman.
Yes, true. Also,
Yeah.
Buddy Lee for 10 says new article on Polygon about Warhammer. Press F to pay respect. Oh God, I don't want to read that.
I don't want to
Ooh,
read Polygon ever.
Yeah, but
Polygon's
thank you,
like,
Buddy Lee.
Fuck that.
I'll have to check it out. See what's going on.
You see them there on your screen, including New Jersey at $13 an hour and West Virginia at
How is West Virginia
$8.75.
That's
But
messed up.
Pennsylvania has not followed suit. The first
cost of
question
living
is
in
for
West
you,
Virginia is,
Mr. Fetterman.
like,
Do
so
you
low.
support raising the federal minimum wage to
No.
$15 an hour? Why or why not? You have 60 seconds.
Yeah, I do, absolutely. I think it's a disgrace at $7.25.
It will cause inflation. It will cause the cost of everything to go up. It doesn't require, I'm not an economist. It doesn't require an advanced understanding of economics to understand that if you raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, it will just raise the cost of all products.
Yeah.
And you will still,
You'll kill your
products,
purchasing power.
homes, your purchasing power will stay the same, if not go down. That is the problem. You are just diminishing the value of the dollar. That's not complicated. Very much basic economics. Read Sowell. I don't even think you need to read Thomas Sowell. Just think how just think for a minute as to how that would work. You make everybody earn more, but they're still buying the same products.
Yeah.
But they haven't added any more value into the system.
If
so
I'm running
how
a
would that work?
business and it's just barely keeping afloat, and
Yeah.
someone says, "Hey, look, pay your employees more," the first thing I'm going to
Right.
do is fire
Fire.
the employees that I can't,
Fire the em-
yeah, or reduce
Yes.
their hours, and then I'm going to have to raise the price of everything to actually pay them, and then
Yeah,
everything just
let's-
becomes more
yes.
expensive.
Let's say you're a mom and pop restaurant, right? You've got some waiters and waitresses, you've got cooks. All of a sudden, the minimum wage now is $15 an hour. You got to pay the bus boys up from $9 now to $15. You're gonna fire all but the necessary bus boys. You'll come into work and do more busing yourself as the owner, just to keep up with it. And ultimately, the service quality is going to go down because you can't afford to pay people that much money, and the quality of everything is going to go down because you're going to have to pay more for everything. This, however, is only a problem for small businesses. Walmart doesn't care, right? Walmart is not going to care if the minimum wage is $15 an hour. They will still raise their prices, by the way, but they'll be fine. The people who will shutter are the small businesses when you do this kind of stuff. That is the just reality of making a massive increase in the minimum wage. And again, when they talk about $15 federal minimum wage, that's no problem in California. It's a massive issue when we're talking about in West Virginia, in Pennsylvania, where it's nearly doubling the minimum wage. You are going to shutter thousands of businesses when you do that.
An hour. And how can a man, with 10 gigantic mansions, has unwilling to talk about a willing wage for anybody? Imagine a single mom trying with 2 children, trying to raise with them, realizing making $31,000 a year, $15 an hour. I believe every work has dignity, and every paycheck must have dignity in it as well.
By the way, that woman making that much is also receiving all kinds of government services because she's making that little money and raising 2 children. She's receiving all kinds of government services on top of that. Oh yes, Spin's channel should be linked down below, but I will pin it. People do not know.
Is it
Spin,
not?
you've gone up. It should be in the description, but you've got went past 6,000 subs, didn't you?
Almost.
Almost 6,000. So let's get. If you're not subbed to Spoon, let's try to get him past
Let's see how
6,000.
I have now. I have Yeah, 5,858. It's about 150 off.
All right, we're
Let's
almost
see if we
at
can get to by the
6,000
end of the
subs.
month.
That would be awesome if we could get Spoon to 6,000 subs.
Oh, within 5 days? No.
Well, maybe not by the end of the month, but if we can,
You get it by November, I'd say. By
we're
mid-November,
aiming
maybe.
for it.
Well, true. I've always supported a living wage, and we make sure that everyone has economic security.
I have a follow-up for you, Mr. Fetterman. What do you say to small business owners who have told us that if the minimum wage were increased to $15 an hour, it would put them out of business? You have 30 seconds.
Now, we all have to make sure that everyone that works is able to, that's the most American bargain, that if you work full-time, you should be able to live in dignity.
That's not the question you were asked. The small business owners who said they can't afford to pay $15 minimum wage. And he's just like, oh, dignity.
Also, by the way, this is like watching. This is like watching someone, a kid, trying to do a book report on something they clearly didn't read.
Oh my God, that's a perfect example. It's exactly what it seems like. Spoon.
Yeah.
Exactly. A kid doing a book report on a book he didn't read. Yes.
Also, he's never worked a day in his fucking life. It's no shit. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
No, he comes from complete wealth. Oz earned his wealth, as far as I understand.
He's a grown fucking baby running for Senate. Like, if you look at America right now, like, this is the people you put forward in your Senate. This is a fucking joke. This is the reason why the world looks at you like you're pathetic.
Dr. Oz, he is a generation immigrant, I believe. I mean, look him up.
He's been there
He's
for
a
a while.
Turkish American. Is he a politician, professor emeritus? That's a big deal. Cardiothoracic surgeon. He was born in 1960 in Cleveland. 2 first-generation immigrants from Turkey. So he's so they immigrated. So he's a first-generation American citizen.
Well done.
Is it first generation if your parents? Second generation. I forgot. Is he first or second? Parents moved here, and he was born in Turkey. He's first generation. He is definitely first generation. He was born in Turkey, right? Yeah, I think so.
Well,
His father was a doctor.
If he's born in Turkey and he moved here, then he's first generation.
Yeah. He was born in Cleveland. He was born in Cleveland, but his father was a doctor. So I guess you could. Is that? I always forget. Is that first or second? So he's second generation, but his parents had not lived in the United States for a long time. He made all of his money. I mean, his parents weren't impoverished. His father was also a doctor.
That explains that, yeah. Following Papa's footsteps, man.
But like this guy made his own life. He should be what we're supposed to look at as the immigrant dream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He comes to the United States, makes himself a multi-millionaire as the child of immigrants. And this dude, his name is John Fetterman, right? Is it John? Yes.
Yeah.
What's his background?
He was
born in PA to a rich family.
He was a giant doorstop.
Yeah. Grew up in an affluent suburb of York. His parents were conservative Republicans. His parents were both rich, right? Everything he's had in his life has been given to him by his parents.
So basically,
Dr.
he's
Oz
a retarded trust fund baby.
Yes, Dr. Oz made his life as an. So, I think that if this is what we're supposed to care about, then I think Dr. Oz has it, right? Saying.
As well, true. And
again, I don't like Dr. Oz. Saying. But if these are the things we're supposed to care about, then Oz has it on that part.
I believe they haven't have any businesses being you can't have businesses being subsidized by not paying individuals that just simply can't afford to pay their own way.
Okay, Mr. Fetterman.
What the fuck did that mean?
I don't even know what that means.
Wait, go back. Just really listen to this sentence because it made no sense.
Put them out of business. You have 30 seconds.
Now, we all have to make sure.
These are about businesses that were driven out of business, mom and pops, Here's his response to mom and pops being driven out of business by increases in economic turmoil, right?
That everyone that works is able to, that's the most American bargain, that if you work full-time, you should be able to live in dignity as well. True. And I believe they haven't have any businesses being you can't have businesses being subsidized by not paying individuals that just simply can't afford to pay their own way.
Okay, Mr. Fetterman, thank you. Mr. Oz, turning to you.
Like, do you have any idea what he was talking about there?
No. I don't understand what the fuck he's been talking about anything so far.
No, it was just random, it was just words. It was random keywords. He's talking about people who are getting driven out of business because of lockdowns and because of taxation. He's just like, oh, the businesses are business good. Don't be driven out of business because, dude, are you kidding me? I know I'm not allowed to make fun of him because he had a stroke apparently, but he didn't say anything of substance.
I won't make fun of him. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, whatever. I don't either, honestly.
Do you support raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour? Why or why not? You have 60 seconds.
I think market forces have already driven up the minimum wage. I was with a hotel worker actually here in Harrisburg a few months ago, and he was telling me how hard it was to live on the $15 an hour that he was getting paid. John Fetterman shoots too low. We want much more money than that. And there are many ways to achieve.
Whoa. Don't agree with that. No. The problem is with inflation. It's not with the minimum wage. Raising the minimum wage will only increase the inflation.
I don't think he was actually arguing for that, though.
I know. Let's hear what he says, though, yeah. Sorry.
That, but John Fetterman thinks the minimum wage is his weekly allowance from his parents. He's not really cognizant of the real challenges of business owners who've got to balance that with employees. Thankfully, we have a solution. And John, you didn't answer the question. You can't put businesses out of commission in order to pay more wages because they won't be. The wages will go to zero, which is John Fetterman's radical plan. If you really follow it to conclusion, here's what I would do. We have one of the richest energy states in the country.
That is true.
I believe if we could unleash the energy beneath our feet here in Pennsylvania, there'd be plenty of money to go around. We'd have increased wages, more reason for students to take vocational classes to be able to learn trades, which I'm strongly supportive of.
Agreed.
We'd also be able to pipe that gas, improve our economy, and
There is
reduce
gas
inflation.
and oil
That's
in
a plan that works, and it's
Gas,
humble enough
oil,
that I can
and
say
coal in
broadly.
Thank you. I want to give you, Mr. Fetterman, a 15-second follow-up to what he just said about
It was
you.
fantastic, yeah.
Again, it's remarkable. He hasn't really had any answer that he actually had about that in his. He doesn't want to talk about having somebody having a living wage and having somebody able to survive. Again,
and I want to come back to
what the fuck
is this man talking about?
Someone able to survive? What the fuck does he mean by this? He just explained how he would unlock the energy potential in PA so that people would have more jobs and be able to make more money and make Pennsylvania a profitable state. But he didn't talk about how we'd make it a living wage. You didn't talk about that either, by the way, you Neanderthal.
This is painful to watch.
It really. Hang on, I gotta go grab more cigarettes. Fuck. Hang on 1 second. Entertain for 1 second. I'll be right back.
I was entertained while watching this. Why did you? Now, see, this thing pisses me off because now I can't click the fucking thing either. This is a train wreck to watch. This is. I didn't think it'd be this fucking bad, but my god, this dude makes.
You actually feel bad for him?
No, I feel bad for the voters.
I feel bad for the voters as well. This guy, and again, if we criticize him, we're
fucking retarded.
If we criticize him, then we're ableist because he's retarded.
Fuck.
But yeah, sorry, that's not our fault. This is who you chose to run, Democrats. So
well, to
sounds
be fair,
like a you problem.
They don't have a problem running the brain dead. I mean, they do it in 2020, so
they've done it a whole bunch, as we've seen. they keep doing it.
How can you be this like the thing that amazes me of all the people in your state Democrats, this is the best you could come up with. Like, fucking really?
I know they put up Katie Hobbs, they put up Fetterman, they put up Christ. They just so many idiots.
Pathetic, really shitty candidates. And
idiots.
Say what you like about Dr. Oz. He may not be the most smoothest talker, but everything he said so far right now is actually true. I'll give him that.
And I don't like Dr. Oz. I think he's a snake. it's just my gut
Impression.
opinion.
Yeah.
By the way, like I don't have any reason for thinking that beyond my gut emotional reaction is that I think that Dr. Oz is a snake. But I could be wrong.
The right issues.
I hope I'm wrong. But I don't trust politicians. Or even though he's not been a politician, I just don't trust him. I hope he's not a snake. But at least he is able to present himself. Whereas the Democrats put forward this dude. And then when you're like,
this is
that dude
someone in the chat
is a mess.
Is this a democracy you want to save? Like, really?
Yeah. But
I'd
the
rather
Democrats
see it fucking
will
burn.
put forward these people and then go, if you don't vote for this person, then you're an X-ist. XYZ-ists.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, okay, well, fuck off then. If that's your only thing is we're going to put literal fucking incompetent
I like
fools
having
on the
labels
stage.
on me. It's an indication of how many people I've pissed off.
Yeah, I guess true, right? God.
To you now, Mr. Oz, for a quick follow-up. What do you say to those Pennsylvanians that he just spoke of?
Wait a minute, are you saying it's like this? Hang on.
Uh-oh. Now you sound like Katie Hobbs.
No, I know what I'm talking about. Unlike Hobbs,
Unlike Hobbs, you can talk, yes.
Is it gonna be...
This better be a fucking good punchline.
I need this... Yes, it is a good punchline. Is this you with all of your slurs and racial terminology put against you? Is it this scene? This one?
What's a war hero got to do? Get some lubrication around here.
And all those medals are all the things you've been called.
Yeah,
Racist, sexist, bigoted. Yes, Field Marshal Zukov.
Yes, I am racist, sexist.
Yes. Here's Spoon right here. Have you watched Death of Stalin?
I have not. I've been told.
Oh my god, you must. It's so good. You must. It's so good.
But yeah, that is
trying
essentially me.
To survive on $7.25 an hour, which is less than all of our neighbors. You have 30 seconds.
Oh, I don't think you should have to survive on $7.25 an hour. I want the minimum wage up as high as it can go. I want to highlight that I have an agenda for prosperity, unlike John Fetterman. I want us all getting paid a lot more than $15. And I answered your question directly in a way that would preserve business owners, job creators, so they thrive, and we'd have lots more employees entering the workforce and then prospering, getting paid $25, $35, $45 an hour.
I just want to be clear. I don't agree with what Oz is saying here at all.
I know, but I don't think he means through the federal government. That's the thing.
Well,
he says, like,
we'll
I want
see.
a high minimum wage, but his way doesn't involve the federal government. His way involves just like drilling oil and gas and increasing the wage via reducing inflation measures, not using the federal government.
Yes, I suppose so. In which case, that's all right.
Yeah, it's fine.
But,
the way he's framing
I'm
it is
very
really bad.
suspicious. This is why I don't trust him. Also, he looks like an elf. I mean, I'm wrong. Look how big his ears
God,
are.
yeah, he does.
This man is an elf. Around elves, watch yourselves.
Hour. But we're never going to get there if we don't unleash our energy. And John Fetterman's
there you
stubbornness on calling it a stain on Pennsylvania is an insult to those workers.
To be clear, you said you want people making a lot more, but that's not through a federal law of minimum wage. That's through market forces.
Market forces should drive it up anyway, and it's already done that.
Thank you.
You should be able to get paid much more than $15 an hour.
Thank you. Lisa.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Another big issue for voters is abortion. Mr. Oz, we will...
really quick, before we get into the abortion discussion. I know, 1 second. Before we get into this horrible part of the debate, Shade Master, hey, it's nice to see you here, man. I hope you're doing okay. You don't have to give us any money, by the way, because I know you're going through some shit, my dude. I've always called my intersectionality score as my supremacy rating. The lower the number, the more inferior everyone is to me.
I like that. That's good.
I'm sure that makes Spoon very happy.
Yeah,
Spoon's gonna steal that
totally.
from you.
I totally favor that. Like the supremacy rating. My supremacy rating is really high if I'm going by the medals.
That was excellent. Let's get into the abortion thing.
Oh God, the argument.
We'll begin with you. You say that you're pro-life, but you do support abortion exceptions in the cases of rape, incest, and to protect the life of the mother. Aside
It's
from those 3
5%
exceptions,
at most.
should abortion be banned in
That's an
America?
upward-
60 seconds.
upward
There
instance.
should not be involvement from the federal government in how states decide their abortion
I agree with
decisions.
that.
As
Agree
a
with that.
physician, I've been in the room when there's some difficult conversations happening. I don't want the federal government involved with that at all. I want women, doctors, local political leaders, letting the democracy that's always allowed our nation to thrive to put the best ideas forward so states can decide for themselves. Contrast that with my opponent, John Fetterman, who on this debate stage said that he would demand federally mandated rules for all states they'd have to follow that would allow abortion at 38 weeks on the delivery table, and he would force it to be subsidized by taxpayers across the country no matter what their personal beliefs are. That's radical. That's extreme. That is out of touch with what the average voter in Pennsylvania believes is appropriate. Now, ironically, John
Even
Fetterman's
by
been running ads on this topic,
loose
dishonest
descriptions,
ads.
that's
I need
murder.
to correct the record. They were so bad, they got pulled off television stations. Even on this station, he was running dishonest ads that I had pulled off. I haven't had a single ad pulled down. My ads tell the truth. John Fetterman's are a fiction of his imagination.
All right, I'm going to let Mr. Fetterman respond
Fetterman, how do
specifically
you
about
feel
the
about
ads being
38-week
pulled off the
abortions
air,
at
and
a
then we will
federal
return
level?
to you, Mr.
Oh,
Oz.
if my mother
Mr.
wanted me,
Fetterman.
I wouldn't be standing here right now.
I want to look into the face of every woman in Pennsylvania. You know, if you believe that the choice of your reproductive freedom belongs
Hello.
with Dr.
I live in
Oz, then
Pennsylvania.
you have a choice. But if you believe that the choice for abortion belongs between you and your doctor, that's what I fight for. Roe
you
v.
just said
Wade,
that?
for me,
Yeah.
should be the law.
38-week
He celebrated
abortions.
when Roe v. Wade went down. And my campaign would
At
fight
birth
for Roe v.
abortions.
Wade, and if given the opportunity to codify it into law.
He's not answering the question.
All right, thank you, Mr.
At birth
Fetterman.
abortions
Going
is
back
what
to you,
he's
I want to
saying.
circle back to something that you
That's
said,
what he
Mr.
said
Oz. You
implicitly.
mentioned the
At birth
decision to
abortions.
regulate abortion
Sickening. Freak.
should be something that is left up to the states. Now, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has introduced a federal bill to ban abortion after 15 weeks. I know that you've been asked about this question before. If the vote were held today, you were elected senator, you're on the Senate floor, the clerk calls you, there's a roll call vote. Are you a yay or a nay? How would you vote on the Lindsey Graham bill? You have 30 seconds.
Lisa, I don't even need 30 seconds. I'll give you a bigger
I'm okay
answer.
with the 15
I am
abortion
not
ban.
going to support
I've explained why.
federal rules that block
disagree
the
with Dr.
ability of
Oz.
states to do what they wish to do. The abortion decision should
I do
be
think it
left
should be
up
on
to
the
states,
states.
and specifically when John
You
Fetterman
roll
once-
with Doug
John,
Mastriano.
when I'm
You
done,
are-
you can, John, you'll have your turn, John.
One moment, Mr. Fetterman. Continue, Mr.
I've been
Oz.
very clear on my desire as a physician not to interfere with how states decide. So when
Yes, let
John
the states
purposely,
I agree with that. Let the
knowingly
states decide.
misrepresents that to women, he scares them. He's purposely trying to alarm them, and the fear-mongering isn't working. Running tens of millions of dollars of ads claiming that I'm against all abortions when he knows that's not right, claiming that I'm going to be strict with Pennsylvania when he knows that's not honest. I can't be any clearer that I've been on the stage today. John
Pennsylvanians
Fetterman, if you just heard
decide
that
how they wanna
one
vote.
story today, I'd be really happy. But I know you're not going to, because you're going to go right back to telling the fables that you believe.
Mr. Oz, I
Fair.
want a 15-second clarification. You are saying that you would leave it up to the states, that the federal government does not have a role here. So
agree.
are you saying you would not vote for the Lindsey Graham bill?
Any bill that violates what I said, which is the federal government interfering with a state rule on abortion, I would vote against. What I feel strongly about is that
You know
women in
what? I
Pennsylvania
agree.
understand
I
what
agree
I'm saying
100%.
and not believe
States'
that
rights.
someone who's taken an extreme position like John Fetterman represents them, because most
100%.
women do not believe that we should, at a federal level, codify 38 weeks of permission to have an abortion and have taxpayers pay for it.
So a yes
I
or
agree
no
with that
on
as
the
well.
Lindsey Graham bill?
I think I've answered this very, very clearly 3 times, Lisa.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Oz.
He has actually said,
turning
like,
to you,
no, I'm not
Mr.
gonna
Fetterman.
do
You
He's been
have
very
frequently
clear.
stated your belief that
No
abortion
38
should be
weeks
safe
at
and
birth
legal.
abortions.
Do you support any limits on when a woman can have an abortion? Please explain in 60 seconds.
Can
You
I
know,
just actually
what I
say for a
support,
second?
I support on
Yeah,
Roe
hang on,
v.
hang on,
Wade.
hang on.
That was the law of the land for 50 years. He celebrated when it fell down, and I would fight to reestablish on.
Sorry, it does that stupid thing. So again, the question to him is any limits, including up until birth abortion, is what is being talked about here, which I can't believe is even a question. How is it that Roe v. Wade has gone from safe, legal, and rare to at any point, whenever I feel like it, because it's not convenient?
Because
By the way,
Tory.
do you have I've gone over this before in our stream as to what a 38-week abortion looks like. It's dilation and cuturage, which is that they have to
cut the baby's body up inside of the woman and pull it out piece by piece.
That's kind of
It is a partial birth abortion. They have to still give birth. Okay? At 38 weeks, that you're going to give birth in a week anyway. And this guy is like, he's not answering the question because he does. I don't think he actually has any. I think he's kind of brain dead, you know. But what Dr. Oz said was completely fair. Leave it up to the states. I agree. Leave it up to the states.
I was gonna say, as the debate has gone on, he's found his feet much better.
Oz?
Yeah, like his
he
answers
has.
I now are actually pretty good.
I don't like Oz either,
Yeah.
but I'm
But
just
again,
saying.
like if I'm just judging by his
Out of the
debate
two.
performance, he's like before I think he maybe like a 5 maybe, and he's like a 7.2 now. He's pretty good actually.
At this point, I give him a 6. But the other guy, Fetterman, is at a literally 0.
I gave him a
like,
7 just because his economic answer was actually sane, which is way
Fetterman-
more than Republicans even that I've seen. He's actually
true.
He straight up just said like, no, if you want to get the inflation rate down, pump fucking energy and stop spending money.
Yeah.
Like, fair enough. This is actually a correct answer. This is the thing. You know when you watch
Fetterman
these
hasn't
debates-
given a single answer
To anything, yeah.
any question. Not a single answer. He just rambles about random stuff.
But
he has not given anything that could be perceived of as an answer to a single question.
But this is the thing. When I watch these debates, and someone says you have like 30 seconds to answer a question, you could answer the question in less than 10, honestly. And then the
Yeah.
rest of it is just like you just have to talk shite. It's like you
No,
know.
I think you need to provide some evidence for why you're saying things that you're saying.
Yeah, but like most of these questions, you and I could answer in less than 15 seconds easily, and it'll be perfectly concise, and we don't need to do anymore. Because they're not hard questions. They're
No,
pretty
no.
easy.
I'm long-winded, you know that. So it would be hard for you. Probably could.
Like,
I'm
myself,
long-winded.
like short and punchy. Yeah, I put a
You're
Trump.
you're short. That's why you and I work together. I think well. See, you're short and punchy. I'm long-winded and annoying. So, but dude, he hasn't answered a single goddamn question, and he's not answering this one
I'm just
either.
going to call you gay, and Aiden is going to explain why you're a homosexual.
I will explain with data and research.
You're
bro, I
gay.
can't-
Take it away.
Let's go. Goddamn though, this is awful. This is a terrible display.
Oh god, yeah.
On Roe v. Wade. That's what I run on. That's what I believe. And I've always believed that the choice believes
He sounds like a
women
machine
and their
that's missing
doctors.
some-
And
Choice
he believes that
You
the
know what
choice
he
should
sounds
be
like?
with him or Republican legislators.
The choice, no, that's not what he said at all. Like, you're just lying. You're just lying. And people just heard what he said. You are lying.
But the way that he talks, you ever seen like a video that has frames missing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He sounds like that. He speaks like
Mm.
there's choppiness in the processing.
Yeah, his brain's
'Cause
fucked
he
up, that's why.
speaks like this every couple of moments. He sounds
Yeah.
like that, and it's like you could tell like there's
Yeah.
something wrong with you because this isn't now
What-
how you talk.
I'm gonna. There's no way in hell we're gonna get through the Hochul or Zeldin or the DeSantis debate. That's not happening tonight. Not in any way.
Oh, you wanna do it
But I'm
tomorrow?
gonna just really. Oh yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, we can do it tomorrow.
Okay. I would want to show you though what has happened since this debate. These are the
I'm an independent, by the way.
I'm just pointing this out, like
Oh, this is gonna be funny as
preemptively.
shit.
These are the independents after this debate.
I was definitely leaning towards Fetterman, and I think I have totally changed to the Oz side.
Why?
I felt that Fetterman just looked like he didn't have command of the facts. I do think his condition, unfortunately, is going to affect his ability to do the job. I thought Oz was pretty clear on the
Cuomo getting
issues,
upset.
and I thought he
Cuomo's gonna
presented
cry.
himself well and definitely threw out some plans where I didn't see any plans coming out of Fetterman.
All right, appreciate it. Not surprised that it made you change, but who knows? Between now and Election Day, you may change again. Eric, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Jessica.
Again, these are all independents. Okay.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? Thank you so much for being a part of this tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. And what did you feel coming out of the debate?
Pity, remorse.
Well, I am a registered Democrat, and I was really focused on what I would hear from the candidates on the issue of abortion because I want to have control over my own maternal health choices.
And she's fat, of
and
course.
so, honestly, I was pleased to hear from Oz.
No, okay, I've seen with this.
Get some dick first before you decide this.
Have you noticed, and I'm people in the audience as well, that the women who are most obsessed with
Would
abortions
never get fucked in a 10-foot.
are really obese, are
yeah.
fat.
Yeah.
Women who are going to have, look, and I'm saying as a woman who has fertility issues, right? I haven't had a child. I'd like to, maybe, if I could try, but it's going to be very difficult for
Your
me
kid's
because
first word's going to be daughter.
I'll make sure. But I've noticed that every woman who's so obsessed with I'm going to be molested by some man and then I won't have a choice is like a big fat woman.
Yeah.
I just don't think you are. Maybe I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. But it's interesting that it's always
I want my baby's
always
first words
it's
to be
always
canon.
fat. It's always fat women. And I told you about this earlier. Is that something that people may not know is that as women get fatter, fat produces estrogen, increases estrogen production in the woman's body,
Really?
and increased. I told you about this earlier. I sent you a whole like essay about it.
I was busy editing a video. That's why I was
of
so
course.
quiet. I wanted to get the second
But
one
yeah.
done today.
So basically, though, is that when very fat women have increased estrogen production. What that causes is, in fact, cancers within the female reproductive system, the uterus and the ovaries. So very fat women often have to have their total hysterectomies because they get tumors within their ovaries, uterus because of their obesity.
Yeah, fat
So,
bitches.
Again, in females, obesity is related to increased estrogen levels. So these women get cancerous or precancerous tumors in their lady parts and are less fertile for that reason.
And if you're a guy,
like, you know.
it stands in the way of you seeing your penis.
Very true. And as I said to you earlier, which I guess you didn't read, there is the antithesis, which is that at one point I weighed so little that if you lose a whole bunch of weight, eventually your body was like, I got to shut off that reproductive stuff because that's stuff we can't deal with right now, you know. And then you will stop being able to. You won't have a period anymore. That's happened to me. It's happened to a lot of people who have anorexia, and that's why I'm not the best person to ask questions about with like weight and fat people and stuff because I
Like that fat chick from Kiwi Farms.
I do struggle still with anorexic thoughts. Do you know what I mean? A study
wait,
for
you
it
cook,
at
really?
Minnesota? No, no. I love cooking, but I don't eat it. That's the problem. I eat
I
like
don't know how the
mouse
fuck
bites.
you do that. The best part of making the food is when you get to eat it.
Really? No.
Yes.
The best part of making food for me is making it.
What?
That's the part I like. Yeah.
You're weird. I make food because like that looks nice to eat. I don't understand what you just said. Like, maybe it's because I'm a guy, but what you just said is just the weirdest thing. Like, I like making food, but I don't eat it. Like, what the fuck? The whole point of making the food is to eat it.
If I'm sitting there and I'm cooking for hours, I smell all the food, and then I absorb the smell.
Yeah, that
One
makes me
day,
hungry.
dude. One day, I'm gonna fly over to Ireland and fucking cook something for you and not eat any of it.
But I'm okay with that because you're making that for me. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'll do it someday.
Yeah, but if you just cook in my house and then you don't
And
eat
leave.
it, and I'm like, what the fuck
Cooks.
has happened?
Aiden arrives in Spoon's house, cooks food, fails to elaborate, leaves, refuses to elaborate, leaves.
I
That's
would
what I
like
do.
looking at you, the messaging like, do I eat this or who is this for? It's just
You. I don't understand it either. I like to cook for other people. I don't like to cook for myself. Although I have been making these like taco bowls for myself the last couple days.
That I can
like those a lot.
understand if there are other people around. But if you just make food that you don't eat, that I don't fucking get. But
It's when you smell all the food while you're cooking for hours. It
that
you
makes me
not
more
hungry.
hungry because I can smell the food I'm cooking and it smells nice. But
No, I'm not gonna. I talked to Bill's mom. Bill's mom said the same thing to me. I've talked to multiple people who cook a lot and have said like, if you spend all day cooking, you don't get hungry because you like absorb the food through scent, right? I don't know if that's true or not, but I've heard it from multiple people.
Okay,
So I'm
maybe this is a
assuming it's true.
vagina problem because I have a
It
penis,
might be.
and this is not the way I look at it at all.
It might be that. Might be that. Yeah. Absolute woman cooks
Cooks
just to
cook.
cook.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, maybe that's the case because
Yeah.
that does not register to me at all. That's bewildering, frankly. I mean, I cook because I want to eat food.
That's how my mom was. That's how my mom was. Where she would cook food for our family and then she wouldn't eat.
Yeah, but like I understand that's
how.
for a family.
But I mean, like, but then wouldn't eat at all. I think that's actually quite normal because you're tasting the food while you're cooking it, so you kind of like get the food. You eat while you're cooking.
Yeah, Johnny is
'Cause
right, by the way. Like, Spoon is struggling to comprehend women. Like, yeah, I am definitely struggling to comprehend this because my mind is goes, what? Why?
You eat while you're cooking so that it tastes good, right? So then like you basically eat like all day.
Okay, I am not particularly heavy right now. I'm actually like probably underweight that I would usually be, and no, I would still inhale food like a vacuum cleaner. I think if people saw what I ate when I was heavier, and by heavier I just mean people would just
You
be
said
like,
that
how
you
the
said to
fuck?
me earlier you eat the same thing every day. So what do you eat?
Well, when I was heavier,
You told me earlier today that you eat the same thing every day for like 5 years. So now I'm
Yes.
curious, what do you eat every day?
Well, I don't eat as much now.
No, you said you eat the same thing every day.
Yes.
So I'm curious.
I would eat rice and curry, pasta with beef and mozzarella, and then porridge, and then maybe like 2 cups of coffee. That's it.
A lot of carbs.
Yeah, that's all I would eat.
But you work out. So it's fine.
Well, I mean, I cut down on some of the portions because I don't work out as heavy now because I don't go to the gym anymore because all my gyms are a bunch of COVID F words.
Yeah.
And they're just really anal about it. And I can't be around people who are that anal about something that has no shot at killing you. I can't do that. It's a level of just the germophobic twattiness that I can't fucking comprehend. When I was I won't say bulking, but when
We are getting off topic quicker than Fetterman. To be
of
fair.
course, yeah.
Sorry, let's get back on.
No, this is the thing. When I was
Let's
eating,
finish this.
When I was eating every day for when I was working out, this is legitimate. This would be my breakfast. I would have 2 eggs, 3 pieces of toast, bowl of porridge, 300 grams of potatoes that I put in the air fryer, an apple, an orange, like a handful of blueberries, and a banana. That's breakfast.
Oh my god, that's more than I eat in an entire day.
Yes, that's breakfast. Then I would have the beef and pasta. There was more cheese with it than I have now.
That's more than I eat in a whole day, dude.
Yeah, and then later on I would have about like a cup of rice, roughly speaking, and then maybe a bit less than a cup, like 140 grams of rice, roughly speaking, with like maybe like a ladle of curry with chicken breast and spinach.
If you guys don't know, I do know what Spoon looks like. He's like fucking ripped. It's stupid. It's sickening. How fucking ripped he is.
And then in the evening I would have like maybe like a handful of nuts, like almonds or something. And
did you activate your almonds?
I don't know what that means. That's cringe as shit. And then
he definitely activated his almonds then.
Yeah, and then before I would go to bed, it would be that and but 2 tablespoons of cottage cheese, and I would eat that every day.
Oh, I love cottage cheese, but I put salt on it.
Yeah, I did that as well. I put salt and pepper in it.
What? Oh my god, I thought I was a weirdo my entire life. Bill, in fact, made fun of me for putting salt on cottage cheese.
No, but but salt and pepper on it.
I do that as well. Oh shit.
Yeah, and I would eat that.
My brother from another mother, salt on and pepper on cottage cheese, homie. Weird.
Yeah, I would eat that every day.
I like to take my cottage cheese and put it on a bagel, though. To be fair.
Yeah, I would do that as well.
Oh shit! I've never heard anyone else do that but me. God damn it.
Yeah, but that's what I would eat every day, and I was always shredded.
Yeah.
Because like I knew how much I would have to eat because I had spreadsheets of like to every fucking gram, and all my food was measured like autistic level of fucking detail because I just went like, if I want to bulk, I know how to bulk properly. Like the people who are constantly obsessed with the weight, like you will gain if you work out diligently and you have somewhat decent genes. You'll be lucky to gain 6 or 7 pounds of muscle in a year, like lean fucking muscle. And to comprehend what that looks like, that's like if you measure that in chicken, like raw chicken. Imagine if you staple that to your frame. That's what you would look like. So
Yeah.
to put it that level, you're like, oh, this is what
Cottage cheese and
muscle looks
applesauce is good, by the way.
like. That's fucking weird.
No, it's good. CQ Chaos 747 in the chat knows that it's good.
Yeah.
Is
But like,
Anywho.
this is how you would measure your muscle gain. It's just with very, very small amounts. Because if you put on that amount of muscle a year, the amount of extra calories you have to eat to maintain that is like 200 calories. That's like a glass of
a
milk.
snack. Yeah, a glass of
it's
milk.
fucking minuscule. So these people are like, oh, why don't you eat like 5,000 calories? No, you fucking don't. That's crap. Like, you're just wasting fat that you're going to trim off. So there's no need for you to eat like these fucking 5,000 calorie diets. That's bullshit.
It's so funny. You and I, the antithesis. I had to like figure out like how much calories do I need to eat to not die.
And I was like, to gain weight.
I had to for a while eat enough calories to gain weight, and I had to gain weight
yours
because
is
I
still
was
fucking alcohol.
no. I had to gain weight for a while because I weighed so little. I had to gain weight, and then I stopped doing that.
Yeah,
I would totally put salt on a grape. I put salt on a grape because I put salt on watermelon. I guarantee it's delicious. I have not put salt on a grape, but I bet it's good.
I've had a bunch of people tell me to do that, and I just think that's heresy.
Why?
Because like it's watermelon. You don't fucking mess with watermelon.
My dude,
God
you
made
put salt on
watermelon.
watermelon.
Like no.
You put salt on
No,
watermelon.
No, you don't.
Everybody, look, anyone in the chat who understands the deliciousness of salt on watermelon.
Everybody
tell
puts
Spoon why
salt
he's
on
wrong.
watermelon. You are
All right,
heathens
now we
and
need to have
godless
a
creatures.
poll. Salt on watermelon.
Why do we always talk about food?
We always end up doing yes or no.
No, just fuck no.
Because it's fun to talk about food.
No, absolutely
Salt
not.
on anyone who disagrees. I gotta say, have you tried it?
No, because the idea is just revolting. You don't put.
It's delicious. You gotta
No.
so you can't have an opinion. You haven't tried it.
Just no.
You have to try it. You can't have an opinion if you didn't try it.
No.
All right, I'm gonna put this fat lady back on, and then let's get through this.
That he would vote against a federal abortion ban.
Again,
That
fatties
kind of
always have an
surprised
issue with
me
abortion.
and definitely drew a line in the sand between him and Mastriano, who I think is a very dangerous person to be in the governor's seat in Pennsylvania.
So you believed Oz in his position, and even though a Democrat, did that mean that you want to vote for him now? I haven't heard you
real
mention your candidate, Fetterman.
Yeah, I was kind of shocking to see Fetterman. I will say that I think that he improved through the course of the debate. I think that he kind of got
Really?
his footing, and it's good to hear from experts that they think that he might continue to improve over the course of the next few months.
Experts that he might continue to improve. Well, she said that. Let's go back and listen to the debate then. Spoon, I have to use the bathroom again real quick. I'm having drinks, so I'm gonna play it. Let it go. Let it go. I'll be right back.
Oh God.
Just let it go. Take me 1 minute. Hang on.
All across this nation.
All right. I'm sorry, I must correct that. Once again, he's misrepresented what I've said, but he also said something very dishonest. On this debate stage, he said very specifically in his primary debate, when he was still debating, that he would support 38 weeks of mandated rules by the federal government that would prevent any state from blocking it. So that's not Roe versus Wade.
That's not true. I support Roe v. Wade. That's the simple.
John,
Roe
you
v. Wade.
said specifically you would support
right,
a
thank you,
federal
Mr.
rule
Oz.
on 38
Mr. Oz,
weeks.
thank you.
But how
Thank
could-
you.
that's-
We-
I think
we
it's
wa-
important that John at least acknowledge that he's not honest here, because you said the
All right,
opposite
Mr.
on
Oz,
TV.
we must continue on. Mr. Fetterman, turning to you, we have a follow-up question. Would you support allocating federal funds to transport women who live in states where abortion is banned to states where they can get one, and why? 30 seconds.
Okay.
Why that should be done by
I
their
would.
states?
I would, because I believe abortion
think so.
rights is a universal right for all women in America. I believe that I believe abortion is health care. And I believe
Abortion is not healthcare, by the way.
Okay, why the hell would you support paying for somebody else's state to come to yours to get abortion? What the fuck?
Obviously because they want, because he wants people to move into Florida who will vote for his political side. That's why.
What?
Yeah, that's why. You get that, right?
Am I the only one who thinks America's government is really badly run and incredibly fucking stupid?
No, me too. But he wants more people to move to Florida who will come there to abortion. Other Carolina will ban it, and then like he can be like, "Oh, Florida, you're allowed to come kill your 38-week-old baby here." It's not going to happen in Florida, by the way.
I find this man extremely retarded.
Yes, I agree. Second.
This is hands up. Like, Biden makes more sense than this fucking dude.
Yeah, he
like significantly more, which is insane.
That's why they're all like freaking out, and you know,
like these people are all shit.
Look, Chris was destroyed by DeSantis, Florida, in their, which we could watch. Which I guess we'll watch tomorrow. But this one was way worse because this one was actually maybe a
train wreck.
This one was maybe a toss-up. People might have voted for this. As I just showed, someone was like, "Oh, I would vote for him anyway because I want to kill babies." That's it. That's all you have to go off of, is that you know that he is incapable. But if you want to kill a baby enough, I guess that's why. And that's what it's down to. Let's not beat around the bush. That's what it's down to.
Believe that that is a choice that belongs with each woman and their doctor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fetterman. Turning to the next issue, Dennis.
Thank you, Lisa. Let's turn to what has become one of the key themes of this race, fitness to serve. For these individual questions, there will be no rebuttals allowed. Mr. Fetterman, we begin with you. You suffered, as you mentioned a moment ago, a stroke 4 days before the May primary. Last week, you released this note from your doctor saying you can work full duty in public office. But you have not released your detailed medical records surrounding your stroke.
By the way,
Mr. Fetterman, will you pledge tonight to release those records in the...
Yeah.
Do you know who the doctor is?
Who?
The doctor is a top Democratic donor.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Oh, it's fascinating, isn't it?
I'm so surprised. Oh, I'm so shocked. How could this possibly be the case? God damn it, dude.
Yeah, the fact that was a... I've not seen it reported in the media, except by the Republicans. I wonder why.
Donate her five says to put tajin on that watermelon. I would put tajin on... Is that how it's pronounced? Tajin?
I don't know what that is.
I put that on... It's this like Mexican spice mix that's so delicious. It's got lime and cayenne pepper. It's delicious. Put that shit on everything, in my opinion. I definitely put that on watermelon.
You need to have a cook-off with me, like South African.
I will. That's okay. Let's do this. We'll find some time. I will fly to Ireland, and I'll find a big empty space in a park, and we'll build a braai, and we'll have a cook-off. Let's do it.
Oh,
I want to make those. I want to make those. I told you the thing that sounded really good to me, which was the
skull pikes.
The thing that's wrapped in an intestine. I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
The skull pikes. Yeah.
I don't know. Yes.
You have to bring.
I can't even repeat what you just said to me.
Well,
that sounds so good. I told you also I wanted to go buy some stuff from South Africa, like from this.
Didn't you do?
No, because they wouldn't accept they had all kinds of, I wanted to, but then they were weird to me and wouldn't let me buy it. It was really lame because I wanted to try like South African stuff. They wouldn't let me buy it and ship it here. They wouldn't ship it to Guernsey.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
I hate not being able to say the F word.
But yeah, I had it all ready. They said they ship it to the UK. But then as soon as I put it in Guernsey, like, no, we can't ship it there. So, yeah, I couldn't have it shipped here. But I had all kinds of stuff. I showed you the stuff, like all the stuff I was going to try, South African shit. To be like, oh, I'll figure out like if you have any taste whatsoever or why maybe your taste is fucked up. But it does seem that just
barely by 51%, just like Hitler.
How dare you?
Just like Hitler.
You said my taste is fucked up. Fuck you.
No, I said I was going to ask. I was going to find out if it was. I didn't say it was. I said I was going to try to find out if it was.
Mm-hmm.
But like it seems that just like Hitler.
Backpedaling bitch.
That's not what I said. That's not what I. Chat. Did I say his taste was fucked up, or did I say I was trying to figure out if his taste was fucked up? Also, it seems again just like Hitler, as I said, watermelon with salt has eked out ahead in the democracy. There we go. Don't get Patricia's. I'm now.
And this is why democracy is shit.
I'm now mocking. I'm now mocking the entire thing that we talked about earlier. I'm being facetious. Okay.
I wish I could see who voted yes, so I could just kick them from the chat.
The interest of transparency. You have 60 seconds.
What a fascist.
To me, for transparency is about showing up. I'm here today to have a debate. I have
showing up. That's apparently
speeches in front of 3,000 people in Montgomery County, all across Pennsylvania, big crowds. I believe if my doctor believes that I'm fit to serve, and that's what I believe is appropriate. And
big crowd.
The reason why I find this funny is that I believe in transparency.
He sounds like a child.
Dude, the reason why I laugh is because the guy says, I believe in transparency. Yes, and everyone can see transparently that you are fucked in the head.
That you have. But again, now we're supposed to be like, oh, he is fucked in the head. And that's why you should vote for him, because he's trying very hard. He's special. You should vote for him because he's trying I can't believe this. How are we at this stage? this is like the most late stage democracy shit I've ever seen. Of he's trying his best, so you better vote for him. He's disabled. Yes, he is the child of very rich people who's never had a job in his life, but he's trying his best, so you better give him a thing because he's got a disability.
You're basically gonna send a grown man child with a stroke into the Senate. What are you, fucking insane?
We did it to the presidency, so whatever.
Yeah, but that's different.
Is it? We did it with the president, apparently.
Well, at least the president has an experience.
At least Biden has been a political creature for 50 years.
He's a creature of habit, whereas this man is a creature of retardation.
It's truly fascinating. We'll see what people do.
Dear people of Pennsylvania, if you vote for this thing, you people are fucking retarded.
I believe that the choice belongs women and their doctors, and he believes that the choice should be with him or Republican legislators all across this nation.
All right. I'm sorry, I must correct that. Once again, he's misrepresented what I've said, but he also said something very dishonest. On this debate stage, he said very specifically, in his primary debate, when he was still debating, that he would support 38 weeks of mandated rules by the federal government that would prevent any state from blocking it. That's not Roe versus Wade.
That's not true. I support Roe v. Wade. That's the simple.
John, you said specifically you would support a federal rule on 38 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's important that John at least acknowledge that he's not honest here, because you said the opposite on TV.
Mr. Oz, we must continue on. Mr. Fetterman, turning to you, we have a follow-up question. Would you support allocating federal funds to transport women who live in states where abortion is banned to states where they can get one, and why? 30 seconds.
Because that's already.
I would, because I believe abortion rights is a universal right for all women in America. I believe that abortion is health care. And I believe that is a choice that belongs with each woman and their doctor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fetterman. Turning to the next issue, Dennis.
Thank you, Lisa. Let's turn to what has become one of the key themes of this race, fitness to serve. For these individual questions, there will be no rebuttals allowed. Mr. Fetterman, we begin with you. You suffered, as you mentioned a moment ago, a stroke 4 days before the May primary. Last week, you released this note from your doctor saying you can work full duty in public office.
Hello, goodbye.
But you have not released your detailed medical records surrounding your stroke. Mr. Fetterman, will you pledge tonight to release those records in the interest of transparency? You have 60 seconds.
No. To me, for transparency is about showing up. I'm here today to have a debate.
No, show the medical records.
Speeches in front of 3,000 people in Montgomery County, all across Pennsylvania,
Answer the question.
Big crowds.
You're going to release the medical
I believe if my doctor believes that I'm fit to serve, and that's what I believe is appropriate. And now with 2 weeks before the election, I have run a campaign and I've been very transparent about being very open about the fact we're in use captioning. And I believe that, again, my doctors, the real doctors that I believe in, they all believe that I'm ready to be served.
Follow up, I didn't hear you say you would release your full medical records. Why not? You have 30 seconds.
No, again, my Dr. L believes that I'm fit to be serving, and that's what I believe is where I'm standing.
Okay, Mr. Fetterman, thank you. Mr. Oz,
no answer.
You have built a lucrative career around medicine, but you've been criticized even by some fellow physicians for promoting, quote, unproven, ill-advised, and at times potentially dangerous treatments. What is your response to that? You have 60 seconds.
One of the great blessings of traveling around Pennsylvania is you run into people who have watched the show. They thank me very much for giving them life-saving advice on chronic issues like high blood pressure or dealing with their anxiety. The show did very well because it provided high-quality information that empowered people, which was exactly what I want to do when I'm a senator. Give people the power. Let them make decisions for their well-being. Now, John Fetterman's approach to health is a very dangerous one. He believes we should socialize medicine. He embraced this with Bernie Sanders, who he endorsed. The two candidates call themselves the two most progressive people in America. When you have socialized medicine, Dennis, you shut down the ability of people to get access to health care. Doctors stop practicing. There are no medications available. The lines get long. It's a disaster, and it puts people at risk. So I don't believe we should allow socialized medicine, the abolition of all private health care insurance in America, and radical positions like the ones taken by John Fetterman make him too extreme to serve.
Okay, there's two sides to this, right? I have to admit, and we all have to admit, that the cost of healthcare in the United States is disgusting. It's sickening, it is predatory, and it's repulsive. At the same time, the cost of healthcare in Canada and other states that have socialized medicine systems or semi-socialized medicine systems mean that it can take you decades to get necessary health treatments because you are put in the back of the line. We need to find a middle ground in a way that works for these systems, right? Healthcare should not be the companies that do this stuff. They buy politicians. Okay, we know this. The COVID stuff has been so evidence of that. So no, it shouldn't be like right now. Like if you look at the itemized cost, if you go to the hospital, the itemized cost of a Band-Aid at a hospital is something like $500 of a Band-Aid. It's ridiculous in the United States because of all the costs they say are involved with that because a nurse had to put it on you. You had to pay for the nurse. Well, that's fucked up. I don't agree with that. But that is the case because of massive companies that have their stake involved in the medicine industry, in the healthcare industry. That is not the natural way that would happen if things were run under a total free market system. The reality is that we are not running under a total free market system. We're running under a system that is subsidized by a government. So when you have government subsidies, then companies can do things like charge $500 for a Band-Aid. And that's how things are currently working. That is a problem. I agree with people on the left when they have criticisms of the healthcare system, because there are major criticisms of the healthcare system that bleed people dry metaphorically and literally. That shit is fucked, and it's not okay. We do need to find an answer to those questions. But what Fetterman is offering is nothing, so it's not an actual answer because he has no idea what he's actually asking for.
If we're going to bring balance to Washington, you got to bring people who understand the ramifications. Even Joe Biden called John Fetterman's idea, I'll quote him, preposterous.
Mr. Fetterman, I'm going to let you respond in just a minute, but I have a follow-up for you first, Mr. Oz. Did you or your company make a profit from promoting those products? You have 30 seconds.
I never sold weight loss products as described in those commercials. It's a television show, like this is a television show, so people can run commercials on the shows, and that's a perfectly appropriate and very transparent process. I ruffled a lot of feathers on my show because I told people the truth, and I'm proud of that. I'll do the exact same thing as a U.S. senator.
Go ahead.
But there's no way
Try and interrupt
to
him.
defend what John Fetterman has done with socialized medicine. That is a radical departure from what we in America have
again,
accepted.
I must-
And
I
relationship
must
between
respond
your
to that.
John, you'll have your
I
turn. John, let me finish.
Shut
You'll,
up.
there must be a relationship between a doctor and a patient, and that's what I would direct patients to do.
Thank you. Mr. Fetterman, he accused you of socialized medicine, supporting socialized medicine. What is your response?
Again, it's the Oz rule. He's on TV and he's lying. I never supported any of that thing. You know, he keeps talking about Bernie Sanders. You know, 3 years ago he was.
Bernie Sanders supported you because you were also in favor of socialized medicine. That's not a lie. That was the point. So you're just going to deny it, I guess?
On his show, and he hugged him and he said, "I love this guy. You know what? Why don't you pretend that you live in Vermont instead of Pennsylvania and run against Bernie Sanders? Because all you can do is talk about Bernie Sanders. Because my truth is that
your truth. What the fuck?
Up in the trees said he got a colonoscopy a month ago. Cost $17,000.
Damn.
A colonoscopy does not cost that much. It costs that much because. And by the way, if it's socialized, it will still cost that much.
Taxpayer.
It will just be paid for by the taxpayer. That's the problem. All of these costs of medicine are being driven up. It doesn't cost that much. A colonoscopy does not cost $17,000. I have an aunt of mine is a holistic medical doctor, and she is trained in doing colonoscopies. And she can do one for about $500, right? Legally. And with a medical license, right? That the reason that it costs you that much, that's unbelievable because I know that my aunt can do it for about $500, that's because the prices are increased because no one's questioning these problems within the medical industry. No one's questioning why are they charging so much. Part of it is, of course, because of the problems with suing. You know, if you sue a medical professional, you get millions usually. But basically, medical professionals are allowed to charge whatever the fuck they want. And that is a problem. It's not no one is raising that issue, which is a problem, in my opinion. Dr. Oz isn't raising it here. Fetterman certainly won't because he can't understand that kind of stuff. But that's insane that you would be charged. Oh my God, up in the trees. $17,000 for colonoscopy? Colonoscopy should be like I said, $500, maybe $1,000. And at most, that's unbelievable.
healthcare is a basic fundamental right, and I believe in expanding that, and I believe about fighting for healthcare, the kind of healthcare that saved my life.
Dennis, that was.
Yeah, real quick though, also, as you said, Furious Dan.
The fact that they saved your life is what failed.
Well, as Furious Dan said, the hospitals will write a number, and the government pays for it.
Joke I just hit.
Well, it was, I had to pay. So I mean, like $50,000.
Everyone in the chat's gonna be like, "Fucking hell, Spoon, that was mean as
Yeah,
shit."
I had to pay about $50,000 over the last year and a half for my severe medical issues that I had when I came over here to the UK. Where, by the way, it's all supposed to be covered by the government, right? Guess what? It's not. So.
Well, of course not, because it's paid by you, so it's always going to be paid by you.
Right. Well, I had to pay for it. So it was about 50 grand. I had to pay for that. The cost of more than a down payment on a house. Basically, all the money I had saved to buy for a house, I had to put down for paying for healthcare. And what was my healthcare?
By the way, so I'm happy now.
Good. The healthcare. What did I receive? The majority of it was giving me lunch. That was the healthcare I received. Giving me lunch and dinner, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Feelings against Spoon. Yeah, wrong.
For 3 months. So imagine you're just sitting in a bed for 3 months, and they give you breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they're going to charge you $50,000 for that because it's about what I got charged. Just letting you know.
That's like
Journey for 5
$1,000 a day.
says. Yes.
That's
about
insane.
That. That's even in the UK. That's how much it costs. Janegi for 5 says the doc functions on the how much is your life's worth when it comes to billing you. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It is and I one of the things that I saw when I was in the hospital was the horrible treatment of old people, and they would just abuse elderly women constantly. Mostly women, because elderly women are the ones who men just kind of die. You know what I mean? That's just the way it works.
Thanks for
Men
that.
just kind of die. I'm just being honest. Men just kind of die. That's the way that it tends to work. Women have to go to the hospital and they kind of die slowly. Men just drop dead. I'm just saying statistically. So yeah, I watch them abuse and laugh at old women. At old women as they would laugh as they would abuse them and break their legs. In fact, in front of me, I could see it across the ha 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 ha. And she, oh my God, you're hurting me, you're hurting me, you're hurting me. It didn't matter. And then when the woman would cry about the broken leg, they say, oh, it's because she's old. She broke her leg by herself. I saw it should happen. DRT is king for 5 says medical goods is borked as a type 1 diabetic insulin is comically expensive. Yes, actually, and Trump made it so it wouldn't be comically expensive. And one of the first things, if not the first thing that Biden did, clearly not because he's paid off by Big Pharma in any way, was he removed that so that insulin would be very expensive again. It costs more than my car to get a new insulin pump. Yes, DRT is king, and that is largely
By the way,
Biden's
have you noticed he's boasting
fault.
now about doing that again?
Yes, he's going to do it again. Yep.
No. The fact that he brought down the prices, like Trump did this before you.
I know.
Came
He
in,
says I know.
undid it, and now you want credit for undoing the thing that you fucked up in the first place.
Are you hoping we all forgot?
Shit.
Are you hoping we all forgot? Well, I won't forget, you piece of shit. Let's try to get through this. Oh my God.
Honest, he explicitly supported socialized
Mr. Oz,
medicine.
we have
Bernie
a lot
Sanders.
of topics to get to. I think we did this. Lisa, you go ahead.
We are going to move on to the next topic, and this has come up earlier, and that is the issue of fracking. Pennsylvania only trails Texas in terms of natural gas production. Both of you have taken shifting positions on the issue of fracking. Mr. Oz, we begin with you. You wrote a column in 2014 calling for no fracking pending health study results. But in a video posted on social media in March, you said, quote, natural gas guarantees high-paying skilled jobs right here in Pennsylvania, so back off Biden, give us freedom to frack. Mr. Oz, please explain that changing position. 60 seconds.
I've been very consistent. Fracking has been demonstrated. It's a very old technology to be safe. It is a lifeline for this country.
Oz has seemingly been consistent. Wait till you see the Fetterman's position.
By the way,
Commonwealth to be able to build wealth, similar to
what
what
he just said wasn't particularly that controversial. He said, like, I'm waiting for the data. Then the data came out, and so he went by the position of the data. Like, that's normal.
Waiting for the results.
Yeah, that's literally what it said in the report.
And then, and now he's on board with
that's
it.
not a flip-flop. He just said that
It's
I'm
not
in favor of this because I haven't seen the data yet. But I'm not going to support something that I can't see yet. And so he sees the data and then he changes. Like that's like normal human being behavior.
Completely normative. I don't think that there's any kind of flip-flop there. He says, I will wait for the data.
That's
he
consistent.
then finds the data and he says, okay, I'm cool with this. Wait till we see Fetterman's stuff.
What they've been able to achieve in other states. For that reason, I strongly support fracking, drilling, the piping of that natural gas. In fact, I'd build a facility even in Philadelphia so we can export it to our allies and help them, the ones that are struggling now in Eastern and Western Europe because of the Ukrainian war. John Fetterman calls fracking a stain on Pennsylvania. He says that he would sign a moratorium to ban its continued use. He's against pipelines. He voted or supported the vote against the Keystone pipeline that ended up shutting it down. He supports Biden's desire to ban fracking on public lands, which are our lands, all of our lands together. This is a extreme position on energy. If we unleashed our energy here in Pennsylvania, it would help everybody. Why John Fetterman is so rigidly stuck on fighting against energy companies is stunning to me because it's the jobs I want. Tens of thousands of high-paying jobs to help Pennsylvanians.
Thank you, Mr. Oz.
Oz rule.
Mr. Fetterman, 15
I
seconds.
absolutely support fracking. In fact, I live across the street from
No, you haven't. Let's go into it, though.
a steel mill, and they were going to frack to create their own energy in order to make them more competitive. And I support that, living closer to anybody else in Pennsylvania for fracking to myself. I believe that we need independence with energy, and I believe I've walked that line my entire career. I believe Democrats...
Mr. Fetterman, I do have a specific question which you can continue on this topic, but you have made two conflicting statements regarding fracking. In a 2018 interview, you said, quote, "I don't support fracking at all. I never have." But earlier this month, you told an interviewer, quote, "I support fracking. I support the energy independence that we should have here in the United States." So, Mr. Fetterman, please explain your changing position. 60 seconds.
I've always supported fracking.
You just literally read out a bit where you said you didn't.
Yep.
I always believe that independence with our energy is critical, and we can't be held, ransom to somebody like Russia. I've always believed that energy independence is critical, and I've always believed that, and I do support fracking. I've never taken any money from their industry, but I support how critical it is that we produce our own energy and create energy independence.
Okay, you didn't believe that 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So
when
you're
you
a liar.
actually had the energy independence.
So
as well.
you're a liar. So he's portrayed himself already. He's a liar.
I must correct the record.
Just a second, Mr. Oz. I do want to clarify something. You're saying tonight that you support fracking, that you've always supported fracking, but there is that 2018 interview that you said, quote, "I don't support fracking at all." So how do you square the two?
I do support fracking, and I support fracking, and I stand and I do support fracking.
That was the most glorious clusterfuck of a non-answer I think I have ever seen on a debate stage.
Can you try to explain why your opinions have changed? I support fracking, and I support fracking, and
My
I
God,
support
and we
fracking.
thought Biden's brain was fucking bad.
I mean, this is fucking
Christ.
terrible. And this is the best the Democrats have to offer.
That's the most
by way.
amazing thing to me. Is like,
I know.
This is the reason why your party is fucking terrible. Like, this is the shit that you're gonna put up with. This guy makes AOC look like fucking Einstein.
Mm-hmm.
You make AOC look smart. Jesus Christ, that's fucking horrifying.
It's awful, right? God damn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fetterman.
I'm sorry, Lisa, but there's not just a statement you read. There are multiple pictures of him signing a moratorium.
We have to move on.
But we have to get the fundamentals of the truth out here. John Fetterman over and over again took positions.
All right, like I do admit that probably I understand what Oz is trying to do, but he probably should leave us alone. He already embarrassed himself beyond anything that you could show.
Yeah, this is like kicking salt into the wound.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's so funny.
We have a lot of topics. You will have a chance to have that in your
There may one comment then. The energy industry is living in fear of John Fetterman. I want to know why.
Mr. Oz, we want to now turn to public safety. Mr. Fetterman, Republicans have called you dangerously soft on crime. The Pennsylvania State Troopers Association has endorsed Democrat Josh Shapiro for governor. But in this race, it endorsed your Republican opponent, Mr. Oz. What is your response to those endorsements? And
real quick, Hasselhopper for 5 says it's terrible, but this is some real I love lamp energy. Yes, it is. It is 100%. I love lamp. I love lamp. I love lamp. That is exactly.
God.
Unfortunately, it is the. That is the. Let's play that.
It is really painful. This.
Can I play that? I should be fine. But it.
I love.
It should be fine. We're gonna with whatever we claim. It's this. Though.
I love. Carpet. I love. Desk.
Brick, are you just looking at things in the office and saying that you love them?
Sounds like it.
I love lamp.
He loves lamp.
Do you really love the lamp, or are you just saying it because you saw it?
I love lamp.
He loves the lamp. He loves the environment. There
yeah,
you go.
that is literally what we just witnessed.
Wow, that was what we just witnessed. So you're completely correct. Thank you for for bringing him. I also love lamp. Just as Fetterman does. We all love lamp here, don't we? Let's get some. Are there moth? Are there moth emojis? It's gotta be a moth emoji, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
There's no moth.
I am just. I'm blown away by the fact.
I love
also,
lamp.
this dude had like weeks of preparations as well.
I know. I put some butterfly emojis. Would just pretend they're moths.
This man is retarded, by the way.
I love lamp.
And what is your response to accusations that you are, quote, dangerously soft on crime? You have 60 seconds.
No, I believe that I run on my record on crime. You know, I ran to be mayor back in 2005 in order to fight gun violence, and that's exactly what I did. And working with the police and working with our community, I was able to stop gun violence for 5.5 years as mayor. Ever accomplished before or since my time as mayor, because I'm the only person on this stage right now that was successful about pushing back against gun violence and being the community more safe. You know, all he's done is just put a plan up on his website in the last 24 hours. He has no experience. He has never made any attempt to try to address crime during his entire career, except showing up for photo ops here in Philadelphia.
I will give you 15 seconds to respond to that, and then I have a question for you.
The Fraternal Order of Police from...
I guess the reason he's talking about his guns is because he thinks that Democrats hate guns, so that will make it...
Because Democrats are scared of anything that goes pew-pew.
Oh, no, don't get it twisted. Democrats definitely want to hire police officers
Just
who they
for private
also
security.
hate to go shoot you, but they don't want to shoot them themselves. Be real about it. Okay.
Tune into Broken Crown Podcast. We love lamp.
We do love. This is a love lamp podcast. It's not love line. It's love lamp. We all love the lamp here.
I love lava lamps.
I love lava lamps as well. I love lamps. I am also a mom. We're all fine.
Braddock, the small town he represented, endorsed me. They supported me because what he's saying is not true. Violence skyrocketed in Braddock. I mean, the town wasn't in a good shape when John got there. It got worse when he was there. People kept leaving. So, of course, you're going to have, all kinds of aberrations. But, John, the city was dangerous under your leadership, and that's why the
I want to turn to you now,
me.
Mr. Oz. This past summer...
Okay, real quick. Lamented Guy for 10 says, and I'm back. If I could derail the conversation for a moment, I might say, Spoon, your Taylor Swift video was a slam dunk. I'm very interested in more fitness, diet, and health videos from you. Which, yeah, you should do more of, because you're all a big in shape dude.
Why do people find just... Okay, this is going to sound really weird, but I can understand why the fitness channels do well, because there's an actual person, but you're just taking advice from a voice.
Yeah,
that's kind of weird.
You could show people what you look like.
No thanks.
You have to take a picture of you have to show people your face. You can show people your body, I guess, to be like, hey, look, I'm not making this shit up.
No, that's worse.
Is it worse?
Yes.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, can I just, like, you could just have me, like, as your, what do you call it? Sorry.
You're gonna be like,
I know my fucking audio's quiet because I had my mic turned around. My bad. That should be better.
Show off
yeah,
your
you
pecs,
could just
fuck off. No.
You show off your pecs, and you
no,
can kind
I'm
of.
not showing off my
Yeah,
boobs.
I should have it now, Ty Rhodes, because my mic constantly gets flipped around. So you could just take me as like like use your testimony or whatever. And like, trust me, I've seen it, and it's fucking ripped. You're fine. He's not giving you bad advice.
You could always just take my advice and then just... I can guarantee you, if you take my advice, it'll work. Because the way that I train
for men
now, women can do it as well. I've trained girls. I've trained more girls than guys. I trained girls exactly the same way I train the guys. I just like I will take you 3 sets and you will be in pain and you will hate me, but it'll work. And then the next time they come back and like, oh my god, I got stronger.
I'm fucking crippled, so I won't work that word, but we'll do it. You can give me advice, but I don't think it'd work because I'm crippled. Whatever. Rob Walker for 10 says, is it just me or does Fetterman look like Peter Boyle's Frankenstein from Young Frankenstein? Oh my god, he does. Thanks for the good time, Aiden Spoon. Thank you for hanging out, Rob Walker. And yes, you are correct. He does look like the Frankenstein from Young Frankenstein. Actually, now I can't unsee it. Oh my god.
He definitely looks like Frankenstein, except Frankenstein is more life than this motherfucker.
Yes, let's watch this then.
Congress passed the first gun control bill in decades. That would not have happened without the support of the man you are running to replace Pat Toomey. How would you have voted on that bill? And would you continue Toomey's legacy as being one of the lead Republicans in Congress on pushing for gun reforms? You have 60 seconds.
I have been supported by Pat Toomey. I've enjoyed working with him. I think he's done a wonderful job. There are parts of that bill that I like a lot. For example, I like the fact that there are background checks that are being strengthened now, so we can make sure that people who should not have guns don't get guns. I also like the fact that there was a lot of money invested for mental health, which is a...
No. I understand why there are some instances in which we say people cannot get guns anymore, but otherwise, I think it's your Second Amendment right. So unless it's an extreme circumstance,
Shall
I'm
not
very
be infringed.
You're going to have to say on the record that you're okay with violating somebody's constitutional right. So I'm very, very nervous about violating someone's constitutional right to own firearms. I'm very nervous about that in any situation.
Just instantly should all these people need to say is just that. Just if anyone asks you anything on the Second Amendment, all you should say is shall not be infringed.
Yeah.
And also, Second Amendment crowd will lose their minds if you just said that and stopped.
Yeah. I understand where they're coming from, but as a Second Amendment near absolutist, I don't agree with this.
But this is the thing that people need to understand. If you're a Second Amendment voter, you would lose your fucking mind if someone straight up just said, no, I do not support any gun control in any capacity. The Second Amendment is very clear, shall not be infringed, and they will lose their fucking mind. They will instantly like you.
Yeah.
Because it's true.
Dr. Oz is not on our side, though. He is a neocon, kind of like base level Republican who is fighting against a crazy person, right?
I don't think he's that bad.
I'm okay with him, but I'm just saying that this particular fight.
He doesn't have the fiery brandness of a typical Trumper, but he's
this
not bad.
particular fight between these two people in Pennsylvania is just evidence of how things may be shifting back towards the right in the Overton window. I don't think this is definitive proof that it is shifting back right, but because I think that the left has way too much institutional power, and I also don't think that democracy works. But that's my obviously a problem with democracy. So I would see Dr. Oz's win as being a kind of Pyrrhic victory, I suppose. But I still hope he wins.
Important part of the equation. I've been to Philadelphia. I've done prayer vigils with black clergy leaders who are desperately trying to save the people in their community. Half the murders in Philadelphia are committed by people under 18. We have got to get mental health services to these people, and it's not happening now. But
that was Johnson's work made that impossible. Lyndon B. Johnson made that impossible. You cannot do anything about those people, Lyndon B. Johnson, unless you're going to have to go back in and very deeply change the federal government's ruling on people who are mentally ill, and Lyndon B. Johnson made that very, very difficult. But Kizza for 5 pounds says, Spoon, Aiden, all anti-2A Americans should have no guns whatsoever, nor be protected by the police, military, security. # change my mind. I kind of agree. I agree. Sorry, I have a hard time disagreeing with that statement. Thank you, Kizza.
Part of the problem is that we have taken away the ability of police to do their job, and that's on John Fetterman. Because John Fetterman has taken such a harsh position against them. He's undermined them at every level, taken away...
To be honest, what's going on with the back of his neck?
Whose?
Fetterman.
He's just a big dude.
That's so weird to me that he's got that lump in the back of his neck. That's so weird to me.
That's because that's where his brain is.
I find that so weird looking. Like, how has he got this big fat lump?
This is why I said he looks like in that photo with Biden and the thing. He looks like Biden's like mentally debilitated bodyguard.
He does. I don't understand this neck lump.
He looks like
I've avoided bringing it up because it's very gross, but I don't.
He looks like a doorman.
It is a fat roll. Yes, you're right, Arden. I know, but it's so weird. I can't imagine, like, how do you get so fat? How do you get so fat that you have a neck roll? I don't know.
When you use your trust fund money to a feeding habit?
It's so his neck isn't. His whole neck is the size of his head. That's very bizarre to me.
Yeah. Under normal people, that would be called muscle.
Yeah,
of the United States,
it's
yeah.
weird how big his neck is.
Some of their funding. He's pushed for Krasner, who he admires tremendously, and he's spoken highly of him just this week. He's taken his policies to a new extreme. He's argued that people should be let out of jail without any bail, no matter what they did to get in there. He's argued to release 1/3 of all prisoners. 1/3 of all prisoners out of touch.
Yo, guys, I'm not a physician. I'm a communication psychologist. I don't understand neck fat rolls. I'm not that kind of doctor. You're not here for that kind of clinical data. That's not here. I only can give you social psychology information.
Quickly, 15 seconds. Would you have voted for that Pat Toomey supported bill? If you
I would
were
have
in the
tried to
Senate?
improve that bill. There are things that I think most of us appreciate. I wasn't there at the time, so I can't speak to what was possible.
Yeah, so you
but I
wasn't
do know
involved.
there are parts of that bill that do make sense, and the ones I described should be followed. Let's see how it works out.
Okay, thank you. Lisa.
On to our next issue, and that
all
is
these
illegal
answers are better
immigration. It has
Yeah,
been a problem
he's
in the
on it.
United States for decades,
know?
but it is now
Very-
spiking.
Oz
U.S.
is
Customs and
answering
Border
the questions,
Protection
he's
just
answering them
released
directly,
numbers from
and he's
fiscal
on
year
it. The other guy,
2022.
Fetterman,
They
just
show more
rambles.
than 2.7 million total enforcement actions in the U.S. That is the most ever. Mr. Oz, beginning with you. Republican governors in the South have been sending migrants to Democratic-run cities and states without a plan or without any coordination. It is certainly gaining a lot of attention, but is it an effective way to deal with the influx of migrants? You have 60 seconds.
No.
Lisa, we have a catastrophe at the border, and we should not have sanctuary cities as
catastrophe.
John Fetterman has tried to introduce. But I've been into the parts of Philadelphia and Allentown and Reading where we have large Latino populations. I understand the challenges of the border. My father was an immigrant. My mother were immigrants. I understand what legal immigration offers us, but the completely porous, open nature of our border, which John Fetterman supports, has created a humanitarian crisis with cartels profiting with human trafficking operations. They take the money, they buy narcotics from China, and bring that into
my
our country,
God.
and it's
Wowee.
making every state a border state. Pennsylvania is already a border state because we're top 3 in the country in fentanyl overdoses.
Oh
Lisa,
my
I
God.
can't go anywhere where I'm
He is
giving a big event where I don't meet multiple
on
people who say
point
their
here.
personal lives have been destroyed because of fentanyl overdoses. Yet John Fetterman not only wants an open border, not only supports sanctuary cities, but he wants to legalize all hard drugs in America, including narcotics. That is, out of touch with everybody. That radical
Dear
position was
God.
tried in Oregon, which he
Is
endorsed.
that real?
50% homicide.
I assume that's real. Does he want to just legalize fentanyl?
That wouldn't surprise me.
I agree with much of what Oz said
Almost
there.
just
Again,
fucking
I'm
killed
not.
him, by the way, that was the.
But
fucking
yeah,
disgraceful stand-up.
that's a fucking KO. But does he actually support drugs? Let's hear what he says. He won't be able to respond because all he does is like, oh, Papa, I do that, I do the thing. Let's hear what he says though.
Increase rate.
Oh, one moment. I will give a 15-second rebuttal.
Yeah, that is, again, the Oz rule. That is just not true.
What do you
here,
support then?
his family's company was
No, what do you
levied
support
the
then?
largest fine for immigration hiring of
Immigration.
immigrant illegals.
Oh, my God.
And I think you should sit this one out about in terms of what a secure border.
All right. We do
What
have
the
a
fuck
follow-up
did that
specifically
mean?
for you, Mr. Fetterman. Vice President Kamala Harris says
This is
the southern
astonishing.
border,
I hadn't
border
watched
is
this, dude.
secure, yet we are seeing an unprecedented number of migrants crossing. Is the border secure? And if not, what would you do to fix what both parties are calling a crisis? You have 60 seconds, Mr. Fetterman.
I believe that a secure border can be compatible with compassion. I believe we need a comprehensive and bipartisan solution for immigration. That's what I believe. I don't ever recall in the Statue of Liberty did they say,
In the Statue of Liberty. Yeah.
take our tired, huddled masses and put them on a bus and use cheap political stunts about them. I believe we have to develop a comprehensive and bipartisan solution to address our issue here for immigration here in our nation.
All right.
Wow.
You know what's fucked up?
Mm-hmm.
That was probably his most coherent answer.
It was not coherent though.
That's my point.
Yeah. Also, Lamented Guide for 5 says, okay, Aiden, what are the social psychological implications of John Fetterman's neck goiter? It's that John Fetterman.
I can take a
Look,
guess. I can give you a data answer.
Spoon, let me ask you a real question about John. You answer first, and then I'll ask you a question about John Fetterman. Yeah.
Okay. What was the question?
What are the socio-political implications of his neck goiter?
Social political decreases in, decreased chances of electoral success by 15%.
That is correct, I would say.
Thank you.
So, what the hell is going on here? Like, why did they put this guy up on stage?
To show that he isn't mentally challenged.
But they knew he was.
Yeah, but people were like, he was ducking. Well, not saying ducking the debates, but I think it's because Katie Hobbs was also not debating, and it's not a good look for them to just duck debates. And also, he was taking a lot of.
I think
flack
he had been
for
ducking a
not.
debate for like 2 months as well. Like,
Yeah, and also the stroke made people think that he's not fit to serve. And I think this definitely proves that he's not fit to serve. And basically, as far as I can tell, it's a crapshoot between you want to run the Biden strategy versus you don't.
What you're going to have to run here
it's a risk.
is
It's a risk reward.
So okay, so the moral foundations theory, right? The big thing that people always talk about is the Jonathan Haidt research, but I have far more data on that. Is that are people going to feel so bad for him because he's retarded that they'll vote for him because they feel bad? That is actually, I'm not joking, that is the strategy here, is vote for him because he's retarded, because it would be mean for you not to vote for the retard. That is actually, I'm not joking, that is actually the Democrat strategy, not just for him, but now for multiple different Democrat candidates, is vote for me because I'm literally mentally disabled, and if you don't, then you're a bigot. That appears, I can't believe it, but that's the current Democrat strategy. It's astonishing, right?
Okay, the bit that I don't understand how that worked is because A, this person is representing you, which says a lot about your fucking state if you think that's what you should send to Washington. But number two is the guy is already fucking minted. He comes from a wealthy fucking family. Like, if he doesn't get into the Senate,
Spoon, they don't care about the wealthy. The wealthy stuff they don't care about anymore. Yeah, they want to.
I know.
They're very cool with being ruled by the wealthy because they're all wealthy as well. The people who run this shit, you know.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck what the hell this essentially broken oof says.
Yeah.
I just look at him and the word thud that comes to mind.
They're fine with that. I think that what we're seeing now is that the Democrat Party has decided that because they run off of a heavily empathetic mindset of we have to be very empathetic towards people who have disabilities or who are, disabled in some way, that we all need to vote for the retard because it's so strong, so brave. They're gonna vote for this dude.
No, they're not.
Because he's retarded. He won't win. Trust me, he won't win.
No,
but
I think Oz has.
It's gonna be very evident about the differentiation in people. Again, when I put up my next video, I hate when I'm in these stages, right? I'm like, I just did all this research, so I know what's gonna happen, and I have highly active stuff in my brain. The people who support this shit will support this shit. They will go like, oh yeah, I can't wait to vote for the fucking retarded guy because it supports my politics, right?
Yep. I get a feeling.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen. On to the next issue.
But John's not addressing the elephant in the room, fentanyl.
We have to move on to the next issue. We will be circling back on that.
Turning now to foreign policy. Mr. Fetterman, what do you believe is the greatest foreign threat to the United States of America? You have 60 seconds.
Russia.
I believe is right now is China. I believe China is not our friend.
That's the wrong answer.
And I believe that we can't be able to push back, and we need to stand against China. And I believe that Dr. Oz has chosen to manufacture all of his merchandise on his name on it in China. Which one of us on this stage is going to stand up against and stand firm against China?
He's literally not.
And I believe that's our single biggest issue right now, to make sure that we address China and make sure that we know that it's not our friend.
You said the wrong words, ding dong.
Mr. Oz, what do you believe is the greatest foreign threat to the United States of America? You have 60 seconds.
The fact that our country is not projecting strength. Take, for example, what we're doing with Iran. In order to try to get them to give us a little oil so we can deal with the catastrophe that Russia has caused, we have gone to them and tried to sign a deal that would allow them once again to have the nuclear power to blow up Israel, which they promised they would do. John Fetterman supports that deal. It doesn't make any sense for America to treat our enemies better than our allies. We have to message with our strong voice and the energy we have in our country that we have control over our future. And the best way for America to establish its dominance is to unleash the energy here in Pennsylvania and across the country. By not doing that, not only do we cause all kinds of problems with local jobs and inflation, but we're destroying our ability to remain energy dominant, and we're not able to become allies like we should be for countries like European nations, which are going to struggle with their coldest winter ever. It's the best way to punch Putin back and to teach China a lesson is American energy to reign supreme. And John Fetterman doesn't like American energy, and they are scared of him because they know they can't trust him. He's proven it.
Mr. Oz, thank you. Lisa.
Good response.
All right, on to our next issue. In our recent Next Star poll, a hypothetical rematch between Joe Biden and Donald Trump in 2024 would be a statistical tie in Pennsylvania. 46% of people said they would vote for former President Trump, 45% for President Biden. Mr. Oz, would you support a Trump 2024 run, and why 60 seconds?
I'll support whoever the Republican Party puts up. And I have reached out across the aisle on my campaign because I want to bring balance to Washington. And I've tried to work with Democrats and Republicans and people in the middle, and people unsure, and people who forgot, people who got angry with where their party was headed. I want to bring us together to make this country do what it's always been able to do. Unify, not divide, and address the problems as a surgeon, because in the OR, that's what I do. I just fix the big problem in front of me. John Fetterman, however, cannot go to Washington and work with the other side because he doesn't even get along with his own side. He criticized Joe Biden for not spending enough money and not sidling up close enough to Bernie Sanders. He says he won't work with Joe Manchin. He said, if you like Joe Manchin, don't vote for me. So if you're picking fights with your own party, you're not going to be able to reach across the aisle to the other side. His extreme positions have made him untenable for Republican lawmakers. We need to send someone to Washington.
How much do you know about Joe Manchin? Spin. Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Spin. Okay. How much do you know about Joe Manchin?
Enough. Why?
Just asking. Joe Manchin is a Democrat from my home state of West Virginia who votes almost exclusively along Republican lines. He votes Democrat only because of a long... Now, I could, again, make a 2-hour-long video to explain why West Virginia votes Democrat, even though it's against all their interests. But West Virginia votes Democrat for really, really stupid reasons and silly reasons. It's not because the people are stupid. It's because they've been coerced and convinced into a very silly thing. But Joe Manchin, despite knowing that, also knows that his state votes very extremely for Trump. One of the most strongly Trump voting states in the union. So Joe Manchin, as a Democrat who is in power in the state, knows that he can't fuck around. So he is a Democrat in name only, essentially, right? He is a Democrat in name only. That's what's happening with Joe Manchin, just to be clear about that particular issue.
Who understands the importance of balance, sensible decision-making, and a common sense approach to the challenges that we all face. That's not John Fetterman.
Mr. Oz, Donald Trump has supported you. He has endorsed you. Why won't you fully commit to supporting him in 2024?
Oh, I do. I would support Donald Trump if he decided to run for president.
All right.
But this is bigger than one candidate. This is a much bigger story about how we are going to build a bigger tent to let more Americans feel safe.
Are you concerned about the ongoing legal investigations involving the former president?
God,
30 seconds, sir.
They're all fake.
I haven't followed them very carefully. I've been campaigning pretty aggressively. They'll work themselves out. I have tremendous confidence in the American legal system, and I believe law and order will reign supreme. But speaking about that topic, there's one person on this stage who's broken the law, we believe. John Fetterman took a shotgun, chased an unarmed African-American man, and put the gun, apparently, according to that man, to his chest. John, you weren't pulled over by the police. They let you go. You were the mayor at the time. Why haven't you apologized to that unarmed, innocent black man who you put a shotgun to his chest?
All right. We will allow a 30-second response to that, Mr. Fetterman, specifically what he was saying, referring to the incident in Braddock.
I made the opportunity to defend our community as the chief law enforcement officer there. Everybody in Braddock, an overwhelming majority community of black, community all understood what happened. You know, they understood what happened, and everybody agreed that, and nobody believes that it was anything about me making a split-second decision to defend our community as well.
Why not apologize?
Mr. Oz, please. We are still with Mr. Fetterman. Turning to you right now. You support a Biden run. Do you support a Biden run in 2024? Why in 60 seconds?
That's obviously, it's up to his choice whether he, and if he does choose to run, I would absolutely support him. But ultimately, that's ultimately only his choice.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fetterman. A follow-up question on this. Our Next Star poll shows 51% of Pennsylvania voters disapprove of the president's job performance. You have publicly supported many of his policy positions. Are there any that you disagree with? 30 seconds.
Anything he's done? No, can't even think about it. Nah.
No, I just believe he needs to do more about supporting and fighting about inflation. And I do believe he can do more about that.
But you said inflation didn't
at the end of the day, I think Joe Biden is a good family man, and I believe he stands for the union way of life. And I believe that unemployment is already down to the lowest level in the last 50 years.
Okay. Couple of things about that. First of all, the Lamented Guide for $2 says wokeness worships weakness. Yes, it does. Secondly, why is employment down to the lowest level in like 40 years? Do you know why, Spoon?
Because the labor force participation rate is down.
Because people left the workforce permanently.
Yeah, labor force participation rate is down.
Yep, that's why. So just to reiterate, that's why. It's not because more people are employed. It's because people have totally just they do not think they can find work at all, so they gave up. That's why.
Yeah.
Very different thing.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Dennis.
Let's turn now, gentlemen, to the issue of Social Security. It is only fully funded through 2034.
Oh, my God.
Many Americans are worried that they will never receive their full benefit or have to accept cuts to their benefits.
I never will.
Mr. Fetterman, how are you going to make sure it is there for them? You have 60 seconds.
We need to make sure that Dr. Oz and the Republicans.
Yeah.
You are going to answer this fucking clusterfuck in 60 seconds? Not even an expert can do that.
No, an expert can't answer this in 60 seconds. Also, I will answer it in 60 seconds. Is that here's the TLDR. Young people will never be able to collect on Social Security because the Social Security system was not invented for this. It wasn't invented to survive for this longitudinal period of time. It will not be able to survive. All of the money that young people have been put into the Social Security system will not be able to provide for them into their own retirement period. This is not sustainable. It will not happen. Those of us who were born between 1980 going forward will not obtain never seen a cent that we have put into Social Security. That is just the fact and the reality of it.
Believe in cutting Medicare and Social Security. And I believe that they have to support and expand Social Security. And if somebody sends me to Washington, D.C., I would support and stand and to support security.
So more inflation.
Just real quick. Again, more inflation. Just to be real quick, why do I know that? Why do I know that? My father worked for the Social Security Administration for 40 years. I know exactly what's happening with the Social Security Administration. None of us are going to collect on this. Anyone born from like 1980 forward will never collect on a single penny they put into the Social Security Administration when they go to retire. It will not happen. The money is gone. It's done. So this is all nonsense. My dad has retired from the SSA, but he can also tell you. I would love for my dad to be on. Actually, you know what? Here's the thing. I will have to go to the U.S. As I said, I'll be going to the U.S.
The government basically just stole your money for like 50 years.
Yeah. I will see if I can get my dad onto this would be so fun if I get my dad onto a podcast with us. I really have wanted him to actually for a while.
You want to stream from America?
When I have to go to the U.S., because when I'm going to the U.S.,
you still want to stream?
Yeah, I'll still stream at
I thought you wanted to be on holiday.
No, it's not totally on holiday. I actually have videos I'm working on and stuff, but I would really like my dad to see if he could sit here like next to me and talk about this, because my dad is the coolest person I've ever met. I mean, I'm a little bit biased because he's my dad, right? You know, but I think he could actually give a lot of information about the Social Security Administration. So as we go through,
He's gonna ask who the fuck is this guy?
yeah, because for £5, this SSA was made at a time when life expectancy was 64, not 79, which is today. It didn't adapt to change, so we youngsters lose out. Yes.
Yeah, true.
Patricia's. Every time I talk about it, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, get your dad on." I will. I think he won't care. He's retired. He doesn't give a shit
Papa
anymore. I think everyone would like to hear from my dad. He's super. Look, if you want to understand where I got my political opinions from, now
Does he know
it's
you're
mostly
monarchist?
from. It's mostly from yes. He doesn't agree with that stuff at all. He doesn't agree with my monarchist position at all. But he doesn't. No, hang on. He does understand it. He doesn't agree with it, but he does understand it. So, it would be very cool if we could talk about the SSA because no one, I think, really you could ever hear from on the internet would know more about the Social Security Administration than my own father, who worked for the SSA for 40 years. My dad's single, Jarnegi? No, he's been married to my stepmom for 20 years. My parents got divorced a long time ago, but he's been married for a long time. And I love my stepmom. Oh my God, she's the most. I love my mom. I also love my stepmom. They're both wonderful, wonderful women.
I like how the chat seems
Social
to think
Security.
That if,
Okay, thank you, Mr.
were not on the stream with me, I would just start like cussing like a drunken sailor.
Roz, same
Oh,
question
like,
to you.
Aiden is in
How are you
here.
going to make sure
Words,
that Social
right there.
Security is available for future Americans? You have 60 seconds.
We made a deal with the wonderful seniors of our nation. They worked their hearts out. They paid into a program. No one's going to touch it on my watch except to make sure that it's stronger than it is right now. Social Security, Medicare, which I know a lot about as a doctor, are the fundamental element of security for our seniors, and they deserve to feel like they're valued by our nation. John Fetterman, again, has been running ads and saying that I'm against those with no proof. I've never said anything different than what I'm saying to you on this stage. But in an effort to fearmonger with people who are older and can be taken advantage of, he'll run these ads.
Wow,
John, it's
yeah.
reprehensible, but it's also reflective of your approach to doing these things. You haven't shown up on the campaign trail. You haven't answered questions from voters, not once on the campaign trail. You haven't answered questions from media once on the campaign trail, even just to show off that you could do it. And this is the only debate I could get you to come to talk to me on.
Yep.
And I had to beg on my knees to get you to come.
He
And if it wasn't
did,
for Dennis
actually.
probably getting involved, I don't think it would have happened.
They-
Seniors need to know more
This is the
about.
thing that's very important is that right now we're finding this consistently that Democrats are refusing to debate.
I wonder why.
Because
they're
look at who's
shit.
debating. Yeah, look at who's debating.
Also, they suck.
All they have is to call you a Nazi and a fascist. That's all they have.
Yeah, and
that's
that
all
doesn't
they
work.
have.
That doesn't work in a debate. That's the thing.
Nope.
It's
your
really,
radical
it's
left
really easy
positions, and I need to be able.
It is punchy.
Yeah, for like 10 seconds. But if you're on the debate stage, you're gonna get fucking creamed.
And that's why it's not working.
Yeah,
All
that's
that
why
they
they don't
have is to
debate.
call you slurs. All they have is to call you disparaging terms, a fascist, a Nazi, etc. They have no actual arguments. This has been the case now for really more than 5 years. But it has come to its full fruition in this current debate cycle. And it's really curious.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, because
To
when
tell
chat brings out, if I can find a way to stream on Odyssey or Rumble at some point during the week, or even just do a testing stream, I will. But bear in mind, because I'm on Odyssey or Rumble, I will not hold back language, and I will.
Yes,
fucking
Spin will
the-
say very nasty things.
Yeah, I will say the F word all the fucking time because I don't give a fuck. And if I'm on Rumble and Odyssey, that's my favorite word, and I will say it copiously because there's so many people in today's society that word fits perfectly.
Well, I don't approve of saying that word, so
Have you?
let's continue.
You lie.
Not live, no.
Yeah, on here, but would you say it on a different platform?
I'm a gay, so I think I'm allowed to.
I'm not gay, and neither is Jim. He's not. He's
No,
not black
I know,
either.
I'm just
he
saying
still
it like
says the N word and F word like it's fucking sweets.
I know, but look, I am gay, and I'm not allowed to say that stuff. But
I don't give a
whatever,
fuck
let's
if you're
continue.
gay or not. Who
I
gives a
know.
shit?
I
What you
know,
choose
I
to
know.
choose,
I agree.
what you choose to do with your mouth or
shouldn't
your
matter.
genitals has
It
no
shouldn't.
fucking
It
bearing
shouldn't
on
matter. It's
language.
freedom of speech. It shouldn't matter whether or not you're gay. But like, if I said it here on
I'm a
YouTube,
homosexual,
would-
and therefore I can say the word fag.
excuse me, I'm a human.
No.
But like YouTube would never allow me to actually say that stuff. Like YouTube, if I was like,
Yeah, that's
hey,
what I say. If we're doing
like
it on Rumble
YouTube,
or Odyssey.
right. But like, even though I'm a gay,
Who cares?
It wouldn't matter. I know. I'm just saying. They wouldn't care for me either, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, Rumble or Odyssey, let's go.
Them about my positions. That's what democracy is built on. We exchange ideas, the voters decide. You have hidden from them.
Mr. Oz, I'm going to let you have 15 seconds in a moment, Mr. Fetterman, but can you give us a specific example of what you would do to protect Social Security?
Well, for one, we have to make sure that it adequately increases with the higher inflation rates that we have.
Yeah.
So we've got to make that
so.
4% of wasted money that right now is in the budget redirected appropriately. And one of the first places that I would use it is Social Security and Medicare. And here's the reason. One of the worst things we can do to a people is give them bad quality care. And so if you have if you have people who are not going to see a doctor, for example, because they can't afford it, they'll get sicker. Bad medicine means more cost. No one benefits.
Thank you. Mr. Fetterman, he said a few things a moment ago. I want to give you 15 seconds to respond.
I don't totally agree, but yeah.
Again, I can't just say one thing other than that Dr. Oz would not support, and he would support cutting Medicare. And that's
he just said
John,
he
why do you say that? I've never said.
He just said he wouldn't. He just said he wouldn't.
It's absolutely a fact. It's a fact. You would have voted against the Inflation Reduction Act, which has dropped our prescription drugs.
The Inflation Reduction Act, let's talk about that. Inflation has gone up. And also, what the Inflation Reduction Act has done is driven the cost of insulin into the sky to the point where it is not affordable by regular people to be able to buy a life-saving medicine that they require on a month-by-month basis. So, yeah, Biden's Inflation Reduction Act has made it impossible for people to live.
Has no one found it funny that the Inflation Reduction Act is touted as climate change?
Of course it is, because it's Democrats did it, so it's good.
So that's not going to stop inflation. That's going to make it worse. Even Bernie Sanders said that this is not going to in any way impact. Now, Bernie Sanders is also a fucking cuck because he still voted for it like a dumbass. It's amazing to say, this isn't going to stop inflation. What the fuck did you vote for then, Bernie, you dumbass? Oh, it's because it has anything to do with climate change, and I totally believe in that stupid shit.
They just voted. No, they voted because it's left. Because other leftist Democrats voted for it. But that's all it matters about. It's total pure party politics. Party politics. That's all it is.
Yeah, all these people that claim about to care about people is a bunch of bullshit. It's these people have their own fucking agency and their own desires, and it's to fuck you.
Yup, exactly.
Doesn't believe.
Okay, gentlemen, we need to move on. Lisa.
All right, we are moving on to the topic of education. The cost of college tuition is now out of reach for many, many families. Our question is for both of you. We start with Mr. Oz. What is your plan to bring down the cost of higher education long term? You have 1 minute, Mr. Oz.
I worked in.
Stop subsidizing.
Oh, that sure would help. That sure would help.
That's literally the only. Stop subsidizing it by the federal government.
Well, as long as the federal government says we're going to pay for your college tuition, then the college tuition goes up. Huh.
Yeah, but that's literally all you need to do. You just need to say, stop getting the federal government fucking involved, pull out of it, and make it more competitive via the market. That's all you need to say.
Yeah. The reason why college tuition is so high is because the federal government says they're going to pay for the college tuition.
And then they spend lavish on all kinds of crazy stupid shit.
So the tuition goes up and up and up.
Academic medical centers my whole life, so I'm in higher education. And I can tell you the reason that the prices have gone up sixfold in the last 40 years is not because the education quality is better. We've added extra layers of middle level individuals who don't actually improve the quality education, in my opinion. There's a lot of expenses now incurred by these institutions, and it's not right for the American people to be stuck with the bill. I would push them to offer more electronic classes. Half the kids don't live on campus anyway. John Fetterman's approach, however, is not to.
Hang on.
I don't like that they do this, by the way.
No, he's not actually explaining the difficulty. The difficulty is that the U.S. government is paying for all this shit, and because the U.S. government pays for it, it drives the cost up for every single student. That's the goddamn problem. Oh, the U.S. government's paying for it. That means it's going to be cheaper. No, it means that the universities drive their costs up because they know that the government will keep paying for it. That's the fucking problem. You don't have to be a economics genius to understand this. To understand that, I guess so. To understand that when the cost of the university goes up, the government says, we'll pay more for it. And the university goes, okay, well, we'll charge more. And the government starts charging more, or paying them more as well. That's why the cost of university goes up and why it is so insane right now.
Here's a curious question for you. What would you rather the scenario be, that you need to be smarter to understand economics, or that people are literally stupid and they can't understand it?
I don't think. What do you mean?
I'm
curious.
As in that you need to be smarter to understand economics. You need to be like a certified genius, or
You don't need to be a genius to understand basic economics.
yeah, or are people just that stupid that they can't understand it?
It's people who are that stupid that they can't understand it.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Then.
There you go. That's the answer. I feel bad, but that's the truth.
Deal with the unnecessarily high costs, but just to pay it. So if you want to pay students who didn't pay their loans back, basically what John Fetterman and Joe Biden are arguing for is for plumbers who didn't go to college and couldn't, for a bunch of reasons, afford it, to pay the bills of lawyers who went to graduate school and haven't.
This is also very true, is that the way that the current system works is that, yes, people who are who get undergraduate degrees in feminist dance theory are having their degrees paid for by people who did not go to college and got a what's it called? They went and worked as a apprentice in some kind of functional field, and they're now being forced to pay for, with taxes, people who got their feminist dance scholarship. That's a problem. Who have nothing that they contribute to society whatsoever, besides hatred and vitriol.
Paid their debt back. I don't think that's right for the American people. We want a fair system. Drop the cost down by pushing for more value for the money we're spending, and then ensure there's a high quality education that lets people make a living when they graduate.
All right, I will allow a 15-second rebuttal specific.
Just real quick, that's never going to happen. You have to do that at the federal level, because the whole problem here is that the federal government has just said, yeah, just we'll give you all the money. This is over FAFSA, is what it's called. FAFSA is their federal student aid loans, and that's what's happening here. It's a FAFSA issue. It's a federal issue. It's not a state issue. You can deal with that in the Senate, but it's going to be a huge issue, and it's probably not going to be dealt with for a long time, because this is all bullshit that's being done for by the federal government.
Specifically on the issue of student loan debt, which Mr. Oz was referring to. Mr. Fetterman.
Again, Dr. Oz, loves free money when it's a $500,000 tax break on one of his, homes down in a ranch in
Excuse
Florida.
me, what?
And whether it was,
Excuse me, what?
A tax break.
Have you noticed
means
he hasn't been able?
Pay it, you
this
fucking
dude,
stupid bastard.
this shiny-headed bastard, hasn't been able to make a single argument until he's like, Dr. Oz is rich. That's his only argument, is Dr. Oz is rich. It's the only argument he's made in 50 minutes is Dr. Oz is rich.
So is
That's
his family.
Bad. So is his family. He can't. Dr. Oz hasn't really fought him on that, even though he has brought it up. That's his only argument, is Dr. Oz is rich. All right.
Was a $50 tax break, about his farm in Montgomery County. So it's about supporting and helping,
he must have misstated that, but still, goddamn. Oh, how dare he get a $50 tax break, I guess. Oh, no.
young earners, young,
This guy's such an idiot.
young, students to give them a break. I believe.
Senate. He's not fit to
No,
go
it
to
is.
school.
Aether line, it is envy. As you'll see in my new video, all of this is envy. It is envy, 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 and hatred. It's all envy.
Are you sure
and
this
guy
isn't
is
just
rich.
sheer retardation?
This guy is retarded and he's rich, but the leftist paradigm is based off of envy. He wishes he
Well, it
had
looks
as
like he
much
ate
money
his
as
parents'
Dr.
money.
Oz. He wishes that his parents had left him as much money as Dr. Oz. That's all it is. And you will see it in the research that I bring up. It is all envy and hatred. Just envy and greed.
Road to
And I'm
serfdom.
sorry. I'm sorry. I know that people will get upset about it. I know that people will get upset about my video, but it's like data
They're left
are
with evil.
evidence. Data are just what they are. I can't make them up. And people are gonna be like, I'm not greedy. Give me all your money. I'm not greedy, but I'm giving you all your money. Like, okay, so whatever, dude.
Yes,
Like,
you are.
all right, yeah.
That that supporting.
All right, let me just ask specifically with
awful.
the
Jesus.
plan to ease student loan debt, the debt forgiveness of $10,000, $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients. Do you support that position?
No.
I do absolutely support that. I believe, like I said, it's about helping young learners, be able to get a better start, getting off in the start of their life. And I do believe that. And
to get put on the permanent government restriction plan where they owe $100,000 to $200,000 to the government for the rest of their life. Yeah, great. Oh, that's a great start for young people, because that's what he's talking about, by the way, is them owing the federal government $100,000 for a 4-year college degree, by the way, at a minimum. Okay, just letting you know.
I believe a majority of Americans support that as well too.
Nope,
helping
me.
young learners.
All right, Mr. Fetterman, I want to ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Oz. And what is your plan to bring down the cost of higher education long term? You have 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he didn't answer. He didn't answer the question whatsoever.
I
did answer the question.
Mr. Oz, please give him a moment.
You didn't. I fundamentally.
You didn't ask him that question. He wasn't. Oh my God, what a loser. He wasn't asked this question, you fucking moron.
I believe that every quality public university education should be very affordable in every state. And I think that needs to be a significant investment, to make sure that anyone be able to afford to go to get a 4-degree.
By giving them $100,000 in debt
You're
to
just
the US
saying
government.
something you want. You're not saying fucking anything. This is like what I want my government to be, but not having any fucking idea how government works.
Yeah, by
This
just
guy is a fucking retard. He is
Complete
a legitimate moronic fucking imbecile. This
Just,
guy
yeah,
is a
it's fine.
idiot.
Just give the U.S. government, just owe the U.S. government, $100,000 to $300,000,
This is
and that's how you
embarrassing. How
can
the
get
fucking
your
hell did the guy to get so far?
wonderful degree in feminist dance theory.
University degree, say at Penn State or at Pitt or any state schools to make it much more affordable, and that means requiring a significant investment.
Is Mitch McConnell going to pitch in?
How much does Pitt cost? I almost went to Pitt, so I have to look it up.
God, this is embarrassing.
No, hang on. Tuition. How much is it's probably it's $20,000. Locally, if you're from Pennsylvania, it's $7,000 per year.
That's still way too much.
It is way too much, but you see like his numbers are way up. It's because he doesn't understand it, right? Also, most people coming in from Pennsylvania who are applying to Pitt a Pitt was a high choice for me. That's why I was interested in it.
I don't think this man
to make sure
no
and create it affordable that every family can afford.
How exactly, Mr. Fetterman, do you propose doing that to make it more affordable for families?
No, I just believe. I just making it that
Just
much
believe.
more.
It
costs too much, and I believe.
He literally just said he believes. I believe. I just believe. Okay. This is astonishing. This is
providing the resources.
You're no longer the dumbest person in the Democratic Party.
I
Congratulations.
know. I just believe. Do you believe in life after love?
I cannot believe how the entire party is so
I could
fucking
feel
dumb.
something inside me saying, really don't think it's strong enough. No. That's what
a
he's
good
saying.
impression
man.
of Cher, by the way.
To reduce the tuition to allow families to be able to afford it.
Just believe.
All right, we have a follow-up
Oh my
question.
God,
This one now is for both of you.
Oh
This
my
is from News Nation viewer Ann Andrews, a registered nurse from Conneautville near Erie. Ann is a vocational educational instructor for a university and a practicing registered nurse.
If you were elected, could you please tell me what you would be doing for vocational education in the state of Pennsylvania as well as our nation?
So, Mr. Oz, if elected, what would you do for vocational education? You have 30 seconds.
I've visited vocational schools. I have an answer. But, John, because obviously I wasn't clear enough for you to understand this, there's no question that cutting out the middle levels of higher education and providing digital programs would reduce the cost of education. It's a concrete set of ideas that I'd like to move on. With regard to vocational education, this is really important for us to allow our trade unions to get more closely linked with the vocational schools. I was in a vocational school in Westmoreland, and they have about 1,000 kids. They could take 2,000 kids. Funding those programs is the smartest way to invest our tax dollars. We'll turn out twice as many children who have a job as soon as they graduate. It supports our trade unions who want those kids in their positions anyway. It makes the whole program work.
Thank you, Mr. Oz. Mr. Fetterman, if elected, what would you do for vocational education? You have 30 seconds.
Again, I think it's just the same the way university for degrees as well too. Supporting that and partnering with the unions and making.
What?
Partnering with the unions? Which unions?
I mean, like
What
some
unions?
trades have unions, some trades don't.
Making sure that vocation training are is affordable and providing the resources to make sure everyone has the opportunity. Going to college isn't the right choice for every person, but going to those kind of vocational schools, able to create a career to Wayne. Reach a lot of high salary, and again, supporting to reduce those costs are critical too.
I have no idea what he said there.
My God.
Spoon, do you have any clue what the fuck he said?
I don't think I've had any clue what he said in anything so far.
We gotta get to this last 7 minutes. We'll do the rest of these things tomorrow because holy crap.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Dennis.
Moving now, multiple members of Congress, specifically Democrats, have called for the Supreme Court to be expanded. Candidates, we want to know where you stand on this. Mr. Fetterman, should the Supreme Court be expanded? And if so, by how many justices? You have 60 seconds.
I don't believe. I don't stand, and I don't believe in that. I fundamentally believe that even though I don't agree with the ideological breakup of the Supreme Court, I believe it's not about changing the rules. It's about acknowledging where we're at, much the way the Republicans want to try to change the Constitution about how.
Okay, but go ahead. Tell me how the Republicans want to change the Constitution when we're all basically constitutionalists.
Our Supreme Court in Pennsylvania was going to be done, and I don't support that. So I think it's critical that we be consistent, and I do.
He's just, I think, do you feel ashamed a little bit from listening to this and making fun of him?
No.
I don't either, because he chose to put himself in this position.
You are the one who did this willingly, and I don't give a fuck. If you willingly put yourself
and now
in
he's
positions,
begging for sympathy and be like, "Oh, it's not fair. I had a stroke."
Then don't run, you fucking.
Then
moron.
don't run. Then give up. Then say someone else should take your. Then give. He is able to give up his position to somebody else. He chose not to.
Yeah.
This is. And you can't just be like, feel bad for me because I had a stroke. I do feel bad for you, but I don't think that even before you had a stroke, you were probably better at describing your points.
I want to ask the chat a question. Should I do a video on this?
Yeah, chat. Do you think Spin should do a video on it?
And I will not be kind. I'll be fucking blunt as shit.
It's gonna be brutal, but let's go ahead.
I do not believe in supporting the Supreme Court.
Mr. Oz, same question to you. Should the Supreme Court be expanded? If so, by how many justices? You have 60 seconds.
I would never touch the makeup of the Supreme Court, and I would advocate to leave it the exact same size it is. But John Fetterman's radical positions have spilled over into what he would do in Washington. One of the first things he has said, and he came back to the campaign trail, is that he wanted to bust the filibuster, which means removing the brakes on the Senate overreacting. That's
true. That is true.
But if
you know what else is true?
He just
is that
insulted you more and don't agree with it.
Fetterman does sound like you're aware of David after dentist, right?
I'm not.
How? Okay, tell me this is not correct. Okay, I'm gonna just
only if I do it on Rumble.
Now I'm just gonna play it here. Tell me this is not accurate of how Fetterman sounds.
Yeah, I know. How did it go?
I didn't feel anything.
Yeah.
I feel fun.
It's 100%.
Kind of felt good, didn't it?
real life?
Yeah, this is real life.
Okay, now I have 2 fingers.
Good.
4 fingers.
4 fingers.
Oh, I love this kid. He's so cute.
No. Don't put that in. Don't put it in your mouth. Okay.
When kids do ask.
You feel good?
He went to the
I
dentist.
can't
He said,
see anything.
Yes, you can.
Not Novocaine, but probably had Novocaine, but also the other thing.
Stay in your seat.
I don't feel tired.
Tell me that's not. Tell me that is not an accurate representation of what we're watching right now.
I think this is what Joe Biden looks like behind the scenes.
I think it's an accurate representation of what we're watching.
If you do that, then you would free up the Democrats in the Senate without getting the normal amount of votes to actually expand the Supreme Court, add more states, do things that are detrimental to the well-being of the country. So I think, on your first day back, arguing that we should get rid of the filibuster is a dangerously radical move that would hurt Washington. It's not in our nation's best interest.
Agreed.
Thank you both very much.
You did go Super Saiyan.
All right, at this time, we are ready for our closing statements. You each have 90 seconds to convince Pennsylvanians to vote for you on Election Day. Mr. Fetterman, you are first, 90 seconds.
Once again, I would just like to say that my campaign is all about fighting for anyone in Pennsylvania that ever got knocked down, that had to get back up again.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never going to keep me down. I get knocked down. Sorry.
You know, I'm also fighting for any forgotten community all across Pennsylvania that ever got knocked down.
I guarantee he's forgotten a lot of communities because he's forgotten.
I think he's forgotten where he was for most of his entire debate.
Exactly.
Down that had to be made to get back up. You know, I've made my entire career dedicating to those kinds of pursuits. I started as a GED instructor back in Braddock over 20 years ago because I believe it's about serving Pennsylvania, not about using Pennsylvania for their own end interests as well. To me, careers are revealed by your real underlying values. And my values have always been about fighting for forgotten communities all across Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Oz, your final thoughts, 90 seconds.
I've loved traveling to the four corners of the beautiful Commonwealth, and I've heard your problems. I'm a surgeon, doctor. I listen.
Do you understand like what they're saying now? The Democrats are saying that this is unfair because it was like a regular person talking against someone who has a mental disability,
then don't
and we're
run them.
supposed to vote for the person with a mental disability because they have a mental disability, and that means they should win. Let's hear Oz's closing. Sorry.
Listen to what you say, and I'm trying to help address them today. I've talked to seniors worried their Social Security checks wouldn't go far enough with the raging inflation. Yes. I've talked to couples when I make their first down payment on a new house and they can't afford it anymore because of interest rates. I've talked to families.
You want to cut Social Security.
Mr. Fetterman, it's his turn for his closing.
I've talked to families worried about fentanyl showing up in their mailbox and literally taking the lives of their children who they find blue in bed. I've talked to families who won't let their kids go outside because of the crime wave that's been facilitated by left radical policies like the ones John Fetterman has been advocating for. But here's the deal, right? None of this has to happen. This is
real quick. By the way, I went and found that link that you sent me, Kiza. It does not work. It sends me to like a blank page. If you could send me that link in private on Discord, then I'll be able to play the link that you showed me earlier on from your super chat. Sorry, Kiza. When I literally just tried to bring it up and it's fucked. It won't let me. I can't bring it up. It just gives me the sad dog thing on YouTube of no link brought up.
All very addressable. I'm a surgeon. I'm not a politician. We take big problems, we focus on them, and we fix them. We do it by uniting, by coming together, not dividing. And by doing that, we can get ahead. But I've got one question to challenge you with, just one question. If you take what I'm saying to heart, ask yourself this and others in your family. Are you unhappy with where America's headed? I am. And if you are as well, then I'm the candidate for change.
Good.
I'm a living embodiment of the American dream. I believe we're the land of
Don't
opportunity,
buy
the
it,
land of plenty.
but-
I believe we can balance a budget without recklessly spending. I believe we can have an unleashed energy policy that helps us all. I believe that we can have safe city streets and a secure border so legal immigrants can come across, but you shut the fentanyl out. I believe we can give parents choice in where their kids go to school. We can have affordable health care. But most of all, I believe in you. And if you can do this together, and we can, I would ask for your vote on Election Day. God bless you.
We do have one final question, an important issue in Pennsylvania. The eyes of the state are on this debate tonight, but on Sunday they will be on Lincoln.
Okay, well, that was an embarrassment.
I'm
gonna
jeez, that was a
really show the video that
crate on the shit
that Kiza has asked me to show, and then we're gonna head out for the night, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. Halo Wars 2 trailer Japan exclusive.
What is this?
This
What
isn't trying-
is...
This is trying to be audio, okay.
I know you.
Kids always has this cool stuff, so I'm wondering if there's a secret
Been
theme here.
here before. No surprises.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! That was pretty good. Thank you, Kiza. That was lovely.
There's one problem with this.
I want to play this one though for a second though. Yes. All right. I'm gonna let this go. I'm gonna loop this while we end out for the night. We will fall. I think if you're okay with doing it, Spoon, we'll watch the other two major Democratic debates, Democrat versus
Tomorrow.
Republican debates that happen in the U.S. tomorrow, because we absolutely could not get through them tonight.
Yeah.
It's just been too much.
The problem with that previous trailer is because the gaming companies put more fucking effort into their trailers than they do their fucking games.
Yeah, very true.
And they
Very
go,
true.
why is no one playing the games? Because they're shit. Because you spend more money on the trailer than you do the fucking gameplay, you
Yeah.
moron.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
why I haven't bought a new game in like 8 years.
I don't. That's why I don't buy new games either.
Hmm.
So let's. I think we'll go out for the night, and we will try to
Make fun
cover
of
the rest
everyone repeatedly over and over again.
tomorrow. So we'll see you all tomorrow then, and thank you all so much for showing up. We just couldn't cover it all tonight. It's too much. It's like 1:40 in the morning here. Thank you all for showing up though, and thank you all so much for the chats. We'll see you all tomorrow.